Futures holding on to solid gains here this morning as we kick off a brand new week, coming off pretty impressive performance back on Friday going into the weekend. Both the S&P and NASDAQ end the week up about 2%. It was about 1.8% for both heading into the weekend. It was positive right across the board for all three U.S. markets last week. We'll get into more inflation data coming up this week. We get more Fed speakers back on the docket coming up this week. So all eyes back towards the inflation battle. We were just discussing a little bit the 2-year and the 10-year back to the upside this morning. U.S. dollars showing a little bit of strength this morning as well. Just reading through a nice note from Barclays on Tesla saying they think they're going to beat deliveries for Q1. So nice look for Tesla to kick things off back to the upside this morning as well. Nice chart I'll show you in a sec here for big tech right across the board. Compared to what the overall market has done, big tech crushing since this banking crisis started. Speaking of, all of the banks back in positive territory this morning as well. Ton to get to. It's Monday, March 27th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. There you go. Look at, yeah, Google's not cooperating. Oh, there we go. There it is. No, it is. Nice positive look to kick things off, as I mentioned. 0.62 there for the S&P. 0.63 for the Dow, basically flat-ish anyways, 0.3. NASDAQ lagging. Tech lagging ever so slightly this morning, but definitely has not been over the past couple of weeks. Tough to see at the bottom there, but both crypto, Bitcoin, and Ethereum anyways. In positive territory as we get going for a brand new week. It's going to be a very busy one this week with Fed speakers back on the docket once again. We're obviously past the last interest rate decision. That means that we'll get not necessarily daily speakers this week, but I think there's 2 or 3 coming up later in the week. Sharif here, as always, going to be a good week anyways for the overall market, it seems anyways, setting up at this point.
I hope the Fed speakers perform better than Janet Yellen did last week, because I was listening to tidbits of that. That was an absolute grilling. Yeah, I'm really interested to see, Brendo, how we're gonna do this week with respect to banks. We talked off camera about the interest rates coming up. We're talking about June price cuts now. Can't believe that. So interesting to see what's going to go on.
Yeah, so we get this news over the weekend of a deal, or a potential deal anyways, for some of SVB assets being picked up. So we knew this was coming. It was just a matter of time. So all of the regional banks back to the upside in a huge way so far. FRC seems to be leading the way. Brand new week, though, guys, going to be a good one here to get things going on a Monday. We have banks to look at. We have Tesla, as I mentioned, back to the upside. Tech in general has been so strong over the past couple of months as well.
Yeah, the Q's at the January highs, or close enough to the January highs. I mean, a couple of points away from that. So it's going to be a good one. The tech, like you said, is super strong. We're gonna watch some of these banks, FRC making some power moves. Before we get into that, I'm just going to throw something out there, because we have our NCAA pool going on right now. And Mr. Westermeyer, I'm going to throw this out there because I'm going to back a different horse now because my team is done, my bracket's done, who got us the Magic 8 Ball. If Miami so much as gets to the championship, pretty much has it locked up. Everyone else at the top has UConn, so it's UConn versus Miami, and Mr. Westermeyer, one of our viewers, likely to win our bracket. I'm like 100 and a millionth place or something like that, so it looks like that's not going to go well for me. But it's like you said, it's going to be an exciting week. I think one of the other things to keep in mind is, I don't think we mentioned Silvergate, that squoze on Friday. It's still trying to hold those squeeze highs today. So a little bit of patience for that, but I plan on trading some Silvergate again. I paid for locates, some big levels emerging there. Going to be looking for some opportunities, even some of the banks. And CCL, my favorite reporting name, because they report at 9:15 usually in the mornings. They'll report sometime between 9 and 9:30. Some plays likely to be had there. I'm actually looking at RCL instead, so there isn't as much risk with the conference call. But yeah, I'm going to have those on the mind. I don't know if I'll trade CCL before the open because you don't have enough time to digest things, though. But lots to get to here today.
Yeah, it should be a little fun week. Micron even reporting this week. It should be a Lululemon. There's a lot of companies coming through, and we'll start it today with CCL. But let's get ready to rock and roll. We've got hydration going on here. I was at the Opera. I was at Rinks. I was doing everything downtown this weekend. A lot of fun in the Katina household, and we'll look to keep the same plays going here this week. I'm off on Friday, so let's make it a good 4 days here in the market, and we'll start kicking it around. Right now, I think some of these big tech names today can be pretty hot. Google's at some nice levels. I'm just getting the sticky note out to you right now. Google and Apple there. FRC right now up a paltry 27%, which is real nice. I mean, it seems like SIVB, they're selling their stuff at about 20 cents on the dollar for citizens, so that should be nice as well. Coming up, we have all that kind of talk coming very soon right now. I like even a $20 break possibly on FRC, so hey man, it's going to be a good day. Watch FRC, watch WFC even today for a little bit of a bigger cap, a regional bank there, the KRE as well for the ETF. Amazon trying to get through $100. Some big levels coming up. AMD's back at $98. So should be a fun one here today as my eyes still can't stop looking at this market. Oil moving around today as well. Tesla, I think, could break $200 this morning. Not this morning, but as the day goes on. So yeah, should be a fun one here today, guys.
Yeah, I saw that. Nice 2% move already for oil back to the upside as well. So some of the individual producers moving around. Here is that note that Sean was just talking about as far as SVB is concerned. If you missed it, this came out over the weekend. There was rumblings of it. Anyways, it's First Citizen Bank Shares Incorporated. They're going to pick up parts of SIVB, and we were just saying the FDIC cutting themselves off a little portion of this deal as well.
Yeah, they're getting a little savvy, Brendo. These government bureaucrats are not to be underestimated. They negotiated basically a deal where they get common stock in FRC, and any capital appreciation that accrues, the public purse benefits from on paper.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated. So there's going to be leftovers that somebody else could potentially come through and pick up as well. But what this is doing, as we saw their FRC up huge, 27%, WAL, another one benefiting, PACW, even the big banks this morning, all kinds of strength coming through for JP Morgan, Citi, BAC, even Deutsche Bank to the upside this morning after what happened last week. We can also, I guess, somewhat throw in Silvergate into this group, but obviously Silvergate has apparently, guys, become a meme stock.
Apparently, but the other thing too is like First Citizens itself, who's actually making the pickup, like they're up 44%. This is not a name that will actually, I doubt will actually trade it because it's like an $800 bank stock that's not going to have a lot of liquidity. But it's like, okay, they pick up things for cents on the dollar. Like what crisis? Like this name is basically back to, I chuckle as I say this, but basically back to like its resistance that it's been sitting in for the last year. Like nothing happened. It went 800 to 500 in the midst of this crisis. They were able to pick up SVP's assets, pennies on the dollar, and then all of a sudden they're right back up at the top. That's how you win, man. You get a deal like that. Like that's absolutely fantastic for them. Let's talk a little bit about FRC. It's going to make some moves here today. I think we can all understand that. This is not having a recovery, despite the fact that it's up 28%. You can see on the daily. This hasn't really gone too much of anywhere. But I like the fact. Look, I like the fact that it's holding at least this 15. So if it holds 15, you got 15, 17, and 20 are the three lines I look at. I'm kind of looking for that long off 15 at the open, like the dip buy off the open, and then there's a chance at that 17 break, which could easily happen as well. And then next resistance at 20. I just feel like FRC's volume is pretty good. Prefer it a little bit to that PAC W, which I know is another bit of a mover. So I'll be watching this one. If I do short one of these names today, I am thinking, as usual, about Silvergate. It's a meme stock now. That's it. Like these stocks get bit. They get bid up, and it's a new like Wall Street Bets thing or online or retail, whatever you want to call it. But when you have a super high short float and the threat of going under, a lot of times you catch these bids. It bounced off $1 on Friday. It squoze through 2. Now the patience game was like if you just waited till you got in at 2, that's where you could get some money. I was trying to make money back doing that because I was short early. But this is something that could still be essentially worthless or delisted, but it doesn't really matter. It's got over 70% short interest. I think it was 82 the last we checked. And if it makes another move, 220 was the big level area to watch. We're watching that 220 as it rejected it on Friday. If it gets through that 250, then $4 is the next significant level. Not even really looking at 3 that much. If it breaks 250, I'm actually thinking it could get to $4. So, it's in that pocket where it could still fail and dip before it makes a move. That 220 is resistance till it's not in my book, so I'm perfectly willing to short it at 3 different levels, 220, 250, and up at that $4 level. If it starts just flushing off the open, not really looking for a dip buy in Silvergate. I think you'd much rather dip buy like FRC or one of the other banking names that has a reason for being up.
All right, just getting the sticky note out right now. So look, I think the regional banks obviously are going to be really fun to trade, and I do like FRC up to that $20 mark. I think you can even break 20 and go a little longer on that one. And we talked about meme stocks and this and that, and these have all become that. But I mean, Wells Fargo still nice little move to the upside right now. You can see off a 3-minute chart. We made these bottoms at $35. I think that's probably the bottom for now until worse news somehow comes about. But then you're looking at what happened on Friday. You still have this sort of bottom that was broken there at $37.25. It looks like we're going to take that out. Then you got to go up to the next levels, $38. And then ultimately, I'm always looking at this 39 that we've talked about, which has been a little bit of a high. I mean, it was only around there at the beginning of last week, which was good to short into these levels. But I still think we wind up somewhere around here today, $37.50, $38, and then we go from there. So I like a $37.50 break higher into $39, but this is going to be an interesting spot there for WFC. But then to me, JP Morgan, we talked about this. I sold some when we broke through that 126, and hopefully here it comes loading right back up again. Now you're right back to 127. So there's that 126 break. We got out of some of our shares there. We were still holding. We got some out at 144. We talked about that, but it's a little bit more there now. And now you're starting to break up on JP. Oh, you can't see because that surge trader thing. You're trying to break up a little bit higher here on JP Morgan. So I'm just looking at a 3-minute chart. There's all Friday. So I'm going to so that's still WFC. Come on, chart. Let's go. I was basically going to say I want to try to use Friday's bottoms as the bottom now. So that's 124, 125 here for JP Morgan. And it looks like you're trying to break through 127 right now. So I've been saying that some of these bigger banks looks like they're going to have to sort of, fund the load of some of these other mistakes happening in these regional banks, but I guess not. With JP Morgan up 2% today, looks like that First Republic up 27%, and then First Citizens taking the 20 cents on the dollar for some of SIVB's situation. I think that JP Morgan now can try to go back up to the upside. So let's trade it through a 128 break, but then use 125 as a dip spot opportunity.
There was this note on SI as well. Just as we came on this morning, they came out saying they're going to make a prepayment, or they've agreed to make a prepayment of $205 million on secured term loans as well. So helping to the upside for Silvergate so far this morning. This was a note from Barclays that I was reading when we came on there. 425,000 units delivered, according to Barclays in Q1 for Tesla, which obviously would put them past that 2 million on the year number, which is just huge.
That's nice, yeah. And to be honest with you, some of the headwinds, actually, we've been talking about with respect to Tesla coming out of China, I feel we're alleviated somewhat after the China meeting this week with some of the biggest names on the business scene. Tim Cook there, obviously. It looked as if some of the messaging coming out of there was, hey, we're going to be business friendly. So I think this bodes well for a Tesla that's banking a lot in their Shanghai facility.
Yeah, I mean, it also points to still 30% or almost 30% margins here. There is a cautionary part to this in the sense that they forecast production of 430,000 initially. So delivery is obviously down a little bit from that, but then say the extent demand is excessively weak, Tesla may actually slow its pace of production ramp going into the remainder of this year. So big number, guys, 425,000 units. Again, that's delivered according to Barclays for Tesla.
Yeah, the juxtaposition between like when we get delivery numbers from Tesla and everybody else. It's just you have to remember, Tesla again, they've been the leader for a while, so I don't think it's necessarily a surprise here. We always get into the discussion: can they keep up their market share? No, they cannot, but that doesn't really matter when everybody is going to be having a bigger piece of it's just going to be a bigger pie. So if they get a long-term smaller piece of a bigger pie, that'll work out for them. And you can argue about the valuation all you want, but the recent sort of trend, like it's been hugging the 50 and been gliding to the upside. I want to say gliding because it's slowed down the last little bit, and that's because of the $200 level. So, that's the overhead of resistance. I mean, that's the level I look at. If you're going to look for anything short on Tesla, I don't know if I want to compromise. That's the one. It would actually have to be breaking down back beneath 190 and 187 and showing that kind of weakness to be thinking about any other direction here. So, yeah, I'm leaning into two things. One would be longs in front of 190 if we get a dip in here. I do like the way in which it closed. Tried some longs in the afternoon on Friday, didn't really get anything sunk into, but that 190 looks pretty solid. I don't want to jump breakout at 195, so I'll probably be looking for the dip buy initially. In play today is actually in play for the first time in a while is going to be Rivian, so I just want to jump to Rivian for a quick second. I think this is an interesting one. If you're thinking stocks that have been been under pressure, I can say dying, but like getting crushed and trying to make a breakout, but is yet to make any significant break of a bottom channel, Rivian stands out like a sore thumb, 14 to 14.30. It's just been hanging out for a couple of weeks at this bottom, this chart, there we go, and just slowly grinding a little bit higher before, I think today actually testing that 14 to 14 quarter level, and this could be one that definitely goes. So watching both of these, looking initially bullish on both. If Tesla gets to 200, I'm very likely to want to short at that price just because it was so good. Not really any plans for shorts in Rivian unless it gets up to like 15 and a half.
All right. Here, just quickly, we have, if we want, we can talk about it. Oops, TSLA, not TLSA. See that? I like it 200 shorts. We're going to have to fix that right now. And then I like the Rivian short right here at $14. So, and I also added, we'll talk about Rivian when we get to it. Obviously, it's going to be on our notes there. And I also just added this here, FAS. So this is a bull right now, 3 times the shares to go long. What about this 55 level right here on FAS? So I want to look at this name here, 3 times bull with JP Morgan rallying, with all these names rallying today to the upside. I really think that that's a good case to get a long in FAS. So I'm going to fix that up. You can go check the sticky note right now, but I like that bull call. And then I also like Rivian to the short right now at 14 bucks. So I'm already sitting here to see if we can get it. This high on the last 20 minutes has been 14, so I feel like it just goes back into last week and beyond, right? Right into there as well. That goes back to the 14th where we had a high of 14.20, basically 14.10. So I mean, no news here on Rivian really. I mean, they're just getting their production plan closer. They lose money on every single car, so we'll wait for that as it goes. I want the short, and then I want the short on Tesla too, near 200 bucks, but at the same time, let's wait to see if we can get to that level. I always think you want to short $200 before you get to there. So if last time, if you did that, the highest it got to against you would have been about 70, 80 cents against you, and then you've seen some nice downside moves. So if we get anywhere near 200 today, I want to short Tesla as well. But these are all going to be temporary. If we break above that 201 level, then we can get the heck out of Dodge on that one and buy a Dodge instead of a Tesla, I guess. But all right, let's go back over to the big desk with the guys.
First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Bottom of the screen there, TTV promo code will get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader, as always. A couple of interesting upgrades this morning, making moves as well. Here's one of them. Pins up 4.3%. You can see very, very light volume here, but huge gap to the upside for Pinterest. UBS with an upgrade to buy and a price target increase for pins. Roku as well. Susquehanna upgrading to quote unquote positive, calling it the primary beneficiary of connected TV, whatever that means. I don't even think a lot of people know what Roku does, but
Yeah,
an
well,
upgrade for pins and Roku today.
I've got Google TV, so I've never actually used a Roku TV. But with respect to pins, Brendo, they're basically saying that they're really executing on their advertising strategy by making ads more efficient. And this new CEO, Bill Reddy, seems to be really taking things to the next level. So, yeah, Morgan, I believe UBS upgraded them.
Yeah.
They see upside.
I'm joking, obviously. It's a software company. But what do we think here, guys? Nice gap for both Roku and Pinterest.
Throwing shade at Roku there. That's cold-blooded. Pinterest is getting pretty interesting. It's finally, look, the stock has been basically giving you one of the most range-bound names that I can even think about in the last year. I don't know many names that have been like this, to be quite frank, where you get these just more than obvious levels of support, but then the resistance is kind of the same thing. So it's channeling to the upside. You can forget about, we're not thinking about the dips like the 23 level, which had been good. It's really just about as it gets up to this 30, which has been the channel top. Now it's broken a couple of times. The last channel was 27. Now it's trying to get up to that 30. I think that's the big one. If it can ever get through this, then it has some room to actually run. It has been just lagging. You've seen other names make stronger moves, and Meta's an example of that. A lot of other tech names have been big examples. So until I actually see pins make a significant breakout and hold above, I always think you want to play it range bound. So if it gets to 30, it's a short, simple as that. And if it dips, the new long feels like it's like a 27 this week for the stock. I just can't bring myself, it's not going to have one of those crazy days until I'm not going to believe it's going to have a crazy day, which it feels like it should be able to go 10 to 12%, given how much it's lagged. But until this thing cracks that 30 level, I'm not really believing in the big multi-day breakouts on a name like Pinterest. It's just been such a huge disappointment. And as far as Roku goes, I thought this one would be a little bit more interesting. If anything, last time I checked Roku, it's now forming this like crazy little wedge, little tiny wedge between the 200 and the 50, and it's just barely bouncing off the 50-period moving average at $60. This would have been more exciting on bad news to short through 60 than anything else for me. If we get down to 60, maybe there's some support there. But I'll be looking at least at pins if it gets to 30. But there's so many other names out there that look more interesting to trade. We talked a couple of EV names. There's some banks we want to look at, FRC. Coinbase, haven't even mentioned. SI. Yeah, back of the list for me. On a down day, Roku at 60, I'll probably have a look. If something crazy happens on Pinterest and it gets up near that 30 level, I'll probably be there thinking about the short.
All right, I just think for Roku here, $66. I mean, we could get to that. This has been the high since basically we started March, I guess. Right there, we haven't really broken too much above it. We've wicked up to $67, $68. So I think as soon as Roku can clear this, then I think it's off to the races. This has been a big name, obviously beat down huge moves, right? It has tons of opportunity and potential to go back up to the upside. They're selling a lot of TVs. They come built into a lot of TVs as well. So I think there's a good opportunity there. TCL, I believe, has Roku's in there, based on the chat, there's a lot of you that like it, a lot of free channels, a lot of great opportunities here. They extended their contract with YouTube last year as well, so I like Roku down here, and I feel like bouncing off, the 50 period down at $60 looks really nice. We're just going to wait for it. I mean, I don't trade this name as much as the other big tech names. Not that this is a big tech name, but it's one that can fly around, that's for sure. We'll wait to see if Aunt Kathy wants to buy some more in there. I'll talk to her after, but $66 all the way up here to 68. I feel like we can get to that level. So let's look at this once we get to $66 here on Roku. So huge move down. And what you're looking for is this, right? Bounced off the 50 period, back up to 68. Bouncing off the 50 period right now, back up to 68, 66, 68. So let's see what happens when it gets back there. It's going to be a no-fly zone for me until then.
All right, let's get some more upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. Coinbase back to the downside this morning. I noticed it was kind of weak here. Light volume, but kind of weak in the pre-market. Even with crypto upside so far. Caterpillar notably weak as well. Very questionable note from Baird this morning. CN, Diamondback Energy, KeyCorp, Regeneron, SVB Securities. I just double checked. This is their website. Important news update, SVB Securities continues its independent operations unimpeded by Silicon Valley Bank's receivership proceedings. So they're still changing the ratings on stocks. Pinterest and Roku on here as well.
Yeah.
Wow, Coinbase.
Coinbase.
Well, you'd already talked about the first two.
Coinbase, man, 70.
Is that what it's at?
It's okay. It's not at 70.
Where's
I should.
Bitcoin
Let me
at?
preface
27?
that. 68 is at where it's at right now, but 70 was the gap down level of resistance on the way back up. So you saw the first time it bounced away from 70 on last week. That was Thursday, I want to say. And then you made a double top here at 70 even. You got to 69 on Friday. It feels like that's going to be the zone. Like if you're for myself, where I just want to feel like this is a short till it's not, that 70 is your last line in the sand. And if it breaks this, you've got like major gap fill potential. Let me just live double check for you guys with Float Checker. I'm assuming it's still about 22% short interest on Coinbase. So, you know what's interesting? My Float
it has
Checker,
to be something like that.
my Float Checker, it doesn't autofill anymore. I have to actually type in the full name. Oh, look at that, Coinbase not found. Seriously? Okay, Float. But I type in coin and it works. I type in Coinbase, it doesn't work. So anywhere from 19 to 22%. So you have to respect the fact that there is a short interest here, and we're not affiliated with Float Checker. It's just a cool website that shows you multiple different, estimates on what the short float on an individual name would be. So you have to respect that if it takes out 70, there's going to be a lot of like short covering, a little bit of squeeze potential, and you might get into the mid 70s, way around to like 77. So this one's definitely on my radar. There's a few names that are right up at resistance that I want to be shorting. This is pretty darn close. If you like 70, once it gets to 69, I'll be looking to take something on. And I don't like an even dollar stop. I'll probably give it a little bit past that level, but not too much. You can get squoze pretty quick. It's just a level I liked, and it was. For me, this was probably like being patient, waiting to that level would have been the best thing last week in terms of my actual trading. So when it gets to a key level that you did well on before, that you have the same confidence in, you'll want to make sure you're there. So I'm going to have my coin level 2 up all day long. If I don't ever get the short, fair enough, but this is the price I want right in front of that 70.
All right, I was just looking, I want the shorts all over that thing as well. But right now, just a quick look at Bitcoin here. It's been holding out pretty good. I mean, all weekend it didn't do a whole heck of a lot. Here's the 23rd down here at 27,000. We tried to break it there, resisted twice, resisted 3 times really. One time this was last week, got as low as 26,000. Now he's still holding this 2750. So as long as that still stays relatively strong right there. I feel like Coinbase does have that chance. They have that Wells notice, so I don't know what's going on with that. I just come in every day looking for more updates to see what's come of that notice with the SEC as they look under the hood. So I'm going to still stay here with Coinbase. It looks pretty strong. People can trust crypto if they want to. I still think you're right at a level right here. This makes a lot of sense. You look at this like a chart, like a stock, obviously. Obviously, it is a chart. And you're bouncing off right now $30,000. So as long as we can get above there and stick, then I think we can continue to sort of march a little higher here on BTC. So we've resisted that 20,000 drop right there. It could have broken it back on the 12th. It did not. We resist that $20,000 break and then start to make new highs of the quarter. So I like Bitcoin here. I think that is, if you can hold out near this 28, 27,000, then you take 30. And then after that, you're going to look to break 32, and then you get into the 40s. So, hey, man, I mean, crazier things have happened here. Bitcoin, it's not even talked about that much anymore. So let sleeping sort of dragons lie. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. And we'll wait for that one as it goes back up to the upside here. So this is a potential sleeping giant again with Bitcoin. If it takes out 40, I would say look out for takes out 30, I would say look out for 40. And it looks like we're holding out pretty good right now on BTC.
All right, things of note. I was just trying to find this. Here it is. There was a buyout this morning. This BLKB, or potential anyways, has officially rejected $71 offer from Clear Lake. So that just coming across. I saw a few people mentioning Hertz early on this morning. There was a note about the CFO leaving. So Hertz not really doing anything, but apparently the CFO walking away as well. We talked about Pinterest. There's a few other interesting movers. Altria was one of those, back to the upside this morning after an FDA ruling that came in positive for them. So we'll keep an eye on MO as the morning progresses here as well. But yeah, that $71 offer rejected by that BLKB. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market as we kick off a brand new week. More inflation data to come, as I mentioned, later on in the week. Not a heck of a lot today, though, Arun. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep an eye on this market and see whether it's actually going to continue Friday's rally, which was, it was a decent rally. They really tried to hold it down, but no, they got some juice going to the upside, and they ran it up all day. There was a little drop there, down to 4,000. Now we're struggling around these 25s. We've been here before. This is kind of where we started the last drop after the Fed rate decision there, which is around that 25 to 35 area. We're starting to hesitate here again. I wonder if we're going to lose traction here once more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep an eye on how these 25s trade. If we do get underneath and start working these 20s, the low 20s, there could be a short there, 25 to 30-ish. Going all the way up to 40, 50 as the top end level. And we're just going to try to play that top and see if we can't fade this once again. Of course, after the open, we might actually get some traction following up on Friday's rally. So that's kind of where we're at right now, which is we do need information on whether this is going to have the juice to carry Friday's rally or we're done. So for now, we're in the right spot where if we are going to turn, we're going to turn right about here. Let's just wait for some more info on whether we have we have the selling needed for a short or we have buying coming in for the long. 40.50 is the top end level. 40.10 is going to be what I'm going to use down below in the event that we do keep running up to the upside. And I think above that, we have that Fed high about 40.75 above that. So, I mean, those are the three levels we're going to work with. And I think we're going to get everything we need after the open.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open here this morning. If you haven't done so, use that QR code, enter your email address, and then you get our absolutely free watch list every single day. It looks like that has everything on it you need to know in the pre-market. Comes out before we come on at 8:30, guys. FRC, we'll touch on the banks here to kick things off. FRC by far the most active, 13.5 million shares already on our system. Back to the 1650 area, which was the initial pop there. 31.5%. If you missed it, we were just discussing FCNCA, big $700 stock. First Citizens taking out a portion of SVB from the FDIC, who, side note, took a portion of the deal for themselves, or I guess taxpayers anyways, from the FDIC. So what do we do here? I mean, as far as the regional banks, as I said, FRC definitely the most active to the upside, but even the big banks catching a nice bid here. Yeah,
absolutely, and they've been benefiting from this whole debacle with the small to medium banks. They've seen large inflows into them, into their deposits. We've heard over the weekend that those inflows have slowed down somewhat, but both still a very volatile sector, Brendo.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of headlines going to affect this group going forward as well. I'm just seeing Intuit, INTU. There was an AI blog post apparently for INTU as well. Just be aware. FRC though, definitely leading on the volume scale of things. Is that the best trade today though?
No. Yeah, no, it might be. I don't know. Who knows? It might be if you're looking. Depends what you're looking for, right? If you're looking for sort of, possible halting situation, it's only $16. So all of this news today, it being up 25% in the pre-market alone, lets you know that it's probably going to halt. I mean, it just has to move a little bit, and you're going to get that 10% move, and that should happen relatively soon off the open. But I just tweeted out this FAS. This is 3 times the bull right now on a bank ETF. So you don't have to trade 3 times the leverage. It doesn't really matter in this situation. But look at this level right here of $55. I mean, this name has come from, way, way up. I mean, look, we were, $80, and all of a sudden the crisis happens, and you're down here into $50 again. But this is a pretty good trading instrument. It does do a lot of volume. Once the market opens up, there'll be a lot of books in here. We'll take a second look at it. It's been a while since we've had a look, so as long as liquidity is pretty strong, a little bit upset where the liquidity is right now, but we'll just watch it. Maybe it's not the right trade for me. We can use other ETFs as well, but I think a bank ETF makes a lot of sense. There's also XLF that you can trade today as well. That should be an AM right there, so that's going to have a little bit more volume on it as well, up to 900,000 over 7x right now, and it's, oh, come on, chart change. You're going to get the same kind of levels upside on this one as well, up to 32.20. But for me, if we're going to go on anything, I like this FAS. I think we can break this 55 mark that we just made just the other day on the 23rd. So I think just upside on this, and then any sort of a downside move, maybe into this 53 right here for a bottom. I'm just looking at it, and I'm looking and saying to myself, JP Morgan's up 1.5%, if not more than that. Yeah, 1.7%. BAC NYSE up 2%, 2.69%. All these other names, FRC up, Signature gone, FRN, no, FRC right now, it's still rocking. We talked about how much this is up today, 28%, right? A lot of good opportunities here today, regionals as well with FRC and WFC. So when Brendan says, what's the trade today? I mean, you could break long here, maybe 37, which is going to happen right now. And that's actually 37.20 on Wells Fargo. So that could be something as well. But for me, why not just play them all? Let's just see if the banks want to work. And I'm going to take the 3 times bull right now on FAS and see if we can get that to go. So I know there's a lot of people talking about ETFs on the chat. I like that look, and I think there's a good opportunity. This is what it was doing on Friday. All the way up, started at 49, gave us a bottom. So if we have to wait for a bottom to come into play, we'll do that again. But there it is, 49 with the close at 52. Hey, man, I like that move. Look at all these, you know, lower or higher low. I always confuse that. Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, pretty much all the way into the close. We had one little situation there where we dumped off a little bit right there, but nice little move to the upside. I like FAS today, and thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah, I think, look, we're tongue-in-cheek whether FRC is going to be the best trade. The thing about any question like that is the answer on an individual stock on Monday morning. If you get asked, like, is this one thing going to be the best trade? And the answer is likely a no. All that being said, in terms of pure volatility, it also has probably the best chance to go from 30% to like 60% up or making some ridiculous move. Maybe it does get to $20. So, you know, I had my eyeballs on this one. 17 is 17 for 3 days. If you kind of look at what happened at that 17 level, it was a pretty big resistance point. It flushed right into what was the support. That's the all-time bottom at 1170 here. So we can throw that out and just think 17 break, 1475 to 15 at the open. That's the area I want to have some support off of. So if I can get along in front of that with relative risk, you know, like a 15, anything like 1525 to 1550 is reasonable in terms of in front of that level. And then just look for it to break to 17. You don't actually have to have the breakout long at that point. You can be either adding to a position at 17 or, you know, kind of holding some through there and getting better risk to reward. Because if 17 breaks, you either have a really tight stop, you know, 30 to 50 cents, or you're giving it all the way back into 15. At that case, you need it to go to 20, or otherwise it doesn't make any sense. So I'd rather go for the dip buy first. Sean was mentioning some ETFs there. I know, you know, KRE, which is one of the regional bank ETFs. It's just this one is sort of set up as well. It's got the bottom channel from all that melee. 47 would be the big level. It's not quite there yet, so I'm not sure I would want to dip into that one until it gets up there. But, you know, this is worth watching. I've picked FRC. I know there's PAC-W as well. I just like FRC for its movement.
All right, let's go to Silvergate. Just an absolute monster on Friday. Not only the percent gain, obviously, but Sharif and I were just talking about the volume was just intense throughout the entire session here. In fact, all-time highs as far as individual daily volume, all-time highs for SI on Friday. Up again here, 12.2%. We obviously came off significantly late in the day on Friday. So a gap back to the upside around this $2 area for Silvergate.
Yeah, in case you guys are wondering why this is moving, it was all spurred on by a $205 million secured loan that was actually part of which was actually collateralized, backstopped by MicroStrategy, MSTR, which is basically you know, a fund that holds a lot of Bitcoin. In fact, they also added 6,500 Bitcoin to their portfolio this week. So an interesting little move here in crypto world, Brendo.
Yeah, but, not only that, but a ton of attention from not only retail, but online on social media, guys, for SI once again.
Yeah, like this is the next, like it was Bed Bath & Beyond for a while. Before that, we've seen it happen with, I mean, Hertz kind of did this as well. There's another one that I'm thinking of. Was it Revlon? Maybe it was Ref. It doesn't really matter. But when you're essentially, you know, people are talking about going bankrupt, and then you get that high short interest, you make a convincing bottom, and all of a sudden all that's left is for it to get to the upside. Now, this was levitating price to price on Friday, every 25 cents, and then, you know, kind of it got to $2, and that's where things slowed down, which makes sense to me, right? Like it was completely flushing. 1, 2 was the last time it had some really solid, I guess, price acceptance and some sideways action, so that's where it's going sideways now. If it takes 220, I think 250, then 4, and the only reason, let's go all the way back here, this is $4. If you look at when things all fell apart, it was at that $5 level, and the lower high is 4 to 420. So if it breaks the 250 level, like there's not a heck of a lot, obviously, sort of standing in between it. And when it's 72 to 80% or whatever the short interest is, you got to expect you can see some outsized moves. But it has to break 220 in the first place. So this is not like Coinbase at a 70 level. Like Coinbase at 70, you know, when it gets there, I would expect it can hang out and kind of go back and forth for a little bit, give you some trading opportunities. This gets to 220, it might just bust it, and then it could easily halt right through. So shorting that level, to me, would require it almost getting up there, showing you a failure at that price, a slowdown in momentum, a break of 220 doesn't get more than a couple of cents, slams right back down and rejects it. That's the only way that you're thinking short at that particular level. But I'm there for it if it does happen. I think Coinbase 70 is more likely for me. And then if this gets to 250 or $4, then I'd really start looking at that. 250 is set up for a breakout level as well. I'm much more likely to have that break than the 220. Just the 930 breaks on these, I'm not a huge fan of, because I find that if you're trading multiple stocks, it could break into a halt, it could break into an instant rejection. I'd much rather start playing this into a trend than just trying to take an automatic breakout at the open.
Yeah, let's just look at here. Look, I love trading Silvergate. I love trading all these names as well, and I think that we can continue to do it today. I just look at the short float here of 77% and say, you know what? It's going to squeeze, and it's already sort of doing that, and now you're going to get, I mean, we can call whatever we want a meme stock. That term has obviously been overplayed a year and a half ago about. So I would just say that, you know, if we're going to classify this as a potential runner, then you're in the right spot right now. And I think whenever you're looking at something like this is why I have the 200 period moving average. I know this is only a 3-minute chart, but if you look at it here, I just want to show it to everybody. Look at how well this sort of, you know, represented this 200 period on Friday. I mean, it can go all the way back. I mean, I just have to let it build it. But if you look at that on a 3-minute chart here for Silvergate, it's sort of been pretty good. And then we break it there off the open on, and again, it's data mining because this move's already happened, but there's the break early on Friday, and then we really never got back into it until the close, and right now it's sitting at 175. So I think if you're going to be looking for any sort of a long, it would be that or into this level right here. I mean, Neil's already gone over all the levels. So 160 there for Silvergate, I like that, or this 215, 220 break long. Right now it's in the middle of both of these numbers, so I would say 160 buy, and then 220 break long or so there for Silvergate, and you just wait for that. So I'm parked. I'm not parked right now that I noticed this, but I'm going to be parked right down here at the Friday close of 160. Let's go 170. See if we do any damage, and then get out of the way of this one if it takes like this 150, 160. I mean, look, if I'm going to go long 170, we could definitely give it 20 cents back here to 150. So that's going to be my play. I'm putting a bid right now for Silvergate at 170.
All right, let's talk about the overall market here and big tech in relation to this. And I want to go back to March 8th, which was when this banking problem began for the overall market in general. Equal weight S&P 500. So this is, again, since March 8th. Equal weight S&P 500 down negative 0.53. S&P 500 as a whole basically flat. The NASDAQ as a whole is up 2.1%. Here's Amazon, Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Meta, and Alphabet. I mean, 4.5% through 11.9%. So money needs to go somewhere. Why not put it in the biggest of the biggest companies?
They make money, and you know they're almost like blue chip now. And I talked to Michael Noss about this on Friday when he came on. I asked him, look at the relative strength of the S&P and the SPX and the NDX, and the NDX far outperforming the SPX. If we could come to my screen for a second, Bradley, 62.3%. That's the odds right now, but using the Fed rate tool for a hold next rate decisions, but as we know, Friday, PCE.
Yeah, more inflation data to come this week, so a lot to happen, obviously, before we get to that point, but it's been quite the month of March in general for tech. Very, very clearly displayed, guys, 11.9%. It's actually Alphabet leading at this point.
Yeah, and look, you can say what you want about what the market's sort of pricing in terms of, you know, rates going lower in the next year at some point, and you know the Fed's trying to say one thing, and the market's like, we don't believe you. And if that happens, I think we all understand how explosive things can get to the upside, and we've been seeing it. Now, a couple of things here, like like a name like Alphabet's just been so strong, and I know it's down a little bit here with the ES strong, the NASDAQ up. Alphabet's actually down almost 1/3%, or just a little bit more than 1/3% now. It's got this level up at 107 that it hasn't really burned through yet. 106 to 107, 106 half is that high. That provides a resistance level on the stock, and it's not the only one that's got it. I like support down at 104. Maybe we get that for an early dip buy, but Meta, same thing. Channel top, 208 high. I like 204 for support. So it's trading at 206, chill out till 04. Chill out till 208. I mean, it just, for me, it gets relatively simple for those. Now, NVIDIA is the one that I think has the widest range of all of them, because 275 was a double top last week, and if we get up there, I just feel like that's got to be a fade for me on NVIDIA, and then it's got a 264. So while Alphabet and Meta are two names that are pretty much, within, you could get there at the open kind of ideal. Like you're testing support or resistance at the open and just waiting for those two levels. NVIDIA, it might take some effort to get there. We're $5 away in either direction on NVIDIA. We'll see. I know I like that 275 for a bit of a fade. I'll throw it out there as well that, of course, as long as Intel's beneath $30, I like 30 for sure on Intel if it gets there. But I feel like NVIDIA is just the more volatile one. 64 was a great bottom and was a great breakout level when it happened for us last week. So sometimes a breakout level turns into support. It confirmed that support there. So I'll be on the bid of NVIDIA at 264 if we get a rollover. Just in the back of my mind, I'm thinking that resistance level gets tested, and I'm likely to short 75s.
All right, the number one name that we had on our sticky note here is Google, and the thing is that it's been falling down pretty good here in the pre-market despite the now we have that bad wick again. Despite the NASDAQ holding out, so the NASDAQ right now up 0.29. You did have a nice dip down, but look at this retrace back from 12.9 up to 12.30. Look, it's a small move, but it's something to me because Google right now is actually red. So I may have to alter what we're sort of looking for here with Google. I still am bidding down here near 104 just to see about a bottom break for that, or bottom hold actually of 104. Oh man, might have to use different charting here because of that wick. It might not be good to see, but right here, see, like look at this. I got to get rid of that. But anyways, we've held 104. Like that bottom is 104 right there. We held it pretty good at 104.50 on Friday, but you're coming right in. I mean, back to the open on Friday, you had, into the range of this 104 area. And if we zoom out even more, here's a great bottom at 103. So, we may have to hold this one as it's dipping down. Did I miss a story here on Google or something? Because market's hanging out pretty good, and Google just ticked below 105 there. So I'm not bidding anything until 104.15, and then I'm bidding a lot more near 103. So let's see if that can hold out. The other gem of the ball, I feel like, is going to be Apple today. Again, like my charts, what version am I in? Okay, I'm in the newest one. So, all right, was just thinking about Google and Apple today. Apple looking good the same way, man. Here's 158. Look how good this held on Friday. If I don't test this, then I'm going to look back and be like, what was I doing? This is exactly, someone asked on Friday what kind of a trader I am, or Neil was, support and resistance he mentioned. I love support and resistance as well, and I just feel like if there's going to be support down here for Apple, then I'm going to try to jump in front of it at 158. So I'm going to wait for that. I just feel like there's a lot of tailwinds in India. I was actually listening to something, and they were saying that basically what China is to Apple a decade ago is what India could be in this next decade. China came out and supported Apple so much with buying everything under the sun that Apple made the iPhone the #1 selling piece of hardware in the world. And India, with the billions of population they have there, now hopefully with the products being built in India, there could be a little bit of a pricing benefit there to that country as far as picking up more iPhones. I really think that India could solve a lot of Apple's issues here and the tension that's been with China, and then some of the shipping delays and things like that could ever happen if we go through more, what were they, the supply chain issues being sorted out more in India than in China right now. So let's wait to see what happens with Apple. But I really like the long, and I'm bidding Apple down near 158.
Just be aware, CCL earnings obviously out. It's, not really doing anything. It's up 2% right now, but back and forth for Carnival, just reported. Just be aware as well, their earnings call, 10 a.m. this morning. On Alphabet, there was an antitrust lawsuit that came out, it looks like against them or there was a stay. That was Friday, though. So Friday after the close, that was announced. So they've set January 18th, 2024 as the next date where they'll reconvene again. That was on digital advertising technology practices, again, after the close on Friday. Let's talk Tesla. Still some more details coming out here for CCL as well, so just be aware if you're watching Carnival. Barclays with a nice note on Tesla this morning, as we discussed. If you joined us from 8:30 to 9, 425,000 deliveries expected for Barclays, easily beating estimates here. So positive is Barclays on Tesla.
Yeah, well, 190 to the south side and then 200 to the north side. That's what I'm looking at for Tesla today. No real change in the macro picture, Brendo, other than the upgrade.
Just reading through some of these numbers here. So a 55-cent per share loss, negative 55 EPS, beats by 5. Okay, so a smaller loss, it looks like, for CCL. Anyways, I'll dig into that more. What do you do with Tesla here, guys?
Yeah, so look, we think we talked Tesla earlier, and the 200 level, that's just going to be a short. I don't want to play around with 195. There was a lower high right around here, 196, that, you know, when on Thursday, we actually found support on Thursday, and then had, of course, like I guess we're calling it the Yellen flush, or I don't know if that's whatever you want to call it, like that. We had that huge flush, or on Wednesday, had that huge flush, and then you met the same fate at 196 on Thursday. So 2 days in a row, Wednesday, Thursday, 96 was resistance. That could be a level, but I'm not that convinced in it till we get there and start rolling over. I know I like the 200 for a short. We already talked a little bit about Rivian. I just wanted to I'm going to mention something about CCL because the conference call is going to come in there. It is a beat right now. The stock is looking strong. This 960 level, and look, the wicks on the open, it goes up to like 980, down to like $9 and back. So like a 10% move up and down on the initial wick. But if it holds above this 960, that's the big level that I think if it gets through that and holds above, I think we got a good one. And it could be a runner. Otherwise, $9 support. Like I don't want to trade it inside of this range until it has to show me that it's not doing anything, and then I'll be convinced that you want to trade inside of the range too early. I want to be patient with this, especially knowing that they have the conference call that'll be ongoing as well. So at the open, if it's carrying above 960, to me that's a potential breakout, but I'm not going to jump into it too fast. And I like RCL 60. As a flat bottom sort of support level. If I can't catch a bid and CCL is running, then RCL in front of 60 looks actually pretty good as well.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to stay away from CCL until we let it open up and just see what's going to react to this. It's up to 950 right now. It's already had that little bounce back and forth, touches 9, touches 10, and right back in the middle. So for me, that's going to be a stay away until we can get a better read on exactly what's happening here. SGFY is right here right now. So again, what the heck? Is this a buyout, I guess? This is Signify Health. Must be a buyout.
Yes, it is.
Okay, it is. Okay, good. I was going to say, look at all the size there. Crazy name right there. SI is on there as a buy. So is FRC. So is Key. So they're gold. Whoa, gold as a sell. Okay, I have to look at that. I do own this stock. We'll look at that as a potential. And there's what I was looking for. CCL right there now at 159. So it's sort of a nothing burger on the imbalance. Let's wait to see what CCL does. I'm going to trade the reaction rather than try to figure it out right now. It's too early. Too late into the show right now for came out too early in the day. If this came out after market, completely different situation. But I like Tesla up here. I still think you want to look at it at $200. Let it sort of float upside. Really some great bottoms here at 190. If we can get back into that, then that's going to be a buy for me here at 190. Tesla's been an absolute beast over the last couple of days, but on Friday, as you could see, huge move to the downside there. That was Thursday. And then Friday never really got going again. So it didn't get going past this 191 area and really barcoded all afternoon between 190 and 191. So I really feel like there's a lot of great support down here at 190. I would much rather play along. I'm not going to talk about their deliveries are going to be huge. They're the only ones making any money in this space. We know that Ford divided up their 3 business classes into Ford Blue, Ford Ford E, and Ford Pro. So, you know, they've sort of divided up their classes here to make sure that all us investors understand that they're only losing money on the E part of it, which is electric, and everybody's losing money on the electric side of things. So I say Ford is a buy here at 11 bucks, but needs to get down there. We've talked about that. Shout out to you, Momo. And then, of course, next up is Rivian. So we'll go over to the desk here, talk about Rivian, and then I'll tell you my play here when we get back.
All right, this was a note after the close on Friday, actually. Wall Street Journal reporting that they're going to relocate part of their manufacturing and engineering team to Illinois in an effort to help speed up some production here. I mean, it's still, if you continue to read this note at the bottom there, it says they're still today, even today, losing money on every single vehicle that rolls off the line. And if you remember at the end of last year, they missed their production of 25,000. We were just talking about 425,000 for Tesla in Q1, and theirs was 25,000 for the entire year last year.
Must be tough to be compared to Tesla all
Crazy.
the time, but
Crazy.
such is the nature. Yeah, apparently they did a lot of hiring during the pandemic, allowed those engineers to work remotely. Now they're looking to consolidate all their work pool. You're either going to have to go to Irvine in California or in Illinois. Those that refuse, they're going to be fired, given severance, and they're going to hire anew.
Yeah, so, I mean, all-time lows. Middle of last week, guys, for Rivian once again here. A bit of a bounce, it would seem, on this today.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, everybody loses money. Everyone in this space loses money, and we understand that that's going to be the case because everyone saw Tesla go through the same thing, and it doesn't, it lasts. That's why everyone talks about how much runway and how much cash is on hand and how long they can play this out to fix the production issues, to actually be able to get to scale. Like, those are the things that Rivian and Lucids and Fords and GMs are going through. Now, the difference with Ford and GM, obviously, is they've got a legacy business that they can lean into. And that still actually makes them some money, which is a bit different from something like a Rivian. Yes, they've got some cash on hand, but this is a stock that, let's be real, it's been trying to break. It's actually found some support after getting absolutely crushed for a while, and it's for the first time. If you look at the bottom that it's making here, it's like it's just run out of selling, is what it feels like and what it looks like. Every single day there's a down day. It doesn't make any of these fresh lows ever since that wipeout bottom through 13. So 14 to 14.35, you can look, I mean, this is 14 here, but if you look at that actual gap breakdown, that's about 14.35, 14 quarter. So if it gets above that price, I think it has a chance to go. That's the only level I'm looking for there. And I think someone asked, like, why is Ford a long when Sean was talking about it? It's like, we're day traders here. That's if you guys are tuning in for the first time. And if you're a day trader, when you see something like this on the chart where it gets down to 11 and it bounces every single time, and then you pop the daily chart up and it gets down to 11 and it pops, how far do you want to zoom it out? And it pops every single time. Well, when it gets to $11, 11 to 11.50 is almost 5 points. You know, that's just a trade that you're going to take. So that's what we mean about $11 being a long on Ford. It doesn't matter whether I like the stock in terms of the long term. It just matters that if it gets to that level, do I think there's a probability it will bounce? Do I think when it gets to 11, it has a better chance of getting to 11.30 to 11.40 before it gets to 10.90 or 10.80? Answer yes, go long. And that's what really all we're looking at for the day trade off an obvious level like that on Ford.
All right, let's see if we can get these legs quickly over to 1,000. Right now, 872 with over 7,500 people watching. Please hit the like button. We're only 2.5 minutes to go until this market. So we're going to get the bell in just a little bit. But yeah, I've already talked about why I like Rivian short here through 14. If we take out that 14.20, then we'll get out. But let's try the top here for Rivian as the market's starting to come back down a little bit right now, which is making me worry somewhat about some of these positions that I'm looking for with a Google buy down there Google buy at 105. We just talked about that coming through. And then FAS right now, I like this break of 55. It looks like we might be getting that first thing off the open. Here's the Google fill right now that could come in for us. Yeah, there it is. Right. Sorry, it's 104. We've already broke 105. So it's 104.15 or so we're waiting for. That's going to come in pretty quickly. Look at the NASDAQ falling down right now. So here's the NASDAQ. When we wrote this, we're looking for some buys. So now it might get that opportunity. Apple's a good one at 158. Let's wait for that. But just off the open, we might as well wrap up. I think we're pretty much done with Rivian right there. It looks like we are going to get that Google coming in right now off 104. That was the sort of the level that I liked on Friday, with it coming in on the very bottom there at 11.30. It made that 104 bottom. So let's see if we can hold that. I'm going to see if I can get rid of this, and then we'll come back. And hopefully it does, because I'm going to be looking at this chart all day. So I'm going to try to fix this right now. But I don't know if you want to go over to Neil here, because
No, that's absolutely.
Trying to edit this.
We can edit that. Like every time I edit it out, it never seems to work.
Me neither.
KRE, which is that bank ETF, looking at 47 there. But FRC did just test that 17 level. It got up to 1680, which this is a triple top in the pre-market, but I always say when in doubt, zoom out. And zoom out for me means slide over to the 15-minute. And when I do that, you can sort of see 17 has been a bit of a level the last little week, and that's why I care more about that than randomly 1680 is the high, 17 even is that top. If it gets through this at the open, I think it's going to make a run. But that rejection could give the opportunity for the longs in front of that 15 area. So I'm going to just pop on the bid here at the open. About 30 seconds to go. It's Monday. It should be a wild one. NVIDIA's actually pulling back already. So, I like this one at 64. That could be something that could come in here. You want to be prepared at the open. Watch for those dip buys. Not sure who's going to be on the bell in the next 20 seconds, but whoever they are, they better get there pretty darn quick.
Sharif's running, boy.
Don't hurt yourself running, Sharif.
He did. He hurt himself. Oh, no.
Pull a hamstring, that kind of thing. That'd be me. I'd pull a hamstring running from there to there.
Calf strain.
In 8,
groin
7,
pull.
6.
There he is.
National
What? Paella.
Paella.
Oh, that better be for lunch.
3, 2, and 1.
Yeah, man. Shout out to
George
all the
Costanza's
paella,
mom with a good paella. That's what it's all about.
All the Spanish people out there with the paella.
I
man.
love
We
the
love
paella.
loving some paella.
There's no
okay,
chance
here
for
comes Google right now, back into the downside right now. So we're gonna wait to see if we do get that fill right now on Google at 104 and change. I'm gonna take a little piece right now just in case. So we're gonna get long on this one. We are waiting for more shares, of course, down here at 104.15. Here it comes. We take a very, there it is. Yes, sir. Okay. So now we got it. We took a small, very small piece there, just in case it was that dip and then a rip. But right now, you see the market is heading to the downside right now. The NASDAQ, pretty strong move south side right now to 1290. So we might have to zoom this out and figure out some downside levels here just on the NASDAQ alone. We have that 12,800 support, 12,700. That's a ways away, man. We're at 12,900 right now.
Yeah, Tesla pretty much flat. I'm looking at it, not really doing anything off the 194. I did note that NVIDIA was making a move to the downside. That's coming. Come on, look, here we go. NVIDIA's now really starting to fall in a bit here. So 264, that is that first level that I like. I'm actually going to park something down there just on the chance we get it. Just picked up Meta at 04. So we like that level on 04 at Meta. Just got some 12s. If you watch on Friday, that was some decent support down here. Got to about 203.5. So I want to give it to that. And FRC does not pull back beneath 16.
Wow.
Looks like FRC is catching a bit. It might break that 17 before I get a 15 dip buy.
Wow. Okay. Google, really started to go right there. So we're gonna take another average rate now, and I'm gonna just slow down a little bit here because I don't know. This is a big move down here for Google to straight. We talked about it getting in a little bit of trouble there early off of those levels, but we did zoom out and we did fix that print that was bad. So now that we're going back here, we only fixed it on the 1 minute chart, but here on the 20 minute, you are falling right in to 103 right now. If we break through there, man, we're gonna have to give this one up and just look for something else. There's no way we're gonna expose this move too much here to the beginning of the day. So it's a nice move down for Google. Let's see if we can hold out hope. We're long at 104, so it's really no big deal right now. I did look at AMD also dropping off 98. I do like a 98 short in AMD now. Look at it's just such a dramatic move, and we've broken through these levels. So we're gonna try to get a short on any kind of a bounce back upside. All right, with Google retracing a little bit, I'm gonna take out a little bit of pressure here at 94 like we just did right there. So it's a nice little move back up. Sorry, we got 91s on that move. So right now we're basically back to flat here on Google. Let's see if it goes back up. Small little hit on the coffee there. And now we'll go back up to the upside long. We were long 104.04. Now we're long 104.01. Let's see if Google maybe made a bottom there.
Yeah, it looks like it Meta tested 203.5, actually held level for now, but that moved to the downside. Still holding the lower end of the range. FRC did make a dip eventually. I got 15.5 essentially as a price on that dip in front of 15. I think 14.75 is a more reasonable out. I did want shorts in a few names out there, but obviously none of it's really come in. I can cancel my offers on Coinbase because that's already dropped $3.
What?
So it's down to 66. It was at 69 pre-market, maybe first available bounce there, and then SI, which I thought Okay, SI, it'll make a run at that 220, and 220 is the level I'd want to fade. SI just instantly drops to the downside off the $2 level, so not really the action I was expecting. I thought some of these would go up before we get a fade. I'm going to relieve the pressure at 204 change. If it's going to be 203.5 as a level on Meta, then I want to make sure I'm getting something out and work myself a better price off of Friday's lows, because that was a move to the downside. I got picked up on no shorts, and then we're immediately testing support on any of the longs. So I want to relieve some pressure in here, 204 to 204.5 on a Meta. As far as FRC goes, I haven't added in front of 15. And still looking to grab some shorts in Coinbase. I'm going to have to dig into what levels I can take that aren't going to be up here at 70 even.
Yeah, Meta also with a dirty move down there. Everything sort of crashed a little bit there. I'm still looking to wait on AMD to see if we can make a nice move up. Rivian was the one short that we had talked about, but that didn't come in. It got as high as 1388. I'm at 1395 right now for that one. We should have played that little temporary strength at AMD to get short, but we didn't. AMD is really below everything right now and cracking the lowest out of them all, man. Almost at 1% now for AMD, and I still think I like that 98 level, but let's pick up some more. I mean, I'm still looking for Google back down a little bit, but let's just wait to see if maybe it wants to get going here, especially if the NASDAQ can hold green, which it's doing right now, only down 0.15. What's up, Brendo?
Nice early mover, guys. Novartis, NVS, huge gap to the upside on this. Positive data from a breast cancer treatment and drug study they conducted. So huge gap, first off, for NVS, just testing the highs at 90 now for them.
Oh, there was a question, I apologize for that. There was a question on the chat asking about Novartis and news, so I'm glad Brendan brought that to you. We were just going over so many things at the open that I didn't get to it. I just got wicked out on Meta here. I don't know, did not crack the 03. It usually means I should just try to jump back into it. Didn't crack that low at 03. I'm going to jump back in if I can. We'll see if we get it. But really, I don't know that I should have gotten out of this one. Probably just got a little bit too early, and I want to work back into it off of the same range. It looks like it's a decent one. FRC I just tried to add to. Just thinking this might be it. Like that one fill that we got at 15.5, if it doesn't want to test 15, on the way to 17, I wanted to get more shares at the quarter mark. Might have to add at that 15.50 instead. So that could be the level that we go for. I haven't checked any of the other banks. FRC just happens to be the one that I'm looking at so far this morning. And the first available pop, I just keep telling myself I want that coin short, and there's no pops to be had. The coin's still hanging at the low of the day. It's just, I hate to be chasing this one to the downside like this. But down 3% now with the market holding flat on the NASDAQ. Yeah, this short on coin might have gotten away from me because, you broke an afternoon support. That might be the level to work off of, 66.5 maybe.
Okay, so, all right, things popping in like crazy right now. I mean, I guess I'm a bull. I'll have to switch this guy over. Even though we're right back now to zeros right here on the day. So we took Apple long off that bottom, 159.50. So if we break that bottom right there for Apple, I got to put the stop order in right now because everything's going pretty well for us. So that 159.50 area for Apple, if that breaks, I just got to make sure I have the order in 159. 30 or so. If we break below that, and we just picked up another long right now on Amazon, so this is really working out for us as Amazon was strong today. So let's just take a little bit of risk off here as it goes back up to the upside. We're long at 51, man. It just blasts. I mean, again, I was stuck on Apple, just trading too many things, and that sometimes can happen. So we'll wait to see if we can get something out, but we just went long 50s, and it just went right to the 200 period there at 71. So yeah, I am a little bit nervous about this one right here, trying to go back up to the upside. There it is. We'll take a piece out as we get a 65, so that's good. Let's see if this one wants to work. Look, in a red NASDAQ today, we have a pretty green Amazon. So let's see. Let's go back up to the upside on AMZN, and it's really Google. Google just bounced off of again VWAP at 104.14. So yeah, man, I mean, I'm in a lot of stuff here, so I'm going to cancel my AMD and everything. I have Google, Apple, and Amazon, man, like sort of big tech names right now for the long as the NASDAQ just bounced off zeros right there. So let's see if we can continue to get going to the upside. It's a NASDAQ kind of day for me. And yes, sir, we are at some nice goals already. Let's go to the upside. There goes Google right now. Hopefully we can continue to get some out. And Amazon just touched 70 again. Oh, we didn't have it out there. Darn. We got to just talk less and get some orders out here a little bit for some of these plays because it's been a good morning, but it's never a good morning until you get them out. So let's wait to see if we can do that. As the NASDAQ, I'm not super confident in holding these forever because NASDAQ right now teetering at 12.9.
Yeah, and Tesla is actually the one that's screaming here. So I'm back in the meta. Like I said, bad wick to get out. I want to take some out at 204. We got back in at that half mark, but wow, Tesla is absolutely flying. Now 197. It's headed to 200. 200 is that level we like. I'm just going to get an offer out there. I just want to be there just in case it gets to that price. I don't want to have missed out on it, but I'm looking at this 195. If you're going to tell me the market's going down and Tesla's going up, that usually means I want to participate with a dip buy. What an absolute beast this has been. I'm now a little bit more aggressive to trying to take Coinbase to the short side. As what can I zoom in? There we go. If it gets above 66, I'm going to look to fade it in front of that 66 level. Just want to take whatever we can get. FRC is now starting to reversal, but I haven't, like I said, this is the bank I was looking at. I was able to add at 15.5. Still like 14.75 for the out. I do think if it gets through 17 even, it could squeeze. But right now, this one is heading to said downside. And Silvergate, now starting to bounce a little bit here. So I am looking to short Silvergate off the 220 level, but it would have to be a little closer to that $2. If it starts to get going, I'll let you guys know. But that one didn't come in, and Rivian not making any moves either. Brendo.
Just seeing AI here, notably weak on the morning so far. A few people mentioning and circulating a note suggesting they've won part of a $900 million Space Force deal. So price action would indicate that they were expecting more than part of a $900 million Space Force deal, but downside here for AI.
All right, we are getting downside in the market right now as we just took negative on the day. So we're very close to getting out of everything right now. As Amazon, we've only had a couple good outs. We got a great out at 80 there. Like long 50 out 80, so it looks like we are getting ready to drop out there. I thought I did have a stop on Amazon. I guess I did not. See, this is what I mean. Too flustered. But my Amazon stop was going to be this bottom wick of breaking through 30. So we've already done this already today. So 20 cents, the best we got was 30 cents there. And that bottom wick right there, yeah, okay, so it didn't break anyways, was 98.30. So let's go back in now a little bit into this long here, just in case it comes back in for us off Amazon. But there it is. It just did hold pretty nicely there back to the upside. But what is working out right here is Google. Google's starting to go finally. So this was one that we were looking at. I just got to get my stop order in for Amazon. But Google so far so good here as it's looking to just start to rip up a little bit for us into the 20s. We're still long 90s. We just got another piece out. We're going to hold this one, see if it wants to really get going here, Google, especially if this market turns itself around. So a big win here for Google and just a ho-hum right now for AMZN.
Yeah, so finally, like Meta actually turning a little bit there. Had it by a couple times, got the bad wick out, just reloaded at 203.5. It just finally got through that 04 and starting to hold above it. Someone just asked, what level am I buying on FRC? Well, there's 15.50. You can see our position board there. So I have 54 as an average price, but that's a couple of buys in front of that support. I haven't really taken anything out on any pump to the upside. Just don't want it failing to hold this support because it could gap down, halt down, all those things that you don't want to see. I don't like getting trapped in a halt, so my stop is just beneath that level. Want to make sure that I have hard stops when I trade those. Silvergate's trying to go up. I'm not littering the offer, but if it gets close to $2, I'm very likely to short this one. And Rivian, someone just said Rivian was making a move. No. Rivian is not doing anything. We still like that 14 level, but Rivian dead flat right now. Meta's now $1 in the money, so finally we can ring the register to the upside there. But this next move up, there are a few names that I am looking to fade. Of course, I like SI. Of course, I like Coinbase. Just needs to get up a little bit higher.
I mean,
awesome.
There we go, man. We just talked about this. Now the NASDAQ's starting to go. Now we're really pumping again, man. There it is. Let's go 3 for 3. We had 3 trades today. 3 wins. So that's so far so good, man. Google right now with a nice long, now 50 cents in the money. This one again, Sticky Note Nation, stand up, man. Google's on the sticky note, Apple's on the sticky note, and it's 2 for 2 there as we go. 50 cents in the money for Apple, 50 cents in the money, 40 cents in the money for Amazon, and 70 cents in the money for Google. So we're going 3 for 3, buying this NASDAQ strength again here today. Let's go. I have no reason to get out of some of these right now as they continue to fly to the upside. Amazon has a high of 99. We'll see if we can get to that. Let's just put some orders. I mean, right now, like I said, we don't have any reason to get out, but I mean, we have huge profits. So maybe that's reason enough. But you never want to just look at that. You want to make sure that you're getting out at levels that make any sense right here. So we'll go 3 for 3. It's 9:42. Unbelievable morning here again and again and again. Now I don't even want to take time off. All right, Apple. My daughter has a tournament on Friday, so we're going to go to that. Look at Apple starting to rip right now, man. This is going to be another one for us here, man. Like DJ Khaled, there's another one for everybody. One 160.16 right now, guys. We are one trade in for Apple, and it's 50 cents. We bought the dip right there, waited for it to come in, and boom to the upside. So it's a nice little play. Let's get another piece out at 08. Why not? There's another one out. And again, we're going to try to hold all this. We're trying to break a little bit higher. Where can we go on the NASDAQ, one might say? I mean, I think we can get over to 13,000 again, right? I mean, that would be the key level there. If we can break that, then I think we have a nice potential here for a real good day on the market. So let's wait to see if that can hold right now. And what I mean by hold is just this 12,900 level. So we've bounced off there a couple times now today, and now we're starting to get back into the pre-market. Well, not even really. The pre-market high is near. Well, we need to get to 13,000 first. So nice little move back up to the upside. We're banging it today, man. It's another good day. Hopefully you're able to make some money. Shout out to you, Connor. Shout out to everybody there in the chat. Thanks for your positivity. Let's just keep this market rolling with Brendo.
A little biotech guys just halting upside after a big move downside initially this morning on this, an eye drug failing in a mid-stage trial. For this one, UBX, huge move to the downside again, just halted on the way back higher now.
Okay, we'll add that to the list just in case we want things at lunchtime to trade or if things slow down with big cap. I just got that coin short. We talked about over 66, got 66.20 short, took some out at the flat, took some out at 66.5, still working this one to the short side. There were names that we did like short. This is just the only one that came remotely near to the price that we wanted to get. Meta's now about $1.20 in the money, almost at 12 bucks. But Nvidia just made a big turn. I'm going to cancel my 64 bid briefly here because it looks like we're going to be testing that pre-market high. Now, obviously, pre-market highs are they're not that big of a level, but it's also going to be that 270 level on NVIDIA. And as it gets up there, I will consider a fade. I did like this long at 64, but this never came to 64. Meta, on the other hand, this is now starting to churn. I'm going to be buying the next available dip on Meta. I want it beneath VWAP because, at least for now, I think that's going to be in place. So patience, that's the level we want. We want down in here. But if we can't get it, we might have to look at some higher lows. I keep looking back over at Rivian and seeing absolutely nothing. I do like that name. But FRC, the bank runner, starting to hold channel down here. So this, with tech bouncing, you might see a pullback in some of the names, especially with the regional bank names. So this could give it up beneath that 15 level. We'll see what happens with that, but that one could certainly be in some trouble. And then Silvergate, yeah, I was looking to short a pop into $2. Still has not made any kind of a move. And wow, Netflix. How many days in a row, Netflix, is it going to make these big monster moves? Just don't forget where the short was on Friday. 50-period moving average on the daily, and then 330 to 333. That's kind of that zone. This gets you 333. That's a breakout long potential trade on Netflix here. Should have been on my list for a 325 level, but got to move on to the next, right?
On to the next. We're just tweeting this out right now, man, because we just have not much to do right now. We'll look at some levels for you guys in a second, but we are so happy with everything that we put here on the sticky note once again for you guys today, including, we can look at Rivian right now. That's a level that I'm waiting to come in. It's actually not doing anything, so, paid a little bit of money there for Rivian and didn't really get anything on the short, but this Amazon has really been bullseye right now, like including these reloads right there for Amazon. I was just saying, look at this, just continue to pump higher and higher and higher. And right now, man, yeah, damn it. Now I'm going to have to hear about it from the back again. Sean, use more shares. Use more shares. But it's a nice move to the upside right now. Holy shit. Good trading now here. $1 in the money on Google. $1 in the money on Apple. 60 cents in the money on Amazon as we continue. There's a 99 break for Amazon. And I don't know, man. Like I said, maybe I'll finally start to up these share sizes here a little bit in the new month coming up. But here it is. It's a nice move up. There's Google. Let's take another piece out as that's continuing to rise up. Amazon's right here at 99. We liked this 99 level before, so let's hit it again right there. Nice out for us on Amazon as that continues to go up. So far, so good here as we continue, man. It's been a good day so far and pretty happy with everything. So hopefully you guys are able to see some of these trades and know that, hey, making money day trading is very, very possible. And that's the whole idea behind the show, to show you, sort of the strength and weakness in stocks, what our trading style is. And we just went 3 for 3 right there today. It's 947. Let's look for a little bit more. We did not make a move yet on FAS. FAS right now is trying to take out this top. I'm going to cancel the 55 right now. Thought we could get a big break on that early. Doesn't seem like we're getting anything on that right now. So FRS, FRC, yeah, there's FRC right now, barcoding. So watch out for you take 15 to the short side. I'm going to go pay for shorts in this. I have not done that yet.
Yeah, just watch out. The ES just got to the morning high and then made a bit of a check up there. The NASDAQ morning high is pretty much right here as well. I just tried to get some more Coinbase short on the way back down here and missed that. So I'm going to pull that offer. I got 66.20 the first time. I just canceled. I'll let it get up, test 66.5, and then try and get an even better price if it does pop back up to pick me up to get that short. There's a couple of names I still like to that south side, if we can even get them at this point. NVIDIA is going to be one at that high. It's about to make that move, so be patient. Looks like it's going to come to that pre-market high right now, and we'll get that opportunity. Meta's finding resistance at 05. If it fails 05, I think I'd want to get out and look for the next trade back in. That's about $1.60 in the money. But let's see what happens there. There goes FRC. Oh, did it actually not stop me? Interesting. That was close. That was close. Hit enter. How many times am I? There we go. Come on, FRC. You hit NZ that one time, and then it's like, you got to be kidding me. So my stop is actually at 70s. I guess that's not that creative, but it looks like this one is going to break down. PAC W is also breaking to the downside. Any strength in tech, and these banks seem to be going the other way. Looks like the regionals were not the runner that we wanted, so I'm going to slap a fail on it, although I guess it could still make a bit of a move for me to the upside. I'm going to short coin now that it's above that 66. I did want to wait for it to get me a better price. I've just gotten that better price, but FRC is about to come out, so I just wanted to show you this one not going to hold support. And be careful. Like, this could easily halt to the downside. If it breaks down from here, that'd be a heck of a flat bottom break. Oh, and we shouldn't be ignoring this, but CCL here did bounce off $9. So that's a big support level for CCL. There it is. Now I'm out of FRC. Now I can actually stop the fail on that one. But CCL holding the $9 level, that is a good, strong level for CCL. I wasn't there before because I was trading other things. I might take a shot at that long in front of 9 with like a 905 long, something along those lines as a day trader. Just a level that I would like to play even into weakness. So if FRC is going to be the loser, hopefully Coinbase, not at the price I wanted, but with the trend that I like, can be the winner to the short side here. As it's starting to come right back in, I said I'd wait for fills above 66. Better fills above 66 than at 66. Sometimes it's just how it is. So now short Coinbase again, looking for that low of the day. And Netflix must have gone through 333. This stock is insane.
Is it? I know. What?
Unbelievable. Netflix is on. It's just. I was surprised by how strong this was on Friday. I feel like I'm surprised once again. On any breakout, I usually like to take that first scalp, like where does it go to the first move? If it's the first buck, then start looking for the dip buys. This one's not really going that first dollar. But Brendo, you got anything here?
Yeah, small, just seeing a note there on Carnival, guys. Just a heads up on Carnival heading towards 10 minutes again until their earnings call. We saw this one on the upgrade side of the board along with Roku this morning popping up again today on volume alert. Now 6% just took out the highs on Pinterest, guys. I'll have a look for Netflix.
Yeah. Oh, so Pinterest at 30 is a level. I just feel like it's turned to Sean. It's like, I'm never looking at Netflix till it's already at the next level up. So 333 was kind of what we were looking at on Friday. There's the 50 period on the daily. I scalped it because something out because you have the 50 period right here, and if it fails that price, it could pull back even deeper. Now if 35 breaks, I feel like I've got myself a good entry point in case the 35 does go. We'll see what happens, man. But like, there's no price that I won't believe on Netflix today. Like, if it goes to 340, I'm not shocked at all. As a matter of fact, that seems almost likely at this particular point. What an absolute monster this stock has been the last couple of days. And this isn't even anything compared to what it did on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, look, if I wasn't so dialed into a lot of these other names, man, I probably would be all over that Netflix. And, sometimes just too many positions. I already got 3 on, and they're all very, very active names. So shout out to anybody that's been trading with me here today, because you're definitely having a monstrous day, I hope. Anyways, as we're going to go 3 for 3, and we're just taking some out now. So Apple we're taking some out on the way up. But I was just looking here with the NASDAQ now really starting to go up right now to the upside, as we can all clearly see that. let's wait to see where we go. So NASDAQ trying to go now. Apple's starting to go as well. NASDAQ right now trying to take out and just did actually. That's why we got out. So I just want to talk about that. We just got some out on the day's high right there. So there's Apple out on the day high. Here's Google, some out on the day high. And that's kind of struggling to go back to the upside. And then there's Amazon out on the day high as well. As the NASDAQ is pulling back in, we're not going to sit there and let ourselves get run over, obviously, by any stretch of the imagination. So we're going to wait for that one to come through. That is going to be Amazon right now, and Apple, and everything nicely done to the upside. AMD was $98, and I know there's a lot of you guys.
Here comes Silvergate.
Possibly here comes Silvergate as well. Okay, so we'll definitely have a look at Silvergate as that's trying to go as well. But right now, AMD just takes that 98, so that's something to look out for as well.
Yeah, look, Silvergate's getting close to that 220 level. You know that's the one I want there. Just adjusting some charts because I really only want to monitor like X amount of names at the same time, right? Like it just, once it gets to 5 or 6, that's a bit too much. But I wanted Silvergate up here, replacing FRC. It just got to 220 is the bigger level. It's doing the over at $2 right now. It just got to 07s. I think that's a little bit early. I think I'd like it closer to like 8 to 12 or something like that for a rollover short. Coinbase, oh goodness. Yeah, oh my, what the hell just happened?
What the?
But the market was just at the high. Oh, you got to be kidding me. That's a bad outing. I just took some shares out of Coinbase in 66, and like 2 seconds later, it was $1 lower. Coinbase is now falling like a rock. Oh, it felt for all the world it was going to hang up here, just go like scalp trading for a while. Now this is just absolutely plummeting. So once again,
Congratulations!
Nice.
if you like the Coinbase short. It's one of those names, man. It's a short till it's not. And it's not if it breaks 70, but I don't know where this is. That's accelerated out of nowhere. It looked like it was holding strength. Let's move on. 63 is where I think this will terminate. So I want to cover this all at 63 and then short the next pop if I get it. But wow, that was a hell of a flush by Coinbase. It leads me to think maybe I should wet my beak on Silvergate just a little bit. Just get a little, I'm just going to get a little here because I want to be in this if it fails 220, but I don't want to have an overall price that's actually at $2. Like if I get stopped out above 220, I'd like to have a price that's about 210, which means a limited amount that you can actually take at O's.
Yeah, so right now I'm kind of doing the same thing here, looking at some stocks and trying to figure out what we want to do. So Google, we're going to get a piece out if we take down 30 again. I want to hold them all. So I'm just saying I'm going to get out a piece of what we have left of Google if we break down through 104.30, which we're $1 in the money right now on Google. We're $1.10 in the money on Google. Amazon, same way, man. If we almost got taken some out there on Amazon on this downside as well. So that Amazon downside is 80s. So we almost got taken out right there on another piece of Amazon. And we did get an Apple out. So Apple breaks there. We did take that piece out there on Apple. Let's see if we can, continue to try to make something happen here with Apple. I mean, we're not making anything happen. We're just going to sit here and wait for it. But hopefully, if it does fall back down, we have just emptied out a little bit more there on Apple. And then there again, we just got our Amazon out. So the market's falling back a little bit. That might have been a little bit of a bad out there for Amazon, but we'll wait for it to see if it can hold as well. But so far, so good here on these longs. But, we're still susceptible to a move down, but the net market is bouncing off the 50 period right there for the NASDAQ. So far, so good. I haven't reloaded anything yet on this name or anything like that, so we're going to have to wait on everything. AMD is the one that I'm looking for short. I feel like it's actually down on the day.
Short?
Yeah, I mean, I did say short, but I don't know if that's what's going to be or not. But right there, just made that nice move, and look where we just went to. These pre-market highs again, and then faded hard. It just made a 99 turn, down $1 right there in seconds for AMD. So I would say this is probably the weaker name here. I know NVIDIA is still up on the day, which is kind of, it's kind of surprising me.
Let me show NVIDIA for a second.
But yeah, let's go over to you because I'm gonna work on something with AMD.
So a couple of things here. One, Meta, I put a trailing stop in on this one. I feel like the market's trying to make a bit of a turn here, but NVIDIA, that's a name that it just keeps on getting to this 270 and then turning. So it turned at 269.5 here. It's showing resistance at that 70 level. I feel like that's a short. till it's not. It's just I wanted the overs. I wanted it getting above there, and then I could short it. Kind of the same thing with coin. I wanted it above 66, and you short 66.20 as opposed to jumping in front of 66, and you just save yourself 40 or 50 cents. So I'm now out of meta. That happened pretty quickly. I always want to make sure I'm ringing the register on something like that, but I just put my trailing stop in when I thought the market was going to turn. I did not get filled. I just canceled an order on SI. I thought it was going up to like 12 to 15. Didn't get the fill. Now it's starting to turn over there. One more push to the upside, and then I'll make a determination if I want to add to this at that 10 to 12 level. 220. 220 is a big level that I want to get out. And then watch out. Here comes Netflix charging back in. Strong name, got to 35. Now the question, can we hold that 33 entry price? If it does, then I want to be reloading this, but it is right at the 50 period. That's what's standing in the way. Huge potential if it breaks above it, but it works both ways here. If we reject this level right now on Netflix, you could be $5 down. So I might look to exit the trade in front of 35 and then look for the next one.
Yeah, so, wow, big days today. I want to give a big shout out to our guy behind us, Raj. Big trade there for Raj. Well done there on Apple. I'm coming for you, dog, right now. So that's good. I like seeing guys, elevating. I can chase these guys. Good job there, Raj. Good job, Spencer behind as well. Both trading. I think it was Apple coming through. So let me just double check there right now. Yes. Spencer, Google, nice trade on Google as well. And then Raj, Apple, good trades, guys, behind us there as well. So that's good. All right, Amazon, we have now 10% left of this trade. Most of them out right here, 99s, ahead of 99. Good outs there at 99.20 as we now fade below the 50 period. So it's danger right now for the NASDAQ as we start to head a little bit lower. But on that note, we just took another piece out of Google. So we are getting very light in a lot of these trades that we had on for you guys before. So just understand that, at least for this time being, that we're getting lighter and lighter, with some of these plays. So just be careful here as we're trading possibly a little different than many of you trade. So, watch out for our signals and what you guys are doing. It looks like AMD should have been taken to the short side and we didn't do anything about that. So that's going to be a mistake for me here on AMD. As it continues to go. And anybody remember what level I had on SI? I mean, you put up your hand if you do. Let me see. Okay, I see a few people with their hands up. You can see right here that what the level that we were looking for, and I'm bidding it, is 170 right there. On this. It came back in, but look where it went to, 175, and then ripped all the way to the upside. So, yeah, that's a mistake right there for me as we print those low side levels, but I was 5 cents away from that, and I want to thank Brendan for bringing that. He's like, SI's going. I'm like, okay, going which way? I called it back up, and it is going upside. We missed a huge SI trade by 5 cents, but at least we're at the level. So I sort of pat myself on the back for that, but missed level there on SI. I hope some of you got that. What's up, Brendo?
Hey guys, just like that, 10 o'clock, 30 minutes in the books already. Let's have a look here at how we're doing. Green board to show you right across the entire North American spectrum here. 0.63 for the S&P, Dow 0.71, the Russell all positive, including the Russell 2000 0.95, being led by some of these banks, although a lot of them regional banks, that is, coming back to the downside. 0.45 for the NASDAQ composite, back to 0.4 right now for the 100. If you're with us early on this morning, we got you caught up on FRC, on SI and Tesla. FRC among all of the regional banks gaining pre-market on that news of SVB selling some of its assets over the weekend. SI back to the upside after crazy move on Friday. Tesla with that nice note from Barclays this morning. Fun fact, at the highs up here, the NASDAQ was back up 20% on the year. So 20% from the lows back in January. So top to bottom, nice look for the NASDAQ, as we were saying, showing all kinds of relative strength. There is FRC. Yeah, nothing but downside so far from pre-market highs all the way back to 14. Straight line, guys.
So either it's good or bad, but I just got out of Coinbase there. We'll be happy about it.
Congratulations!
If you like the short in Coinbase, it's pretty darn good. But Netflix about to take that 335 out. I also covered that. Took about $1.50. Again, you're chasing the move a little bit, which I was on the breakout. It came back in, it held, but did not give a consolidation down there. I don't think 33 to 35, that's a buy zone for me. If I get it again, we'll go for it. Coin bounced off 64. It got into the target range, then came back into the downside. But the real one that I'm concerned about right now was going to be SI. We actually didn't add on the push to like 220 because 220 came pretty quickly. So thankfully, I didn't even get a full position on this. If it fails here, I can consider adding, but I just want to get out of Dodge if it holds above that 25 level. I think the 250 break, it's got a level to $4 if a 250 breaks. Like literally $4 when I zoomed it out far enough. So that's the kind of level that I'm kind of thinking can happen here. Let's go to the 15 so you guys can actually see that. I think this one might have a chance to go absolutely ballistic, but if it gets beneath 220, then I want to hold on to that short, work it down beneath that $2. But there's 250 here. $4 is the next level into the upside. Again, short interest is the name of the game. Starting to show a little bit of weakness. Okay, then I can add to it here. So I just finally added in. I said I wanted a price between 8 and 12 as it was challenging this level. I just got it to 12, technically 11.5. But if it makes a fresh high, I'm out of Dodge because that is way too much room for a gap fill to the upside.
All right, Amazon just came all the way back, so let's take another piece out. I mean, it's going to be silly, obviously, when it starts to rip, but at the same time, guys, like we take a piece out there on the break, we got to take a piece back out when it rips back up to the upside again. So we have to do that. And then I'm thinking about the same thing for Apple right now, but it's got to get at least to the high, which is going to be this 106.73. So let's put another offer out there. Sorry, 160.75 or so. Let's put an offer. We can easily get there, guys. It's only now 10 cents or 20 cents away, so we can get that. And then just check back on the other name that we have. Google's not really doing too much, so we've already taken some pieces out. We're really light on all of these names, so maybe we can look somewhere else. Let's just check back on that bank ETF that I wanted to look at. So there it is. It's a downside move. We've canceled all of our stop orders and everything for this. We didn't get that 55 break, so that was something that we added there just in case there was something to look at for that name, but it doesn't look like right now there's much going on that. JP Morgan does a little dip down, which, you know, I sold some of this on Friday. We sold some of this at 145. I think my price is like 143, 144. But JP Morgan downside as well right now. And this name looking to maybe take out that bottom of what is that, 126.50? Yeah, JP Morgan in a little bit of trouble right now as well. Let's check out Rivian, as that's been a name that we've wanted to short here today that really hasn't given me an opportunity. Yeah, see, I was going to say that really hasn't given an opportunity because it hasn't. So Rivian right now, actually, you know what? I guess now we can respect this 80 level for Rivian. Let's check out Ford. I know that's another name that there's a lot of traders interested in. And again, come on, charts. And again, Ford right now bouncing off 1150. No real action on Ford today. Can't trade that. Since we're in the automotive discussion here, let's go over to Tesla real quick. It's made some real nice tops, man, at 197. This thing's getting ready to blow the top off. So I would say get ready for this. I like this short right now for Tesla, but you don't hold this past 197.50. So, I mean, if you're already short up there, maybe you hold for a pullback. But look, man, you tested the 50 period and bounced right back up. The next time this takes this, I think it really goes. So if you're not short already, I would wait on this. But it's been a good short off that 197 level. So if if you're there for it so far today, it's been good. Good volume coming in early, tons of buy off that 194. So I like Tesla, either 195 long if it dips into there, or maybe respect that break of 197.50. It's looking pretty juicy. It's just I'm so long everything that I don't know, but it is looking pretty good upside there for Tesla, breaking that 197.50. That looks pretty juicy, guys.
So in and out, and at least I've learned my lesson this time on Silvergate. We lose about a quarter what we did on the initial move on Friday, and on Friday it was a different story, man. I shorted it 5 times, eventually got some back at the end. It hasn't really broken out off that 230, that 220 level, but that was enough for me to get out. If it holds beneath, I can try to work another short, but it's only 10 o'clock. There's plenty of time to digest this level. NVIDIA just keeps on churning. This 270 level, I just keep looking for pretty much exactly these prices, and it gets to 269.5 and turns. So the short might just be between 50 and 70. You're not getting any fills at that 70 or above that 70. I'm going to get out there on the offer, maybe take my chances, just a little bit tight of an area where I want to get into it. Coinbase continues to flush. I got rolled out of the short here in this consolidation thinking it was about to test 65. We get some VWAP on the trend. Coinbase says net pa, it's down 6%. Sometimes you like the short, but you don't like it enough. It'll happen to you when the market can go upside there. It's easy. It's so easy to take out of those shorts thinking you're about to get a chance to get back in. I'm not back into this one. Let's be patient with it. And as meta comes down, let's be patient again. Like I'm not looking to re-enter this trade at VWAP. I'm looking to re-enter this trade at the lows. We already got the long the first time. I think we'll get our chance here the second time through. And the last one for you guys, just going right back over to that FRC. Like the long initially, but it did break support. It is still holding right around that 14 area. I'm not there yet, but this one could re-enter along if it's able to kind of creep back and hold that 15 again. Finally just got NVIDIA. Didn't take the 70. Looked for the fills in between here, looking for something in front of that 70. But all it was giving you was that 69 to 69.5. Let's see if this works.
Yeah, people talking about coin heading down. Yeah, possibly. We just took another piece out on Apple right there at 55. We were at 75 on Apple. Isn't that hilarious? It went to 72 right there. We missed that out. So all good, but yeah, I was just like, no, I'm not missing it again. So let's make sure that we get a piece out there for that name as it goes. So nice little out there for Apple. I don't know if it's nice or not, but we did get a piece out in the mid 50s there for Apple. So far so good on that one. But yeah, it is a hit. Not a hit, but not as good as we could have been there for Apple, as it's trying to fall down a little bit right now. But you know what? I mean, beggars be choosers right down there. 159.60 long. We're in the money $1 on Apple right now. So definitely happy with the way that that's been floating out for us here on AAPL. So far, so good on that name. Google came out a little bit as we broke through VWAP. We talked about that trade coming through. And then honestly, why I'm so afraid to pull the trigger on AMD. Like, I keep talking about the fact that I like this name, but then I'm not doing anything about it. And honestly, it's because I'm scared, quite frankly, to short this. I mean, I feel like it's been a short, but now it's up more than the market. So, like, you know, I mean, is Intel near 30?
It's up at the high of the day right now.
Huh.
High of the day on Intel. Well, I'm not short it, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to trade that name. I mean, I like to go long on Intel, to be honest with you, if it takes out a key level. But this AMD down there at 98, like that seems to have been sort of a bouncing off level right there a couple times over and over again. So let's test that, man. If AMD comes back to 98, maybe we get a market boom here, and this 98 will hold. So this is not going to be for a very long time. Let's try to go long some 98s right there. What is that very bottom? That's 85, 87-ish. So yeah, let's try it. Let's try to go long 98 and change right now. We're going to get it right now. And then watch out for that 97.90 basically as a bottom. Ooh, we were just there at 05. It went to 07, so missed opportunity there. But we'll see if we can get it again here. 98 flatter, so 05 is where we're bidding on AMD. See if we can get it.
So a couple of things here. Just going to quite go through them one by one. I did get into that NVIDIA. It looks like it is challenging that 70. I got halves as a price. I took some in that 30s, and we wanted that 70 level to be my out. Intel, if it gets to like 30, I know it's at the high of the day, and I said all week, last week, that if we get up to that level on the daily, I'd take the short. It's not there yet. You just got to be patient. Like, it's close. It's probably going to get there. You know, the market's up a 0.5%, and Intel's actually stronger than it, so it might get there. Netflix still holding the charge to the upside. It just rejected a 335 break. So I feel like Netflix, there's room to 340 today, but the market's probably going to have to take out that highs if you're going to get that continuation. So I want to see a little bit more strength across the board before I re-enter that trade. Sometimes you get paid and then just start calming down a little bit here. That $9 level on CCL, good one. I parked a bid down there once I saw it buy off that level. I did not, obviously you can see, I mean, it's not anywhere close to getting me filled. But on the way back in, I'm not compromising. I'm sitting in front of $9. I'm not going to go to $9.25 or anything way too far out in front of it. Just want to be patient with CCL after those earnings. And just going back over to Silvergate, I know it's still churning and holding higher. I got out of it. I'm not looking to re-enter that short. $2.50 and $4, those are the key levels. If I jump back into something and look for a short, Coinbase is in play if it gets to VWAP, but Coinbase is making a pretty convincing long story at that 630. Got NVIDIA off 270, looking to get some meta back in, but that doesn't want to seem to come back down past VWAP to give me those 03s. I don't mind being 1 for 1 here, but this is not, like, it's not really breaking the resistance at the open or in the pre-market, and it's not flushing at these prices down at the bottom. So you don't have to chase. To me, that's diddling in the middle where I'd trade this at the 05 range. I want my price. I want nothing else. If I get something in, oh my goodness, Silvergate's now going. This is why you get out.
Still up?
Yeah, it did just challenge 240. This one's still going to the upside here. 250 is a big level. Big level. There's been no halts on this stock, but if it gets to 250, I think you can look for that for an entry with about a 220 to 225 stop, with about I give it like $1 to $1.50 in terms of upside if it breaks that 250. But up 35%, it did 3 times that, or almost 2.5 times that on Friday. Brendo?
Just watching some of these banks, regional banks anyways. Western Alliance, notably strong here, back to 36, which was that initial high being tested right now, up 8% when FRC and PACW still struggling around session lows, still up about 4% each. But WAL, notably strong here today in this group.
All right, so let's just go with some new position alert right now. You might see that we're short AMD now. So we went long 98, right? We were not long 98.03 to be exact, because we took a 7 and then we took an O's. And then right there, we got some out at 13 or 14 for 10 cents, and then it broke, and we got out at 97.85, I think the break was. Yep, 97.84, sorry. And then I was like, you know what, I'm punching short. So there's the short, because I was thinking that AMD was a short this whole time. So we're going to go short there at 82, and that last fill right there is 66. So a nice little win for AMD, or made money. I don't want to count these things as wins. Nice little make money spot there on AMD. I'm going to put another bid at 50, just in case. Maybe 50 is a little bit. Yeah, let's go to 30. Let's go to 40 on AMD. Hopefully we can get to the downside right now. As we're 25 cents. You know what? Again, I have to just be who I am. Let's get something out at 55 if that bounces again. And I'm just looking at this. We've bounced off 50 a couple times. So and just again right now. So there it is. So we throw back a little bit of money. They're not getting out. But now we're bidding 55. So hopefully this can come down. Fill us at 55, and then we'll wait to see about there it is. Yes, sir. Even when we change our mind, seems to be a good play there. So it's a nice move downside for AMD. Again, we lost, we were long at 03, we got out at 84, we lost 19 cents on the downside, and right now we're a 19-cent winner. So hopefully this can come back in, fill us out down here at 97.20. I'm going to put a bid right there right now, because if that fills out, then I'd be pretty happy with it. So a nice move downside for AMD. Remember I was just like, oh, AMD's positive. Well, now AMD's negative. So I don't know as we go right now on this play. So I don't know. It's 10:14 right here. I'm almost done my wife's coffee this morning. Shout out to Ice as well. Ice Exchange. Shout out to you, Mark. Thanks for hooking this bad boy up as a Christmas gift. He promised better gifts next time. I said, this is great. I love this gift. And we also have one from OTC Markets as well, but maybe we'll switch over to Hydration Nation, but I might have to message Randy for another coffee here on a Monday, but all good. So let's just keep this train going, man. We're short AMD here. See if it can fail at 50. We got another piece out of Google right there. So we have one piece left on all of these, man. Apple's almost out. Amazon, as they all fall back in. It's all good, man. My whole attention right now is on AMD. I'm going to find some for sure outs right now on the other three.
So I just found it out there on NVIDIA. Like, this is the one I like, that over-under 269.5. It tried to get through that 70, so we essentially got the price right in the middle. Whether you take it, like you saw me compromise by saying, well, if it doesn't actually fill above 69.5, I'll take some beneath, and then if it goes over, I'll take some over. It's a distinction without a difference. You can just take it at it doesn't matter. You can just take it at 269.50 or whatever you like there. I just bounced off VWAP, so I did take 2/3 of it out there. I want to see what happens if it can hold that channel, hold this channel, and then break down. But it is trending to the upside, so I'll be very hesitant at how aggressive I reload that position. I'm just going to get this one out of the way, because I know people are going to ask it, like, why are you holding BGRY? It's being bought for $1.40 cash, 36, 37. That's just whatever. I'm going to be sitting there doing it all day long. Ridiculously thick stock. It's not moving anywhere, and if it moves, if this were to go like 10 cents, I'd probably freak out, but it's not going to. So it's not worth it unless you have direct market access. SI, this is worth it. It's moving. That's going to go. It's almost at that 250 level.
What?
So 250, and like I said, $4. I mean, $3 is a nice round number, but if it if it breaks 250 and breaks 3, it's got another bigger level at $4, which is going to be in play. Has to get through 250 first. I keep looking back over at Netflix. We already took our win on Netflix, but this one wants to try to retest that 335 over and over. Keep looking for the real dip back in consolidation, but it's still, the whipsaw's a little too big for me here. Don't have great support unless it's 333. But the flush,
AMD,
it's coming down. There we go. Now we're finally breaking VWAP here. Come on, NVIDIA. We're about $1.50 in the money on NVIDIA. I think we can get 2 or 3 if this wants to really break down. And looking for a re-entry in Coinbase as well. Because Coin could go down 10%. given the fact that it's just weak when the market's going up, you could see this one SSR today.
Guys,
Awesome.
AMD reversal, man. We just got everything we wanted. It went right down to 97 flat, so we'll take that fill every day, man. 97.05, there's our 40 fill. There's our 97.05 fill. So, so far, so good. 70 cents in the money on this short, and we called this short for you. Again, it's one, we called the long first, right? And we were like, how is this? I want the short, but it was better than the market. Then all of a sudden, it really gave it up, man. It took VWAP. We got the hell out of that name, and now look what's happening. It's Tank City, y'all. A nice little move to the downside right now as we have cleaned out everything, man. We can get out of Google if we want to at a 104 break. Maybe we'll do that and then just refresh it. So let's just do that. We'll put an offer out if it breaks through 104. I don't really have, it's such a small piece that it's not even a thing, but hey, we got to be responsible, man. If we could take 40 cents on the last piece, we'll do that. Apple, I probably want to stay in this name. It keeps bouncing off this 160. I like that, but the market keeps bouncing as well. So I don't know. 159.80. Let's try one more time here at this 160 for Apple. Hopefully it comes in for us. I'm just going to put a bid out there. Let's buy it. Let's buy that bid. So that's 160. Let's buy a 160 bid here on Apple. What's up, Rendo?
There's a move down there, guys, in some of the semiconductor names. AMD, notably weak right now. Here's NVIDIA still trying to hold on to positive territory. Wall Street Journal, about 10 minutes ago, with this semiconductor firm is going to be asked to submit financial projections to get CHIPS Act funds. So that's just coming across again from the Wall Street Journal.
Okay, the CHIPS Act, which is free money for everybody out there. Look, it's one other name. I see a lot of people, look, we're not going to be able to trade everything that's out there in the market. You like to slip in and out as a day trader, focus on a few names here. But Block, last week, short seller report, Hindenburg found a bottom because they always do 1 or 2 days after every short seller report on a legitimate company, you're going to find a bottom. It always does this. And then sometimes you're looking for the longs off that. That's probably gone now. 65, if it gets there, 65 is a big level. Probably looking for an over-under, like break 65, short it off here. If it gets through 66, you know you're dead wrong, and then you can walk away from it. Obviously, it's got support around here at 61 where it closed, so the fact that it's holding the highs, you got to like it. Netflix is another name which is holding its highs. NVIDIA short looks pretty solid, but it's catching a bid here at 68 that I have to watch out for. But Netflix is holding this breakout. Now, the breakout was at 332. 33 was more of a level on the higher time frame. But if it does want to hold this, Netflix definitely a candidate to be able to go to the upside a little bit more. It's Silvergate here that's about to, here we go, it's about to retest that 250 level. It didn't really get there the first time. 245 is the high. But if this clears 250, there is no level that is impossible outside of 4. If it breaks 420 today, then I promise you that I've taken a legitimate hit shorting the $4 level, but it has to get there first.
All right, looking to build. I mean, we missed that Apple dip, which sucks because, you know, it was right there at 160. I wish I would have been there and saw that, but we didn't, so we missed that trade, which is okay, but still missed opportunity there on Apple. You know, another name here in the big cap tech space is Microsoft. Microsoft has been relatively flat today, and it is flat right now. So this is a name to look at again, but you know, it needs to run. We'll hold off on Microsoft right now, but that 281 level could be a top there as well, as the market is strong and Microsoft weak. So, you know, you want to look over on that one. There's that Tesla still battling around 196 again. I don't know, it made that bottom of 195. We talked about that as possibly being the bottom, just like this 197 had been the top. So, you know, some back and forth here for Tesla for trading could be one of those things as well. Let's look at CCL. Yeah, shout out to people in the chat as well on CCL. I just saw Neil post it. There's CCL coming back to $9. So that could be
bid here, but
yeah, that could be again another little level there for CCL at 9 if you wanted to look at that. So that could be something there. Yeah, we're 50 cents in the money on Apple, 70 cents in the money on AMD, 50 cents in the money on Amazon, and 70 on Google. So I mean, for right now, man, we're just kind of watching this go through. We've made real good money. We've only had 4 trades today: Apple, AMD, Amazon, and Google, and they're all profitable, guys. So I mean, I don't know. I want to see AMD take this bottom level. We're still in this name for the short, but I really like to see if we can have a chance to take out 97 right now. You know, the real short is up top at 98 again. So if we can get anything up there, we're just going to have to be as patient as we can be with that. Roku was a name we talked about earlier, trying to get to 66. It's almost there right now. So although I you know, I don't really trade Roku. There's 66 coming into play. That real high's been 67, but 66 has been good, man, for Roku. So this could be another good spot here. So watch out now. He doesn't have Justin's email. Tell Justin to come out here, please. 67 right there to get that figured out. So we'll get that right now coming through. 67 for Roku, and not a bad area to be concerned with.
Yeah, I was actually about to say sort of the same thing. Like if you're shorting Roku, I think you gotta zoom out in the daily, because there's a lot of over 66 and 67 that's been resistance. It's been a good short. It's just you have to really float it sometimes a full dollar, which is a lot. It's a lot to float at $1. Of course, I don't actually take SI at the second level at 250 thinking it's going to actually test 250. So what I did the first time, which is like get in at the level and in front of it, I don't do here, and it looks like it might pull back. I'm not going to chase, not going to do that. I still want to be patient with it. I'm on the bid of CCL. You know, I'm just waiting for it to get down to that low. It's getting pretty darn close. I think it's going to get there, and we'll get the long in front of 9, 895. To me, that's the out, because it did breach that last week, and RCL as well. RCL has a flat bottom. If it gets to 60 even, it's got a support level down there. In addition to that, Netflix is so darn strong. It's just a matter of where I can actually catch this. So it is now making a $2 range back and forth. Maybe it should just go back to sitting on the bid in front of 333. I've been patiently waiting for it to make a move breaking out, but it doesn't seem to want to break out again on Netflix, which means the dip buy might be the only thing in play as we go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Busy morning, guys. Let's jump right into a few that are moving around a lot, being covered, obviously, including this one. SI, top of the list here so far, just took out the highs, as Neil was mentioning. A lot of interest still popping up at the top of many social media interest lists and trending lists this morning. So a ton of volume, once again, coming off of what happened on Friday. You can see this COEP kind of jockeying back and forth for the top gainer as we take out highs right now. Wasn't able to find much on this as far as relevant news, but $2 is that level. If you go to the daily chart, comes into play a couple of times. So huge, huge level being tested right now, up 34% for COEP. PYXS, another one, was up on this note this morning. Positive cancer-related data that was out early on this morning. You can see this thing has done nothing but go straight down all morning long, 340 all the way down to 275 once again for Pyxis Oncology. FRC obviously on watch along with PACW. As I showed you, though, it's WAL, more of a mid-cap type of stock, but WAL, the strongest of the group. This is FRC, or PACW, I should say. They both look the same, have done nothing but fade all morning long. UBX, mentioned this one early on this morning, Unity Biotech, downside on a drug trial, or a eye drug trial, that failed. We had a huge move off the lows initially that caused a halt, but look what happened now. We're right back to the lows again for this Unity biochemical or biotech. Yeah, biotech. After, again, an eye treatment drug failed in a late-term trial, guys, for UBX. Back over to you.
Thank you very much there, Brendan. And still coming to the downside, down 7% now is Coinbase. So if you're looking for where a theoretical bounce can happen in the stock, when in doubt, zoom out. When it did make that first flush off the Wells notice, and obviously it got to resistance point anyways, then the Wells notice happened. There's 62 change. That's a 50 period. There's 60 even. That is a 200. That is exactly where it bounced on that gap down. 62 consolidation, 60 bottom there. So the two major averages, that's the only place I would consider going long the stock. Forget about 64. Forget about where it's at 63. It's inside that $2 range that I would look for. Yeah, we're rolling back over in NVIDIA. I'm not really looking for a reload on this. I just feel when you look at what's happening overall, here's the NASDAQ trying to break out and failing it. If we don't hold 1290, okay. So the NASDAQ should be heading probably down toward overnight lows, if not like that breakout price, 1284 that we saw on Friday. The ES as well failed to top and is turning right back around. So if you got a short on, I do like the opportunity for it to head back into a support level. So I'm looking for 64 to 65 on an NVIDIA, looking for a place to be able to add to it. Meta is holding up a little bit. We get that initial long, always zoom out, right? Like this is the range I was looking for Meta off of this support and then sort of into the same range that I wanted to give you. This is the range Meta's in. If it doesn't break out, trade it inside the range. That means cover if it doesn't take out 06 and look for a re-entry buy. So that's the higher time frame because it's not going to look that clean on a 3 or a 5 minute chart here on something like a Meta. So I'm not diddling with it at 04.5. That's like 40, 50 cents. If you want to scalp that, fair enough. I'm just waiting for that 03s where I hope we can catch it. CCL is definitely going. It's getting close. I'm actually on the bid at 05 here. I might back that off and actually go right to like 4. I was actually at 06. I'm just going to back that off and go to 4. This feels like it is absolutely testing that $9 level, so why not just get a little bit better of a price? And in terms of something that is still strong, despite the market turning around, Netflix, I was about to say I'm going to get some 333s because the market's dipping back in. Netflix taking out the high. It's just one of those days where we go one and done on Netflix, and even then we're chasing it. But the $1.50 I get, almost like it's nothing at this particular point. So I'm looking for CCL bid. Coin, I think, will bounce. I agree with you in the chat there, Joe Goddard. It's just a matter of where I think it's bouncing. I tend to think it's 60 to 62, so I'm not really looking for the long just yet. This is one of those, you heard me live when I said, I got this fill, I got on the bid, took this fill, and it was $1.25 lower within a matter of seconds. It then got me out here at 64. I think it's going to make a bounce. I just don't think it's going to be bouncing just yet. And Silvergate, for now, has rejected that 250. I didn't want the short a second time, but I want it at that 250 level. I still think the upward trend's strong enough that it's going to make a challenge of that 250, and I don't have to try to get aggressive with that short. That's my loss here, was on Silvergate, and then the initial long on FRC, which is now trying to hold a bid at 14 even. So if it shows a double bottom, I don't mind sitting in something risking 50 cents on FRC, but I need to see that bottom first. It's still downward trending, that stock.
Okay, so, come back to see AMD nicely cooked right now to the downside. So that's going to be a nice little move right there to that downside for AMC, I almost said there. AMD, sorry, I don't want to.
Unite.
Yeah, Apes Unite. Let's go.
I don't know why, but
I have no idea where AMC is, but we'll just hit that every time we talk about AMC. Why not? Right there. Okay, so yeah, apologize for that. I did mean AMD, but there goes AMD right now, hitting down to some lows. You might see Google got dropped out. We already gave this to you. What a good out that was right there, and a wicked trade, man. My number one stock today is going to, it's basically a three-way tie. Apple, Amazon, Google. That's exactly the way I want this to be. We are not, I can't include AMD in here because quite frankly, AMD is not a great trade. Well, it's a great, what we have now is great, but we were long initially. So this is the kind of percentages that we're talking about. It's like when we go long, we lost 17 cents there on that fill, right? When we got it in, we made 10 cents, then lost 17 cents. Then look at this move to the downside. We're still in this, which is now $1.06 in the money. So that's 4 to 1, 5 to 1 right there. Obviously we've taken some more out. So this is a nice little trade for us there on that play. Now, Apple just fell in again. So this is another one that we're looking at. It's pretty light. It's very light right now. I'm going to wait because we're broken. We might be too far to start averaging in to this, to be completely honest with you. I want to try to get this down. If we can get it down here to 159.60 for Apple, then we're going to be patient with that and then play off these bottom wicks, which go into sort of where we were on Friday with that 159 bottom. And then ultimately, if the market does continue to fail here today, then we have on our sights that 158 for Apple, right? The 158 for Apple is so awesome right here. I feel like, especially with this market move right now today, where we're kind of not really doing too much. If we do flush down on some sort of a headline, remember we have Fed out, they're going to be speaking whenever they want to now. So we are flushing now, but we're still at zeros on the market. So it's not, for me, it's not like a look out below type situation. But if it does come in, here comes Apple right now to that downside. So we're going to pick up some 159.60s. That's the NASDAQ. But we're going to pick up some 159.60s right now and then watch out for this drop through 45. So here comes Apple. We're in this. Good out for us. Like sometimes, guys, you can have diamond hands all the hell you want. And a shout out to Aru and a shout out to everybody who wants to hold. But if I held Google, it would have been a loser. That's why we talk about this every single time on this show. Stick with what's making you money. You don't have to look elsewhere, man. If something's been working out for you, your lines, your support and resistance levels, all of that, make sure you do it and you stay true to them, right? So there it is. It's a nice breakdown there for that. Now my focus just turns to Apple. Amazon is so super light, it doesn't even matter. I'm going to look at this reload as well. But for now, I want to focus on one of them, and that's going to be Apple.
Before we go to Brendan here in a quick second, I'm just going to let you guys know, NVIDIA rolling over. It just broke support here. I'm now looking for the low of the day. This is 266.5, and I did just get into SI. I didn't quite get everything I wanted, but like waited for it to retest 250. I got 41s, took some 31s and some VWAP out there. Now I'm shorting pops and trying to hold till $2. As a good timing, just talked a little SI here. We're about to go to Brendan for our crypto update.
Overall, pretty quiet start to the week here, guys, for crypto markets. I'll show you both Bitcoin and Ethereum kind of chopping around within the range so far. This node highlighting the fact that a lot of focus on this, 25,000 for BTC, which is within that range, but nothing very specific or very significant as far as specific events to affect this, both on the economic calendar or individually. So there is BTC again. Back to the bottom end, we're back to 27,276, but this level down here is 25,000, which is that last high. It's come into play a few times, but that needs to hold as far as support is concerned. Same story for Ethereum, 1733 right now, back downside ever so slightly right now, about 1% overall, 1.8 in fact for BTC, 2.3 right now for Ethereum. Overall, pretty red outside of Ripple, up 5%. Matic down 3, Doge as well down about 1%. So a bit of a mixed start to the week, guys, for crypto. Back to you.
I put the wrong stop there.
Oh, Google. So, hey, bit of a day for crypto. Bit of a day for Coinbase. So I know it's at 63. It's consolidating here. You know, you make a decision at the here's the thing. Like it goes to this level. Like that's where you want to be covering some cover too many. But once it breaks, you know the next level's down here in front of 64. Didn't really think it would get down to 63 without making a push back up to 65. That was a mistake. But I do think there's one level further to the downside before I'm looking for long. It would seem like maybe this is it. I'm not going to chase it. I'm not going to get too crazy with it. I want my price or I don't want it at all. I was just looking at Roku for a potential pullback. Yeah, Roku's already starting to dip a little bit. So now you're in the middle with Roku. This is a 200 period moving average. It's at the 200. If it bounces off it again, I think you're shorting it to 67. If not, this has a 60 downside potential. It's up 9% on the day. I'm just not a huge believer that it's going to hold up there. Stranger things have happened. Speaking of hold up, Meta's now down 1%. I said I wouldn't re-enter unless it was off the bottom. Well, it's pretty close to that bottom. So I'm in front of 03s on Meta. I'm in front of 9 even on CCL here. Some pretty defined levels I'm looking for the longs. SI and NVIDIA shorts. It feels like it's the same names over and over again, but those are the ones I'm looking for because Coinbase, I'm already out of it. Make sure you pay yourself. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. There's some great longs early. Fantastic. There's some decent shorts, but you've got to be able to pay yourself out there and then move on to the next trade. Just looking for Meta to start holding support down here. And oh, the NASDAQ. Yeah, we just turned red on the NASDAQ futures. Whether you're looking at the Qs, the NASDAQ futures, they both turned red. The ES 4000 could come into play here in about 10 handles or so. That would be a good bounce level. ES 4000 at the same time as Meta 03s. I'd really love that.
Okay, yeah, I would too, right now. Let's see what's going on with Meta exactly and all of these names because we just got into a brand new position right now, and that is going to be right here, right now, NVIDIA. So we have a short now in NVIDIA. Let's see if it wants to work out for us. Nice little short for NVIDIA right now, trying to see if it wants to pull back. So I was going to use this 268 level right there, a little bit higher than 268 to see about this trade. So far so good here for NVIDIA, but it is making that move right now. We did not get that long in Apple, which is fine because I'm focused more on this short right here for NVDA right now. Let's see what it does around 237. There it is. We take a little piece out there for this trade. It's really working out for us right now. So let's just take a couple more. Really working out. We're short right now at 50s. We just got out at 15s, so hopefully this can come back in a little bit. As we're starting to fade out, I'm canceling my Apple bids, man. Forget about all that. We don't need this. If Amazon's going to drop down, we'll just take it on Amazon, on NVIDIA right now as we're watching out for that one. Apple, again, I don't know. We're right at a drop spot here. I'm going to get out of some more of Apple, see if we can get a 64. There it is. I'm really focused on this trade now. I like this AMD and NVIDIA breakdown. We're short. We're already $1.25 right now in the money on AMD, right, as that's continuing to go. Let's see if we can make dreams happen with NVIDIA breaking this level right there, 266. Then we'll see for a drop, right? I mean, right now it's 267. And if it takes 268, man, we're gone on that. We have a couple outs right there. We only have 50% of this position, but here it comes. It's ripping back up to the upside, 50%, sorry. We still have 70% of this position. Looking to get a little bit more right here at 267.80. So if it does fly back up, we'll take a piece out. Not a great out for Apple there on that bottom. We were debating going long at 60. We didn't do it. I felt like this market wanted to crack. We're below the 50 period now and making new lows on the day for the NASDAQ. So yeah, I don't want to go long on anything. Let's just hold out for what we've been doing. Let's hold out for some of these shorts and see if they'll print out for us. So NVIDIA right now flat, AMD a big winner, and Amazon. I'm going to try to go long Amazon a little bit, but not until we get down here into the 40s, and then we'll get out if it breaks down through 30. So Amazon coming back in. My focus is mainly on right now NVIDIA and these chip names as they're starting to fall down a little bit. NVIDIA just turned red, so let's see if it really wants to go red and take down this 267 and then on to 266.
Exactly, and just be patient. So Coinbase is starting to come back to the upside, believe it or not. So market flushes, Coinbase catches a bid. I just got CCL, so I didn't want to leave the CCL chart. If I get Coinbase short again, it's going to be around here, around 64.5 to 65, and then just sort of stair step it, play each level as they come. But I said I'd go long in front of 9 even. I was bidding 6s originally. I backed my initial entry off to 4s. Not really bidding beneath here, but just want to point out the Friday bottom was 896 technically, but 895. To me, that underneath that is where I want to get out. So I want to have an average price at about 9 if it takes out that level, but I want to leave myself room that if it breaks 9 down and doesn't break 95, I can get shares in between 95 to 9 and thus have a better average price and better idea of how weak it is when it gets down there. So if you're going counter trend, have yourself a bit of a plan. SI might not give me another re-entry point, but I am looking to short off that 250 any more that I can get. NVIDIA still wants to churn down toward that 266. That's where I'm sitting here on the bid, resistance up here at that 70 mark. Now we'll see if it gets to the absolute low. So the only longs I like down here are just really defined outs. You got Meta, that 203 is about to come in. I think it's about to give me that 203, and then CCL, which I just got into on its initial bounce play. If we do have another trade in FRC, just want to point this one to you guys. It'll have to be all the way down at 12 even, or it has to reclaim 15. I like that 15.50. I said I'll give it till underneath 15 to try and get up to 17 even. That was risk to reward and then hold a portion for a 17 break. It doesn't really work in the middle of nothing here at 14, because where are you getting out at 12? If I'm getting 14 long, getting out at 12, it really has to go to 17. So not looking for anything on this unless it can reclaim the 15 level or give you down at 12 to 12.5.
All right, so, we just found out right now that we have Peter Schiff coming tomorrow at 2:45. So join Peter Schiff live tomorrow at 2:45. And look at this. He's going to come here, and we're going to talk all about gold. We'll talk about Bitcoin. We'll figure out what exactly is going on in this market, but it's a huge move up for gold. Last time Peter was on here, we were nowhere near these levels. So Trader TV Live will welcome Mr. Peter Schiff tomorrow at 2:45. So mark down your calendars. It should be an exciting day to trade many of these names, and it's been a really exciting week as well here, and heading up to it, man, with interest rates where they are, with QT, with this bank failures, it should be a really, really interesting time to have Mr. Schiff on, so we're excited here at Trader TV Live to do that. All right. So again, we have to get out of NVIDIA. NVIDIA just blows up to the upside right there. So we don't want to be long, but we'll just get out of this. We came within 3 cents of getting this 267.05. It went to 06, sorry. We came within 1 cent of getting out right there. So we have to get out. Again, we're trading, a lot of shares, well, more shares here anyways. So we have to get out right now. And I'm long, but I don't want to be long. So we're going to get out at this 268 because we got punched into long because I said, remember, we got it at 30%. So we took a 30-cent fill there. So we are red right there on NVIDIA. As that just whipped all the way to the top, but still, you're still below. We could probably, let's try one more short right now in this name because we're still below the 50 period, and now we have a little bit of a better price. Just seeing these levels right here, probably got out a little bit too early. I was just using 268 as our out, but it really should be 268.30 or so. So that level's 268.30, so we'll punch back. Oh, I thought we punched back short NVIDIA there. Oh, we must have missed it. Okay, there we go. Every time I punch, someone comes in front of it. So we're not short NVIDIA. I thought I was. We're not right there. But
Just want to explain punch.
That's okay, I will. Okay. Or you can, hold on a second. I've just got my Amazon right there. Long at 43. Let's get a piece out as this name continues to move up. So there it is. And again, you know, we'll lose a little bit on NVIDIA, but make some back there on Amazon. And there's our NVIDIA short that we just got, getting ready to get out if it takes out this 30 level. But that's my out now for NVD to the A.
So just, you're going to get my first out on CCL. I'm going to go to Sector Watch in just a quick second, but I'm sort of waiting on the offer. I think I'm sitting here at like 11s, right? So I'm going to sit there and get a passive fill because this stock, 5-10 cents is kind of a decent move for it. But when Sean says punch, remember, that's removing liquidity. So if I wanted to sell right away, I could just punch the level at 09. It's a bit of a day trader term there. So we just mean aggressively try to get that fill, which I'm sure most of you know, but not everybody does do that. So I'm trying to get 11s, his first out on CCL, waiting above that 10 level. As we go to Brendan for Sector Watch.
And a mostly green board to show you guys. We'll check out the S&P 500 broken down by individual sectors here. Notable weakness in a couple of spots to be aware of right now. One of those, the semiconductor group in the tech sector overall, among the weakest, in fact, across the entire market right now are semis. But the rest of this group helping to offset, including software and hardware names. So overall, tech is actually positive on the day. Down here as well, some of the real estate names. More concerns, obviously, on some commercial loans involved in this banking mess as well. There's CCL down 1.7 still, NCLH 1.3. CCL, obviously, with the earnings report. Retailers a little bit weak so far this morning as well. Walmart, a notable exception, back to the upside, though. Dish, Google, and this was Alphabet. Depending on what you want to look at, Google or just GOOG, both red as well on the day. Meta back to 0.65 to the downside. So communication stocks mostly positive outside of those three. Obviously, they're big ones. Warner Brothers 3.25, Netflix 2.3. It was initially Netflix that was trying to lift the rest of these streaming names, but both Paramount and Warner Brothers now up more percentage-wise than Netflix. But all about the banks, obviously. There's FRC still 12.5. The rest of the regional banks following suit to the upside. But as I mentioned, it's WAL and PACW within that group that are much more strong than FRC is right now. Healthcare stocks also pretty strong outside of Moderna. Wasn't able to find anything on that, but mRNA down 2% so far today, guys. We are positive, though, to the tune of about 0.25% right now for the S&P. Back to you.
Yes, sir. And that PACW, by the way, still up 2%, but it's at a pretty big level, and at least in terms of whenever you look at resistance turning into support, like you're making an estimation or a guess that where you had a bit of liquidity and it rejected the move to the downside. Here, you'll find it in the other direction. So you're not really sure that this resistance from Thursday and Friday at 975 will turn into a bid, but it's here now. If it catches that bid, I think that'd be a good jump off point. The way I'd like to see it is it can go under. I just don't want it breaking 950 where it closed. If it holds between Friday's close, which is 955 and 75, somewhere long in there, or just breaking back up at 975 would be the entry point for a potential long position. SI, come on, man. The thing about a short sell restricted stock or like an SSR stock or a squeeze stock is it's always really easy to get shares when you're getting run over, and it's very difficult to get shares when they're money fills. And by money fills, I mean like it's retesting the high in front of 250 and you're getting it on the second move up, but you're never getting everything you want because there's not enough buyers up there. That's why it's going to fall. So I might not get more shares up at 240. I'm looking for the bottom here, 180 to 190. Let's see what we can get. NVIDIA's starting to flush again. That's good. I'm still on the bid of Meta, still on the bid of CCL. Those are the only longs I like down here. If we get them, fantastic. And Netflix rejected the 335, but it's still holding this 333 level. That's relatively strong. If the market bounces off the lows, there are worse places to be than Netflix on this trend, but I'm not really seeing any strong consolidation here, and that's what I want to see. Let's go sideways around lunchtime off this level. Let's get a couple of bounces, and then I like the long much better, because this can be all the way at 3:30 in a heartbeat. I'm not trying to hold $3 against me at lunchtime on Netflix. That's a losing proposition.
All right, we've been getting out a little bit here on NVIDIA, and remember, like you guys there was a lot of nice talk, and you guys liked, you know, when Arun was talking about different strategies and so on and so forth. So, you know, whether or not you think NVIDIA is going up or down, I mean, we just, you know, we shorted there, got some out, got taken out to the top. So we're still red on it, but every time it falls back in right now, 267.60, we got that a couple times. And we just got a 50 as well. Look where we're short, 91. So we're slowly trying to make some back, but at the same time, trying to hold a really, you know, significant piece in case it does flush again. It seems like ever since we went into this name, it's been pretty strong. It was weak for a bit, and then now we're trying to find a base here for NVIDIA. I just thought the base would be more down here, near this 266 area. So that's really pause for concern for me that we're still going to the upside. But there it is. We reloaded it right there on NVIDIA. So maybe, I mean, now who knows where we're going to go. But we just got to fill up there right here at 30s. And it looks like we're going to get out at 30, and there it is. So we, you know, have to get out. And again, and this is what I was saying, like I had 10 times the shares there. Like, so it's too much of a move up. I can't hold it. So two different strategies: trade less shares, hold; trade more shares, scalp; or be really confident in your position. And I am not that confident in this one here for NVIDIA, and then AMD as well. We got out of that one when it broke through 97. So we're starting to give a little bit back on that NVIDIA trade. That's really we only have one red name today, NVIDIA, and it's just been happening right now. So tried to catch something that I thought was a little weak, didn't happen. And now you're breaking above. So if anything now, NVIDIA is probably a short up near 269.50, but I have to wait. Like, you know, it's getting better, man. It's picking up against the market. Remember how weak these were? Now it's up against the market. So yeah, you know, part of trading is doing nothing. And right now, for some of these names, I don't really have too much of a play. We've got a great fill there on Amazon. Got it out. We're still holding a piece. Let's see if this can go up. Maybe the weak name out of them all could just be Google, guys.
Oh, well.
I mean, Google, what? You see what I'm talking about? Missing these bids down here? 103 for Google just came in, and I wasn't standing there. So that's a little level there for Google at 103. We talked about that as well. I don't want to miss that Apple 158 long. That's not in. Okay. But Google down there at 103 looks interesting to me.
Yeah, and look, you'll always have a particular price that you like, or an entry point, or an area, or something that you want to see happen before you put a trade on. So we did get CCL. I finally got that 11 passive fill. Now I'm looking for the next level up. Why am I sitting at? That's a stupid price to sit at. I was sitting at 22, but if you look at this, it should be in front of 20. So we'll offer 19, and then look for something above 25, somewhere at 25 to 30. Those are the levels that I think would make some sense. CCL did beat, by the way. CCL. They beat on EPS, they beat on revenue. However, it did reject a move to the upside. So it's support at 9, and then 960. If it gets to 960, it might be a bit of a fade on 960. That's the 200 period moving average there. So if it gets to that price, I'd probably be thinking about a short trade. Where did Meta go? So I got CCL bid, did not get Meta bid. So Meta came down, retested that 03, didn't quite get that fill. Still a downward trend right now on Meta. So I don't want to be chasing this to the upside, but yeah, I just missed that chance to the buck there on Meta. That's fine. We got CCL. We didn't get Meta. You're not always going to get the absolute perfect entry price. Just make sure you get your entry price. And where do we go on Tesla, man? Like, Tesla is still, goodness. Like, if it had gotten to 200, or at least gotten close enough to 200, I thought that was an easy short, but it doesn't want to give it to you. It doesn't want to come all the way down to what I thought would be a decent bid. You look at the tops on Friday and where we started pre-market, 92 to 92.5. I think that's where I would pick this one up. In the middle, yeah, I'm not going to touch Tesla. It doesn't look like anything for me. And I see Cade. Anytime I see someone new in the chat, I'm like, oh yeah, let's see what you got going on there, Cade. Mentioning Snapchat. If we were just talking about Meta potential strength and bouncing off that 03s in a downward trend, however, look at Snap. Meta down in a downward trend, Snapchat in an uptrend here. Now, I know Pinterest had a strong day. That could be something to do with it. I just want to remind everybody, this was a monster short opportunity above 12 and into 12.10 on Snapchat. That was one that I said and then didn't trade last week. So today, I am going to trade this one to the short side. I'm looking for above 12 to short into last week's high, which was actually 12.12. So this one's setting up for a short for me. And again, it's not that you want to be long every bottom and short every single top, but if it's a significant level as a day trader, you want to take it on. So here's Snapchat again. Strong name today. I'm not saying it's not strong, up 3.5%, but it's at a level that I like short last week. I'll like it again today.
All right, good. Yeah, Snapchat, Meta, all these names pretty strong right now. We're going to flip up our script here a little bit and go short on Apple right there. Shout out to Brad. Let's see what goes to the downside right now. I mean, off of 160. If it takes 160, I mean, again, it's like right now, man, NASDAQ being flat. Probably the right trades are on SI. I know Neil's trying on that. And, you know, some of the names that are moving a little bit more than potentially what this market is. So we'll, you know, again, it looks like we'll give some back here if Apple takes down this 160 back up to 160.10 or so right there. But, hey, it's starting to go back up to the upside, so it's fine. Like, we have Amazon. We just got a beautiful fill on Amazon there. That's long 41s, out 70s, so it's 30 cents. But I really like to take 30 cents on Apple. Apple's by far the #1 position here on the board, so hopefully this can come down. The most shares right now in any position is with Apple, so hopefully this can come down, and we'll see where we go. But hey, it's almost that time. We pass it off to the midday show, where it'll be Max and Sharif again, which should be a lot of fun here. Actually, Max, I don't think has been with Sharif.
Maximus Decimus Meridius.
Yes, was with Arun on Friday, so no Arun today, but we're going to be back with Max and Sharif. But right now, it's at the big desk for Money Talks as Apple trying to dance a little bit.
Hey guys, bit of a mixed start to the week anyways for currency markets. Let's have a look at the dollar. First off, early strength we had this morning has gone and disappeared, now red on the day, 0.13 up there for the DXY. It's struggling at 103. It's been a sticking point, initially support. We're back to it being resistance, that 103 area for the dollar, with these banking fears somewhat eased with this SVB headline this morning. Some weakness coming back into the dollar, but that is helping out both the euro and Canadian dollar back to the upside, 0.15, 0.32, and the British pound, 0.3, all back in positive territory. Yen lower on some data overnight, 0.6, back to 76.06 for the yen. Very mixed otherwise, though. BTC, Ethereum still in negative territory as well. 1%, 0.7 on the 12-hour time frame, 11.25 now for Ripple, guys. Back over to you.
Ripple
making
ripping
waves.
Right there, yeah, ripping waves. I like that. I like all that. Nice little move.
We like some puns around here.
You can look at Hut 8. If it's going to be some altcoins starting to go a little bit here today. I mean, can we still call them altcoins? I don't know. Hut down 4.5% right now today. So I was actually surprised.
They're all altcoins. I got in this.
Yeah. I mean,
my cousin chewed me one when I tried to.
They have different meanings though, like different case uses, right? So.
There's a lot of hardcores. If it's not Bitcoin, it's an altcoin. And I think there's like the hardcores will always tell you that. So I try not to argue with them because it's not. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be an expert.
No, it was just interesting to see that for Ripple, of course, as money exchange is great. They're with Western Union and things like that, so Ripple does have more of a base case use than some of these other altcoins right now. So, all right, we got close. I mean, Apple, we didn't get close to getting out, of course. We're trying to wait for some 70s, but Apple right there did try to break that 80 and then resisted it, which is not good. Now Apple's trying to go back up to the upside right now as we're just waiting just for a few more pennies to get stopped out. And you know, unfortunately, Apple does look like it has a little bit of strength. I thought we were going to play some relative weakness on this name, but no, it's going right back up to the upside here for Apple. So, yeah, not a great performance here. We hit it really great early, like really great. And it's funny because it came right back. And instead of going, I went short. Now, we could have gone long just as easily at these levels that I decided to go short. So now let's wait to see. It looks like it's going to punish me here on Apple. We like the long early. We actually wrote it down on here that we like 158 long, but it's got to get there first. So right now we sit and get hit in the short. But we're not, I mean, we're short of 88, sorry. You know, worst case scenarios be about 30-cent hit. But yeah, don't like to take hits here, as here it goes right back up to the upside Apple. That sucks.
And look, so the market, interestingly enough, the market bouncing and Snapchat starting to slow down. That's good. That's a good thing about a resistance level. So I got shares at 12 even. I really only want to get fills Probably not exclusively above 12 or at or above 12. But remember, I'm working off of last week's resistance point. So that's going to be my exit point just above that 12.11. Or I think it was a 12.12 top if I look at it technically. Oh, might as well talk about this. If you look at what happened in the NASDAQ, bit of another lower high. So last week, you had these wicks above 13,000, then 13,000, then lower than 13,000, which is a little bit bearish. But you're still inside of the range. Like, you're not really making any big breakouts. And I think you want to have that in mind here going into the afternoon and going into lunchtime, and then also into the afternoon. Play off those key levels. If you have a valid level from the morning, just keep working off of it because there's nothing really wrong with that. I thought there'd be something on Square. You guys were pointing this one out, and that's what I love about this community. Forgot all about Square. We're talking Coinbase. That was a good short. I like Square at 65. It makes another move up. I like Square around that 61 if it dips. Initially, I was thinking it was going to get there on the strength we had this morning. It hasn't happened. And just want to remind everybody, I want to do the other one, Sean. I can't, but I got to do this.
Which one?
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
There's always bangs. There's Apple opportunities, there's Coinbase, there's AMD, there's NVIDIA. That's what we're trying to do every single day for you. I wanted to hit, you guys want to hit Katrine's. This is the one I wanted to hit.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
The Ola. The Olaf.
It's because it's wax on, wax off. That's what it is, and I think that's why everyone loves it so much. Wax on, wax off.
That's definitely not why she did it.
No, it has nothing.
Nothing to do with that.
Katrine's probably never even seen Karate Kid. We'll ask her. No, she probably hasn't. Unless it's the new one, like Cobra Kai. You know how old that movie is?
Yeah.
That's an old-ass movie, man.
Yeah,
Ralph Macchio is, like, I'm an old dude. Ralph Macchio's got to be older than I am.
Yeah.
Cool as all hell.
I'd say so.
Prad's doing like some karate right next to me.
Yeah.
Come on, son.
Okay, so still, what's up, guys? Everyone hit the like button and subscribe. I don't know how many likes we have here, but we're trying to get it going. Let's have a quick look before we go and leave you guys right now. Over 7,300 watching, 1.6K. Let's see if we can get that to 2. If you haven't hit it yet, hit it. Why not? Hey, trust me, if you hit the like button, your stocks, trust me, bro, your stocks will go in your favor forever.
Trust me, bro.
But that is definitely not true, but you can try that and trust me on that one. All right, so hopefully we can get back. I want to take a piece out for flat here at 88. If it does come back, we'll take a piece out for, you know what, forget it. We'll go lower. Let's see if we can get an 80 fill right now. I don't even really want to take an 80 fill, but we are pretty close to getting stopped out there on the upside for Apple. But hey, there it is. Lamar Jackson requested a trade, but we already know that. So we'll wait to see here. 159.80. Requested a trade. The guy can't even get anybody to pay the guy. I think he should have took that 3-year 140, guaranteed. I know 3 years is not enough.
I think he should just get an agent. I really do.
Do you?
I understand why he wants to negotiate himself and save that money.
But there has to be something about him.
In this situation, he really should just be getting an agent, man.
Why would the Jets throw $120 million at old man A-Rod and not take a 27-year-old Lamar Jackson?
Because he wants a fully guaranteed deal.
But so?
There's a whole story behind the whole fully guaranteed thing, and it started with Kirk Cousins, and then reality, Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes did not take fully guaranteed deals so that they could save money and their teams could afford to win. And it's what happened. I'm not nothing against Lamar Jackson, but that's what happened. Those two guys prioritize something else, he wants to get fully paid. And I get nothing against that, but get an agent. It'll probably help in this situation because I don't think he's doing it it's just not working out for him. And I don't want the guy to get hurt and not get his payday because he's an electric player. And just back to markets for a second, because I get frustrated about this kind of thing. I could talk about this all day long. You guys don't want to hear it.
We are really banking.
Snapchat's starting to come down. I didn't get any money fills or more fills above 12 because, quite frankly, it went to 12.01. But I'm going to start getting out on the way to VWAP. We like that short. If you're long, congratulations, but it's coming down now.
I told you the largest position of the day, period, was Apple, and we just put it on right now. So let's see if this can make a move to the downside. We got a 70 fill there, 75 fill, on that flush, plus the 80 fill that we wanted. So 70 fill and 80 fill. And unfortunately, I had an 85 just sitting there, which was ridiculous. But we still have a very, very large piece on for this. We still have 70% on, even more than that. What am I talking about? 75% on for this trade as it's coming back down into the downside. But we just did dip off of 70 again. So let's put a bid here. whatever. Let's put a bid 77, take a fill right now. Yes, sir, there it is, man.
Awesome.
Hopefully this can be awesome for me. There it is, 70, 72, 69er. Let's go, man. This is a big trade for me here on Apple to the downside as we hit some bangs there. Thank you, Sharif. That was not even me that time. So the professor is in the building now. He likes those bang trades. And this is another one right here for me on Apple. Just built off that 160. Apple's now my number one stock by far today. Position pending. Like I said, got some serious shares on here. So let's see what happens now to the drop side here for Apple. Looking to take out 159.60. Then we'll see, hopefully, this thing at 158. But for right now, the market just cracked lower. That was that play that we were waiting for, 12,900. Here it is to the downside. So we all good, baby, because it's making a move down. And then Amazon is now out. I just want to talk about that Amazon trade quickly. All out, all out, all out. Takes a look at this. 41s out 30s. Okay, that's 11 cents. Meanwhile, that's 20 cents and that's 30 cents on the victory side of things. So let's go. Finally, man, this just came down. But you know what, man? Apple's not breaking. Let's take a 76 out again. Apple actually holding out quite well despite, remember, Apple was red when the market was green. Now Apple's red and the market's red, but Apple is like holding my beer down here to the low side. So again, it looks like your boy has the wrong name short here, but we'll hold out. Maybe Apple does give it up as we are now past our time. How many likes did we get? 1.8K. It's aight. But thank you to everybody today for watching again here. It was a big show for us, and I hope that you're able to make a lot of money. We're getting ready. We'll give up a little bit. We gave up some on our AMD, or sorry, on our NVIDIA, but right now we're watching out for Apple downside pressure. We make it all back right here with Apple anyways, but let's continue. Neil, why don't you throw it over to the midday guys?
Yes, sir. By the way, CCL's at 9, so I've reloaded, but that's the only long left in the bag for me. Maybe we'll get some meta in front of 03s, but it is time. We're back at 2 o'clock. Let's send you to the Professor and Mad Max.
I love that nickname. That's interesting. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. That you know who that is. That's Max. I'm Sharif. Let's get it started. It's been kind of an inside day-ish a little bit on the ES. I don't know how you feel about how the futures have traded. I kind of feel we're at a critical juncture here on the ES. I've been waiting for this level all day. I've been thinking that 4,009, 4,000 level. The close on Friday was, we just eked out a little bit of a close above 4,000. I think we've closed at 4,001 and a quarter. So I've been waiting for that level to come in all day. I haven't gone long. I haven't gone short. I feel like that 4,000 to 4,009 level, I just don't think we have enough juice to the high side to justify an entry at this level. So I've been sitting on my hands. I've been watching the big cappers. I've been looking for relative strength. I've been looking for relative weakness to kind of test out which one of these big cappers I'm going to take on a long and which one I'll take on a short. Definitely looking at Tesla for a long here, but definitely still waiting for my levels to come in. Don't want to pull the trigger before that. I hope everybody had an awesome weekend. I know you had some trades, though.
I did have some trades. Maybe I should have had some of that patience that you got, though. We wanted to get a long Tesla a little bit today at like 196 on the pullback to VWAP. That did not work. And then, a little breakout here off some size, which, again, still like fine structured trades, happy with those. But if I had the patience that you had, I'd be in a better spot today.
Probably less to do with me, more to do with the dude who was sitting next to me all last week, right? Exercising a whole lot of patience, of course, referring to Arun. Shout out to him for coming in and filling in last week. But it's been a quiet day. How's that Tesla trade? Let's talk about that. What was the reasons for getting in, getting out? Let's go through the trade.
All right. So we got, obviously makes a crazy move off the open. I was really looking for Tesla to dip into like 193, 192.50 area to get a real long. So this is kind of small size, and this is what I like to see on Tesla. I want to see it come into a level, break down below, and then instantly like reclaim it. And we got VWAP, we got 196, which is a bit of a level for me. And it did go, but it didn't go to where I wanted it to go, which was like back up here into the 197 area. So we just stopped out. No big deal. And this one was a little like attempt on a scalp because there was 1,000 lots on the offer at 196.50 there.
All right. So you're reading the tape there. Okay.
Yeah, and that just like fail breakout. Again, no big deal. But I didn't flip short early enough. Apparently we felt like going down today. And,
stair stepping down.
Missed that one. It's funny that you say it's an inside day too, because like, you know, since the open, we've basically just gone down. But you're right, like we're not even
within
below
a range.
Friday's close.
Yeah,
We're in the
exactly.
range.
Now we're right back. We're coming close to it, Max. I mean, like I was saying earlier, 4,001, that's the level we're at. Now we're pumping down to 4,006. So despite the fact we had a momentary reprieve below that 4,010 level, we popped back up to 17-ish. It's been stair-stepping down. And I was looking at that Tesla trade. I'm like, I think that you had the 1 minute on there. There's not the 1 minute, right? Yeah, I just wanted to mention that real quick because it looked fantastic from like a compression pattern perspective. Like, look at this. If you're looking at this earlier, obviously, this goes without saying that hindsight's 2020. But look at this bottom over here that kind of created that 195 and a quarter-ish. And then you have a lower high, lower high, lower high, and then you have the same lower low, and then you have that breakdown. So interesting how that kind of developed there, but that wouldn't have been a trade I would have taken either, to be honest with you. I'm going to stick with what I've been wanting to do, which is to wait for that level to come in, that 4,000 level, and then we'll see. We'll see how it dances around there. Do we get like, is it bought up vehemently, or are we going to dilly-dally and lollygag around there? LJD, like those? You like those? Coming in. Let's go hard, baby. Lollygag. Let's go hard.
Getting the British terms in there.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey, man. 2 years there, man. I just bought 50,000 Mullen shares. Proud to be supporting an all-American company who needs help. I've got your back, Mullen. LJD sends a 5 GBP. That's British pounds. Funny how we were just talking about that. And
well, there you go.
We've got 5 quid coming in. Thank you very much, LJD. And obviously, that's I don't want to say it's financial advice, obviously, but that is your opinion about how that goes there. But thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for your opinion. Maybe you can drop in why the fundamental case in the chat, if you can kind of summarize that maybe succinctly enough for our viewers to be able to comprehend.
Well, what's Mullen getting up to today?
I don't know. Have a look. Maybe this
thing, 10 cents.
Well, yeah, well,
wow.
It's down there. It's been down
Mullen,
there.
I traded the 35-cent breakout. That was
that's
money.
Right.
That was money back a couple months ago.
Yeah? To the high side, right?
To the high side. Yeah. Of course, always to the high side.
Hey.
You're going to short under $1, you're crazy.
I know, right? And especially, I don't know how much locates are on that. Yeah, is it crashing on you?
Yeah, crashing a little bit.
Be careful how you treat those charts over there, Max, because they be different. Anyway, okay, so let's have a look here. What is going on? We're still doing that dance. Now we're still above 4,000, man. We just touched down to 4,005, back up to 7. I'm not punching. I'm seeing lower lows here on Meta. I'm seeing lower lows on Microsoft. I'm seeing lower lows on Amazon. Tesla still, more inclined to be to the high side. It's not at its days highs, obviously. Where is this 193? Is that the close? Let me zoom out here. No, I have some 193 level that goes back to last week. It is not the close. The close is, let's zoom out, I believe it's like 190 or something. Yeah, the close on Tesla from Friday is that 190, I want to say 40, so we'll say 190.50. That's probably the better level to work off. That's ways away from where we're at now. We're at 94. So unless we really get going to the south side here, probably that low of day is what I'll be using, 193.50. So we shall see what this market brings. What is the chat up to? My short of NVIDIA VWAP was absolute money. Yeah, let's have a look at what NVIDIA was up to today. Let's just move out the big cappers over here and bring in the side chart where I do have NVIDIA. I've been watching Netflix. I've been watching AMD, NVIDIA, SI, CCL, FRC. These are the names that are in like the kind of, these are the variable names that I go through. Let's have a look at NVIDIA though. So the short off VWAP was this individual saying, sure. So VWAP, let's go more on the 3-minute chart, get a bit of a better look there. Yeah, I mean, VWAP was a little all over the place today. It was at 269.40, then we got it down to 267 here within a matter of minutes. So yeah, I'm not sure where you took the VWAP short, probably around here, I'm assuming. On the pop back up, maybe into 268.75. If you did, that's absolute money. It's a $3 winner right offhand because it's been printing downward, and we are getting down prints now on everything. I don't know what you're seeing.
I liked the idea of the weakness in the chips today, and I tried the short off AMD 3 times. 3 times I'm out.
Okay.
And then, That's when they get me. Stop me out, then instantly go back down to the downside. And, you know, by the time it's down here, I'm like, where am I going to structure a short on this thing? Yeah. Right idea, wrong price, little aggressive. You know, Monday morning, you're getting antsy to get into a trade.
Of course.
Just, you know, is what it is.
I hear you. I hear you. So, okay, guys, we are moving low here. Okay, here we go, baby. We're getting to the point where we are going to either flip flat or go red on the ES 4001. I'm going to say, yeah, 4001. That is the close on Friday. This is the level I've been looking for. I'm not going to get in immediately. Let's see how it acts around that level, right? Technically, we had a bit of a move there at around 4 a.m. on lesser volume, obviously. We got down to that 39.97, but we immediately got bought back up. If we have that same movement around here with a lot more volume, obviously, I want to be all over that because look at that move back up. Obviously, it's on different catalysts now because we are a different time in the day. I don't know what's going on, what Fed speaker is saying what, but, you know, I'm going to be looking for that defend. I know Fed speakers were up to today. I have to look to see what time they're speaking. I didn't have a look earlier to see what time they were speaking at.
Again, these Fed speakers, man, they're exhausting.
They be dropping lines,
you know?
hot lines all the time.
They just drop something, you're in a trade, hopefully you're on the right side.
I know, right? Even the non-voting members get movement. It's just
Yeah.
because it's what goes into their thought. Dude, okay,
What's
so
the guy's
you and I
name?
talked about the compound. You said you're not a big fan because it's kind of like a little bit boring. The podcast I'm talking about, right? The compound.
Yes.
Yeah, because you were talking
Well,
about
no, I
on
never.
Friday.
We
We were talking about Chamath's All In. Is that the one you said you didn't like? You said you didn't like one of them. Anyway, the point is, I was listening to the compound, and basically there's this moving, growing idea that any voting member of the FOMC committee that was voting at the time should lose their job. With respect to like the transitory inflation kind of debacle that happened at the time, right?
Oh, seriously.
So, you know, a lot of these guys, you know, not only are they followed, but they're going to get a lot of flack for what they say. I'm not seeing anything here about Fed speakers, Max. Oh, there we go. Fed Governor Jefferson speaks. He speaks at 1700. That's after market hours. So that is a nothing burger in terms of an intraday trade. Tomorrow, who else is set to speak? Looking. Not seeing anybody dropping any hot lines tomorrow. So, but we got some important economic data coming in.
Last week, I did get saved by Janet Yellen.
Oh my goodness.
I'm long Tesla, and she says she's saving the banks, and it like went up $3 in my favor.
Well, that's good for you. I'm obviously happy for you in that regard. But I talked about this morning on the morning show, man. Janet Yellen, she did not have her best week last week. Again, getting asked about the problem of you know, deposits moving from the smaller, mid-sized banks to the bigger banks, and because she was, you know, the market was basically looking and saying, okay, you're backstopping these big banks. I'm going to go where my money's more safe. What are you going to do about the money, the run on the money? And she's like, well, I don't know. Basically, she didn't say that, but she couldn't answer the question, so it did not look good. You got lucky, though.
Oh, I did get lucky.
All right, guys, we got as low as 4,375 on the ES. That's not exactly 4,000, but we're moving back up to the high side here, 4,009. Looking to knock on that door of 10. You know, I may not get that 4,000 on the dot, so I'm going to have to look at how a lot of these big cappers in the futures act around this level. This is kind of the buy zone. I had a buy zone between 4,009 and 4,000. So let us see. Dan, what are you looking at today, man? What do you see on the ES in terms of a buy zone? I know you were dropping some ES, some NQ stuff earlier. You're talking about BTC, Dan saying here, BTC down 5%. I didn't even look at BTC today. Jeez, woo! BTC just moved on the 5-minute chart here. Let's bring it in. That's a big boy move down. So obviously some big names in crypto land were making a move there. We'll have a look at that in a second. But the close on BTC yesterday, 27,859. We're at 26,717. So we've lost about $1,000 there. It's bounced back up though, Max. Now down only 4.18%. What do you see on the equities?
Yeah, well, we obviously got the corresponding move in Coinbase.
Right.
Looks almost identical on the chart.
Bet.
But like, what are you going to do with it now? We're already down $6 or something from the open.
Yeah, do you see
maybe play the
bounce?
$60 bounce. The 60 and 70 levels on Coinbase seem to be like where you want to be playing with it. You're playing in the middle. You're kind of playing with fire. But like, if you can get that short off 70 on Coinbase, I love that trade.
Absolutely, a lot. What he's talking about here, and I absolutely agree. Look at this consolidation area here on Coin, guys. Right at that, below that 70 level. So this is the 30-minute chart. So this goes back to March 22nd. You have 1, 2, 3, almost 4 days of trading around that area. So we shall see. We also have that low that I think you were talking about. Was that, you said 50 low. There it is right there.
But then we have 60 more recently.
We have a more of 60-ish area right around here. You have some price action around there. But yeah, you guys know, in case you're wondering why, digital assets are making a move and why coin in specific had this Huadunk moment over here where it dropped down from that nice high that we made, almost 86 max, then bottomed out at 60, almost 26 bucks, just like that, because of the Wells notice served by the SEC that they, will be looking at some of their, the transactions because they want to define some of these digital assets as securities and therefore under their jurisdiction. I don't know if they have like a retroactive penalty that they're going to impose, or are they going to say like from here on forth, this is how you do because it's a security. We shall see though.
I'm confused every time I listen to something about them regulating crypto.
Yeah, it is. Like, it's different.
Realistically, like how are they going to do that?
What's been your experience with crypto?
Crypto, I bought Ether like 5 years ago or something in the initial rally.
Yeah.
And then
the 18 rally?
The 2018. Yeah, 2018. I bought the top of that one. Ugh. But then by 2020 or 2022, 2021, when it started really going, then it was a sick price.
But were you holding?
Yeah, I was still holding.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
okay, you're an OG for holding through that winter. Yeah, man, what did it go down? Hold on. It went up to what? 20-something, 30-something in 2018?
In 2018, I think Bitcoin, I don't remember.
BTC. Oh,
yeah, probably like 25. I was in Ether.
Oh, you were in ETH.
And I bought the top at like 1600 or something.
Jeez. Okay, let's have a look. Because this is worth speaking about here. Let's go to TradingView. Actually, I have BTC up on my other one, but it's fine. Let's look at BTC 2018. Let's go to the monthly. Let's go to the monthly chart. The 1 month. There we go. So let's zoom out here. 18. Yeah, we got up to, what is this, bro? What is BTC? Okay, so this is not BTC USD. BTC USD. There we go. Here it is. It got up to 19, almost 20K. So almost got up to 20K, then it really flushed all the way back down, and it held around 3,000, 4,000 for a while. Yeah, and then there you go, the March 2020 bottom there, and then look at this, dude. Yeah, you're right. October, November 2020. That's when we really started taking off. Then you have that epic double top, and everybody knows what happened after that.
That's when all my friends got rich and then lost it all.
Yeah. Oh, seriously, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I know. I don't know anybody that was holding that much of it, to be honest with you.
Max, let's hear the VWAX story.
Yeah, Max, we want to hear the DWAC story.
Oh,
Bradley talking from the background there.
Well,
give us some context. What are we talking about here?
Prad's in his biggest trade of all time.
Okay.
I'm looking to get long after the halt, sadly. So I think the halt opened, the Prad was in at 175 or something.
Yeah.
I try to get long like 165, get like $5 in the money, looks like it's gonna pump, and then just like absolutely craters. I try to get out, and your favorite broker pops up with a little like, do you want to use our algorithm for the price?
Yeah.
By the time I can close that, we're in a halt.
Hold on.
I lost everything.
So wait. That usually doesn't come up every time. You have to, usually you hit don't show again.
I've hit that so many times.
Really? So that was a new thing that they probably popped in there.
Oh, I don't know, man. I was
that
livid.
happened to me many times.
I was livid. Yeah, I think it opened down like $100 or something.
Oh, that's it? Okay, oh my God. That's it?
That's it?
No,
only
kidding,
50% loss?
No.
Yeah, that was not the best day for me.
What is this? Max. They did you dirty already, Max. They did you real dirty there, Max.
That's brutal. That's brutal.
I love
Thanks,
it.
guys.
Good job, Pradley. Pradley's bullying. Even from the back, he's bullying, man. The bully, the office bully, it stays true to form, baby.
I mean, if we get a little bit of that Mr. Beast energy into this channel, then,
yeah, Mr. Beast
I don't
is
know.
absolute beast with ratings these days.
What does he get, like 100 million views in a video? That's
Hold on,
crazy,
he
man.
rejected several $billion purchase, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I know we're kind of a little off the topic today. Someone bought a piece. For $1 billion value. For $1 billion valuation. So he did end up giving a piece. Okay.
$1 billion valuation on a YouTube channel.
There you go. There you go.
That's the world that we're living in.
Yeah.
So
well,
this Tesla trade that you wanted.
Yes. I don't know about the Tesla trade. I'm looking at the ES Max, and they're dipping down. We're knocking on that door of 4,000.
We are.
That's what I've been waiting for, baby.
We get this nice double bottom here on Tesla, though.
I know.
Maybe we retest that. You know, that gives us the chance to get into a little long.
But here's what I see. I see consistently lower highs.
Yeah.
Look at this, right? So we're talking high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. I need to see a little bit of a trend change here to want to punch. I mean, I don't want to call these bottoms. I'm not that good. You know what I mean? So
I'm the guy to call the bottom on the 5-second chart.
I love it, bro. I love it. Yeah, you go. A heart of steel, baby. No, we are getting down there, guys. We just got down to 4,002, so we are really close to my area here. And again, you know, just because it hits 4,000 doesn't mean I'm punching, man. We got to see how it acts around these areas. We want to see it get bought up, right? That's the whole point here. Someone asking a coin long. You want to have a look at that? See what you think about a coin long?
Are we down to 60 yet?
No, we are close. 61.42 is the low technically on the day.
61.42? I mean, that is a little bit of a reversal candle down there at like 61.5. Tried to break. I wonder if there was size on the tape and just kind of reversed off of that. 61.50 fail breakdown. I like that kind of move.
You like that?
You know, because you can risk like whatever that low is. What was that? 61.42.
Tesla's going.
Yeah, man, that was a bit of a miss on that double bottom.
Yeah,
there. That's
I know,
a setup
but
for me.
The thing is, you know, we need to see how this is going to act around here, man. The futures really need to, show us. So Tesla's making a move. We knew Tesla was going to be relatively strong. That was not the shock, right? We knew that if there was going to be a move, Tesla would probably be the leader in the pack, and it looks like it's going to now because it looks like it's set up for a VWAP retracement. I want to say VWAP is nearer to that 195.50. We could be in store for more. It's just, you know, front running this and missing the move. That's part of waiting, right? You're going to miss part of the move. So sucks to be me. I'm not punching in at these levels. Right? You are. You're going to miss part of the move, and that's what it is, right?
Somebody was talking about SI in the chat. I was trading this a little bit this morning, really poorly on my part. But yeah, I was trying to kind of like trying to get in on the spots where it looked like it was going to squeeze, because I know I was thinking like really move. And now we have this 245 high. We're coming back to it. Like maybe a 245 breakout's in play. Maybe a 250 breakout. Because then you have that even dollar level, that round number.
This is a fantastic setup. Okay, Max, yellow line for you. Is that
yellow line
VWAP?
is VWAP. I got to clean up some of these other lines.
And then red.
Red is the 50 period.
50
SMA.
SMA. Okay.
I prefer the SMA.
Got you.
I don't know.
We're not going to beef over that.
I'm not, you know, I don't know the calculations behind the EMA. Maybe you do.
The EMA makes more relevant, more recent data.
Yeah. It's like, it's smooth.
Yeah.
I just find like the SMA, I'm always using it to kind of buy a pullback. So like, I want something that's going to give me kind of like the furthest away price. I don't want it to be so weighted.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
And I'm using the 50 because it's like the 50's big, you know.
Using the 50, man. Okay, so I like that. This was to me, if this chart took place later in the day. Remember Tim Bowen? Do you know Tim Bowen from Stock to Trade? Okay,
no.
So he trades small cap crappers. During the pandemic, I used to watch him, and he had a setup. He used to call it a VWAP hold high of daybreak. If this chart holds up the way that it's looking right now, at like 2 o'clock.
On the small caps, if they're respecting
but
VWAP.
But this trades similar to the small caps.
Exactly.
If it does, I'm definitely buying that VWAP retracement with like maybe a 10 penny risk. Here we go, man. We're kind of holding up at these levels. We're doing the dance. On Tesla, I'm talking about below 195. We broke through the 50 period on the 1 minute chart, but we did here as well, and it rejected. So nothing really to celebrate at this point. Still looking to see what these futures are doing down here at this 4,000 level. You know, no real direction yet, Max. I don't know what you see. What is this? Ringer Racing. Meta won't make 205. So the close on our friend Meta. It's funny you should bring that up. Is Friday close I'm talking about, 206, almost on the dot. So Meta's red until it can reclaim 206. Right now we're at 203.35. The low is 202.61. You got to think, you know, there's probably going to be a good level of support at that 200. When were we last at the 200 here?
I really like the 202 level on Meta.
On Meta.
Yeah, if you look at like the 30-minute chart,
Right
that
here.
level is just kind of supported, resisted, supported, resisted.
Let's have a look. Yeah, so there's a lot of action around that level.
A lot of action at 202. So maybe if we get down to there, I'd be interested
So
in a
202
little long.
right here. Yeah, I do agree with that. There's been a lot of volume that has taken place at 202.
Yeah.
This is 202 right here. So yeah, I mean, we get down there. Yeah, that's a buy.
We've just been recycling that level over and over and over again.
And it's just right in front of the 200 on the half an hour. Yeah, I know it's a random level, but because you guys know. Oh, Bradley wants to know about the car shopping. Ooh, well, okay, let's do that. Yeah, my pops and I, we went lot hopping yesterday. You guys know that in Ontario, I believe, car dealerships are closed Sunday. So, you know, I don't know why. I mean, I don't mean to dog anybody's business over there who knows more about it, but like it seems like a normal day to open up and for people to shop, especially people that don't have a lot of time during the week to go shopping. What are you making face about?
Why would a car dealership be closed on a Sunday?
I don't know either. I have no idea.
They used to
all
not
of them
have
closed.
Sunday shopping.
I mean,
in
like,
retail in like the 70s.
I'm busy during the week. You know what I mean? Anyway.
How busy is a car dealership on a Saturday?
I don't know. I don't mean that. I don't want to make any like pronouncements here, man. You got to be careful because you don't know how anybody else out there.
They might come after you.
Yeah,
they might come after you.
No. So when we went looking. We went looking, and the thing is, I changed my mind a lot. That's the problem. I'm looking for a mid-size SUV.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm not sure which one I want to get. Every time I think, I'm set on one, I see another one. It's like,
well, the new Ferrari looks kind of cool.
Nice try, Bradley. What'd you say?
I said the same thing.
Ferrari.
The Ferrari.
Yeah, okay. That's cute.
Just load up a couple more shares on Tesla. There you'll be good to go.
It is, bro.
In a lot of states.
Eh?
Closed dealerships on Sunday.
Really, eh? So it's an American thing too?
Trying to save. Dealerships don't actually make money. They just, so it's like they're trying to save overhead costs.
So Sean's saying dealerships are not making that much money, so saving, by closing on Sunday, you save a little bit of overhead.
Oh, I like Mike H's recommendation here.
What does he
Land
say?
Rover.
A Land Rover. Dude,
You're a
no.
big dude.
Yeah,
nice
but they're
Land
in the shop
Rover.
a lot, though, and they're really expensive. I think that's the primary consideration. The new ones, anyway. Here's the thing. I looked at the used ones. There's a brand new one now that's like top model, and that...
The Defender?
No. I don't know about the Defender. I haven't looked at the Defender. Yeah. No, I wasn't talking about that one. All right, where are we here, guys? We're rounding a little bit out. Max, do you see a curling here on the ES? What do you see?
I see a little curling and everything right now.
So you watch the ES, right? When you're
of course.
Part of the side profile there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep the ES going. You don't want to be getting offside on these moves.
All right, Matt, real human. Sharif looks more like a Porsche-sized guy. I don't know, man.
Okay.
My uncle's all into Porsches. Never been a fan. Him and his kid are all into Porsches.
You're not a Porsche guy?
No.
Oh, come on, buddy.
No,
That's the only brand that you need.
Oh, wow. Those are big statements, my guy.
911 is the only car that you ever need, man.
Bradley back there is like, we're done with Sharif, right? I don't know how their chat's going to feel about that. Mike H and ATX, Land Rover for Sharif. Yeah, the new ones are they're a little expensive there. I mean, especially in Canadian dollars. Let's see what else people here. Yeah, not much else. Nothing that I can really read out. Sharif, I agree with Max. Haha, yes. Okay, so loan's on your side there when it comes to this whole thing.
1993 911 Turbo, someone says. That's the car. That's the one. That's the one.
93 911 Turbo?
93 is the last year of the 964, I think.
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's the
car.
car.
You guys are asking
that is the
wrong
car,
guy,
man.
bro.
964 Turbo. That's what you need.
You guys are asking the wrong guy.
I don't think that's going to do a ton of off-roading.
So
for
Max,
you, though.
hold on. Let's talk a little bit about you now that we're chilling a little bit here. Okay, so hold on. Right before I do that, now here we go. We're getting that move in the market, I think. And now it's time to go longzers. So I'm going longzers Tesla.
You're going long.
I'm going longzers.
Just punching.
I'm just punching. I'm waiting for my level to come in, baby. But I'm longzers Tesla there. I'm long at 194.83. Let's see if we can get that continuation. I'm looking to hold through possibly into that 190.50-ish area. That is a VWAP retracement. We need to get some, market support here. Otherwise, I think it's a doomed trade to fail. Where is my out? My out will be through that 194.50 area. So it'll be about 33. pennies worth of risk on this bad boy.
That's beautiful. If you can get like a consolidation that's tight like that on Tesla, you know,
We'll
the profit on Tesla is like $1 plus, and then
Yeah.
you can get a little 30-cent stop on there. That's perfect.
My first out will be at that one, like my idea is about 195.50-ish area, and then I'll be looking to scalp a little bit through that. So we'll see what happens here. Let's let it run, baby. Fur, baby, fur. There we go. Let's go. Here comes that 195 area. See big boy size.
The
Sitting
bounce
at
is in.
Yeah, and there we go. There it gets eaten up, baby. It got eaten up. Let's go. Let's pump to the high side here. Let's keep going. 195.50. You know what? Let's sit. Let's sit at these levels so we don't have to talk about them. And that we've got levels here. So let's go ahead and sit. I'm going to sit at 41s right in front of that 50 area. So we'll put that out there. And should it make it up there, then we'll scalp it. So what else is the chat up to? What about FRC long or short? How do you feel about that, Max?
Man, FRC, I wanted this long today. I wanted it through the pre-market high. I wanted the 20 break. I thought we were going to get back up to 40 today. Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Doesn't even do anything. Doesn't even try to go up on the open.
What was the plan going? Okay, so you get into this when you're looking for a dip?
So, no, my idea was pre-market high is 16.85, whatever. I know Neil was looking at this 17 level as well. You take the 17, even dollar, you're giving it like worst case scenario, that hits you for $1.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't though.
Right.
You're probably giving it 40 cents, either breakout or bailout kind of scenario.
Right. Look at this guy. We both know where that's from. Don't think I don't know where that's from.
Maybe we get into a halt up, and then, you know, I wanted to, like, the real trade for me was the 20 break. I think like 20 is like this massive level. If I can bring it up.
Yeah, that's been a lot of them.
Nope, can't bring it up. I think I gotta redo this whole layout for up here.
No, they're quite you know, temperamental when it comes to changing the time on them for whatever reason. But yeah, you're not the only one.
At my computer, that's never a problem.
Yeah, I know. I think it's on
just
this one. Maybe
this
we
computer?
need to reinstall.
Reinstall
I think
P-Pro
P-Pro
here?
8 on that particular unit. Yeah, Tesla coming right back down now. We'll see. We're still not that far, right? So I want to hold to the 50. I think 50 is a fair price. I think if it makes a newer low, and on my 1 minute chart, that's a newer low. I know I'm kind of looking at the 1 minute. Maybe that's not a good idea. Let's see what the 5 says. So if I was to hold to the 5, through the 5, I'm holding through 193, 193.50. That would be the low, and I don't want to hold that low. I know that's not the type of trade I'm taking here. If I had been taking that trade, I would have got in on the double bottom, but that ain't the move. So I will have to base it off what I see on the 1 minute, and that 1 minute is a 193.50. So 194.50, excuse me. That's what I'm talking about. 194.50. I haven't lost it, guys. I'm talking about that 194.50. WISA, somebody saying, just a gamer. WISA, yes.
WISA.
High on my chart there. Small cap crapper, baby. 265 high. Bit of a double top brewing there. I don't know if you see that, Max.
Wasn't this thing below $1 not too long ago?
No. Let's
Maybe
have
a
look at
reverse
the
split
daily.
scenario?
Let's see. No. Oh yeah, we might have.
Little
Back
reverse
on
split.
January 26th. So
Yeah, that
look at
makes
the reverse
sense.
split there.
Yeah.
Guys, the float on this one is 1.737 million.
Spicy.
So that's small.
Spicy.
Let's just call it like that. It's small and it's terrifying. Yeah, in terms of you know, what can it do from a volatility perspective, this one has all the crazy stock candidate.
There's no volume though.
No volume.
Yet.
Yeah, what do we got on that? We got
that 265 high.
Now
We
it's-
crack through that. That's probably where the volume comes in. No?
Absolutely. We've done 183,000 shares in the last 5 minutes, so the volume's picking up,
Yeah,
but
the
it is a
volume is picking
$2
up.
stock. So that's not that great, right?
Typically, if I'm going to trade one of these, I'm looking for like 30 million, 40 million, 50 million by now.
Right.
You don't really want to be, I mean, it's so hard to manage risk when something's doing 1.2 million of volume.
Absolutely.
Like the notional volume on the day is $3 million.
Exactly. And how are you supposed to get in and out with size? You could get absolutely quadrunked on the spread there.
I mean, you could take out that 3 million with your buying power.
Oh, this guy's dropping hot lies on the air. Hot lies coming in there. Nicole Harris, shout out. In the U.S., top selling EV, 1 is Tesla, 2 is Tesla, 3 is Tesla, 4 is Tesla. What's the ticker? 5 is Tesla. Yeah, guys, I get it, Nicole. We're just joking. Brendo's at the big desk, though. He's got the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, European markets back on our time as they switched over the weekend as well. So here we go. Let's wrap up the day here for a Monday for most of these in positive territory. Actually, pretty nice look coming off that nice rally for the market in the U.S. on Friday. Up across the board. All you need to know for the European session there. It is a 1% kind of a day outside of France and England there, but the rest looking pretty good to start off the new week, guys.
Okay, baby. Thank you for that, Brendo. Yeah, nice to see that we're back on that time slot there with Europe. It was kind of weird taking it at 12:30 there, right?
Yeah, I know that messed a couple guys up in the office looking for Europe close.
Ooh.
They're looking for the closing price and it's still trading.
Yeah, I know, right?
Like, well, what's going on here?
Yeah, exactly. All right, our friend Tesla has awoken again. It's moving to the high side. Again, I'm sitting at that 41. We're knocking on the door at 30. We've been printing higher 20s here. Here comes 30. There's 35. Let's move up to 40,
Let's
baby.
go, Sharif.
No, man. Every time it does this, it does like that little dance with no pants, and it doesn't get filled for whatever reason. Anyway, but yeah, we're waiting for that at the 40 level. A lot of buying coming in, getting a nice VWAP retracement, but you know, we may not get that exact touch on VWAP here. So I'm sitting at 40s. You know, I should probably be getting in and around here, out around here. Yeah, that's the issue with having these, you know, these stagnant, stationary profit-taking levels. There it goes right back down. Is that, you know, the VWAP is moving down, and when it moves down, your levels have to move down with it. So unless it's pegged to the exact value of VWAP, that may present a bit of an issue. So that looks like it happened on that time, and that's fine. Let's see what else the chat is up to.
Someone's saying cup and handle on SI.
Have a look.
I mean,
A
sure,
bit.
if you want to call it that.
I
Call it
haven't
whatever
seen
you
the
want.
handle go yet. Where's the handle at?
I don't know. It's a little dip and take out the high kind of scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So
we need some consolidation sideways to make that handle. True?
I guess.
Because that's
You're
the
the
handle
CMT guy.
No, goodness. You know, because it's like this.
Yeah. You need the handle. This is just a small handle. This is like a little British teacup.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
look at
yeah,
this guy getting all definitive.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if we take out this high, we're going to see some action.
Absolutely. No, I do
Either
agree.
way, I do like the idea of the 250 break on the star.
Okay.
If SI is going to do this kind of volume
You were
with
saying
that
that
kind of
earlier,
short
too.
interest, like
Yeah.
250, I'm waiting.
Uh-oh.
I'll take it if it gets there. But I'm waiting for it to get there.
Looks like we got that rejection on Tesla. Now we're right back down into that 195.75-ish area. Let's see if we get bought back up here. And we continue. We just touched the 50 period on the 1 minute. Why am I on the 1 minute on this one? Let's go
We
back.
got that WISA going too. WISA, how do we say that?
Is it pumping?
It's
There
pumping,
it
man. We're almost at
baby.
$3.
There we go. Let's have a look at this
Yeah.
one. Go to Max's screen.
Not enough volume for me, but enough volume for somebody else apparently. We are going for $3.
Someone else.
I guess we should have taken that 265 break. We did say if it takes out 265, that's where the volume comes in. And look at that volume spike.
That's what I love.
So we'll see where this can go. I haven't looked at the daily yet. Let's
The
take a look at
volume's
the
pumping
daily.
here now.
This is going crazy.
Here it comes.
Oh,
yeah.
look where we've come from. I guess this is the reverse split.
That, likewise, I think. Let me have a
Yeah.
look. I don't want to look it on this chart because it might go nuts on me. But here we go. Daily.
285 kind of scenario,
split?
375 maybe.
January 26th. I wonder, like, why don't they show you if this is split adjusted or not? But anyway. Yeah,
what is
so
this?
let's flip back to Tesla here. Yeah, we're still back at that zone. I'm out at 150. It looks like this might have been a bit of a false breakout here on the ES. We kind of move up through that 410. We hold. We'll see. We'll see if we continue to print newer lows. Whether it does or not, I'm out at that 50 level for a 33 penny loser. So that will be the case on our friend Tesla. I will not be adding these levels. I'll look for something more to something better to set up should something come into play. But I'm seeing a lot of these big cappers now print lower lows, and we are almost at day's lows for all these big cappers here, save and except for Tesla. I'm talking about Meta, I'm talking about Microsoft and Google, likewise with Amazon and Apple. They are all at near day's lows, but Tesla is still fighting to keep its uptrend going, still hanging, but you wonder for how long. I think I may have caught possibly the wrong bottom. Anyway, we shall see. Sean is short Apple. They're putting that in the chat saying Apple working. That was a 160.77 top. We are now at 159.17 lows. All these big cappers nearer day's lows at the moment, Max.
Yes.
Netflix has been strong. Have you had a look at Netflix today? It's kind of selling off now, but it's been strong the last few days.
Netflix is wild.
It is a wild.
You ever trade Netflix?
I have.
You got to give that thing
for like a
like.
few weeks.
Well, swinging is different.
Yeah, I know.
You're trying to get in that thing with like risk management. It's like $2.
Can I tell you? Like, I was talking to Brenda about this. I'm like, okay, so I've wanted to include a newer name to my big six. My big six being Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Meta, Tesla, and Google. I've wanted to include a seventh, right?
All right.
And I go back and forth between Netflix, but I think NVIDIA takes the cake now. Number one,
Given
Netflix has like no freaking volume.
Yeah.
Midday or even pre-market.
If you're talking about stocks to watch to trade.
Yeah, and our market indicative, right? That will respond with like the market.
I think Netflix kind of does its own thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Netflix is really wanting to move with the market. Like, NVIDIA will move with the market.
Right.
Netflix, if Netflix feels like being strong, that thing's going to go crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, here we go. All right, Max, we're getting back down into that 194.50 area. That is my head. If it breaks 50, I'm Gonzino on this one. So let's see if that is going to be the case, or we're going to find a bit of a bottom here and a move up on our Tesla position. We're sitting at 195.40. We almost got filled a couple of times, but not quite. Michel Hebert, $5 Canadian Super Chat. Thank you very much, my friend Michel, good friend of the show's. GME straight from $27 to $22.10 after earnings, back to $24, back Friday, now making higher lows, $22.70. Delay on the 10Q speculations, long 23 break. Okay, so first of all, I got to get out of my Tesla position here. There we go. So that's a loss. But let's now look at GME. Let's pull this up over here. GME. All right, so let's have a look. Where did he get short? So we got straight from 27 to 22. So let's go to the 15-minute chart.
Long 23 break, eh?
So 27, this is the earnings day that we talked about. That was March 21st. And we got up a bit of a double top there. One made in the aftermarket on the 21st, another one in the pre-market. Yeah, in the pre-market on the 22nd. So a bit of a double top, kind of at that 27, almost 28. And yeah, you're right. Absolute flush coming all the way down to that 22.5. Do you go along here? Look, man, the technicals, we're in a range.
I think if you're long in the 23 break, you're just in the middle here, right? If you want to go long, maybe 23, 25 instead. Because like 23, we were just there, what is that, 5 minutes ago?
Yeah.
So unless there was size there, which I don't see any size right now, I don't see the 23 break as being the one.
No.
I'd rather like breaking this, because then you got VWAP here, you're breaking this consolidation here. Maybe you just try to take the bottom here and like run it back up.
Substantial amount of support here at 22. Like, look at this. On the descent back up from 27.5, we come back into that 22. As a low, we kind of hold both days, both on the 23rd and the 24th. So if you want to go long, I'm going long off 22 support. I see what you're saying here, the consolidation area around 23. I get it. But that's not where I think you find support unless, like he said, you're seeing something on the book. I'm not even looking at that. So. Yeah, so let's see what else is up. What's our friend Stressla doing? Okay, so it's tanking to the downside. So good thing we got out of Stressla there as it's moving lows. Let's see. Yeah. So it was not the right time to take that market bounce, at least not on Stressla. We did get a decent move here on the market from 2s. We got up to 14. So we got a 12-point move, but definitely not reciprocated on some of these big cappers.
Would you take maybe like a higher low here on Tesla?
Hold on. Someone just asked us to check Twitter. Can you guys check Twitter? Twitter is a private company now, right? It's not publicly traded anymore, right? Elon Musk bought it. I hope you were just trolling their headspace, but that's funny. He does have the name that would make you wonder whether he is trolling Headspace.
Who's that? Headspace, yeah.
Or their name is Headspace, right? I think that's funny. Shout out to you for that. What are you looking at, Max? Anything setting up on your end there?
You know, my levels just haven't showed up yet. I'm still waiting on Silvergate here.
Yeah.
You can see my order here. I'm going long 250. I will be taking that break if it comes. Oops. Tesla, maybe if we can make a higher low here, like 193.75 kind of thing. Maybe we're making a higher low right now, honestly.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're kind of in the middle here. I do like the idea of a Tesla long back to VWAP. I just need to find a way to kind of get into that. Maybe if we get back down to 193.50 again, I see some size on the tape that I can play off of.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that. And that's what I said to myself. When I got in at 194.80s, I'm like, okay, so I've got 2 time frames off which I can base it. If I'm looking for the first most obvious lower low on the 1 minute, it's that 193.50. But if I'm to trade off a bigger time frame, which I should be, which is on the 5, the out is at 193.40, which is a low day, right?
Yeah.
So,
and if you look at after 8 a.m., which is when they say the institutional volume comes in, that 193.50 did not break on the pre-market. So like this is obviously a level. People obviously have interest here. So, you know, maybe if we break that, we're going down. And if we hold that, we can get the move back up. Obviously, you would want the ES to support it, but the ES is really not doing anything right now.
No. All right, Nicole Harris, shout out for the super chat, $5. Thank you very much, Nicole. I'm pretty sure you're from Hotlanta, right? You're from Atlanta. Tag me, Nicole. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's what they call it, bro. Proudly trying to bully me from back there. Just joking, guys. What's your levels on CCL and Lucid? Good morning, brothers from another mother, Canadian brothers. All right, shout out to you, Nicole. Why don't you have a look at CCL? I'll have a look at LCID.
CCL?
Yeah. It had earnings today. I believe the call started at 10 a.m.
I did try to catch a long on CCL here, all the way up here, and then I kind of pulled my bid, realized this is probably a bad idea right here. Like, I don't think that's where you want to be getting long, but like the $9 level was solid, gave it to you twice, and like a 17 penny scalp on a CCL that's a pretty good trade.
Yeah.
Because you can take quite a bit of size. If you look at the book here, there's tons of liquidity for you to take, you know, whatever, 5,000, 8,000 shares, there's 10,000.
Yeah.
So,
it's so
you know, 17 penny scalp, you got 1 cent of risk. That's a beautiful trade.
That level, though.
Now that we've given it up, we're probably trending down.
That
today,
rejection off the 50 period was absolute money for me from an intraday.
I love those.
I love those too. You take those against a relatively weak name into a 50 period. It's buying against the micro trend, but you're going with the major trend. And major, I'm talking about intraday major, not like. Yeah. You guys know what I'm saying about that. All right, Nicole, for Lucid, here's what I see. Were you done with CCL?
Yeah, I think like. Well, we're hitting the 50 period right now, so if you want to take a scalp here off 9 for that continuation, I don't hate that because 9 is the level today. Am I going to take it when there's no volume left? Probably not, but I can see that. I can see that as a good trade.
And the call's done, so everything that could be digested by investors has been digested.
Yeah, so we're probably making the move down today, right?
Yeah.
If we continue this trend.
Yeah, so you're shorting the pops kind of thing?
Yeah.
Is that okay? There you go, Nicole. With respect to Lucid, here we go. So let's have a look. I see that $8 bottom side. This is the half an hour on LCID. That 8 bottom there is absolute money. Look how much the action we've got through that recently and even prior to that. So an 8 bottom is absolute money. I also like that 830 top. You know, we get a break above it. Obviously, you have this area that broke above it, but look how many times we get touches off that 830. And today's no different, despite the fact that it popped up. Now, keep in mind, you know, it's this is an 8 a.m. print here, so that's an institutional order. So, you know, look at that with, you know, some suspicion. You know, that means on the dark pools we had prints around those levels, but hey, in the open lit market, not yet. So I like 830 to the high side. I like 8 to the low side, and that's a clear range. If you're able to play off those ranges, great. I mean, if you end up getting caught in the breakout, that's kind of the breaks, right? Yeah, you'll have to deal with that. So let's see what that does. All right, what's our friend Stressla doing here? Okay, so it's holding that 194 for now, and I you know, emphasize for now.
For now.
For now, yeah. So let's see if we can get a new higher high on these futures. I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. If we can get like a 40-15, a 40-14 print, then that would be another higher high, maybe a VWAP retracement. So again, man, I don't know if this trade is setting up. We really need to get going here on the futures north if I'm going to take like any decisive long using this strategy, because you're supposed to see it go. Maybe I'm not giving it enough time.
Well, don't look now, Sharif.
It's going, isn't it?
Our friend Wisa,
wow,
How do you say that? You say it WISA?
WISA. We're good to go either way.
I don't know. It is flying. It's flying. We talked down on it.
Yeah, we did.
And it told us that we are wrong.
Yeah.
Same thing happened to me last week on
because it hasn't been
Note.
Yeah. Well, that's Neil asked me that. He's like, "Did you trade Note?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? I don't even know what Note is. I barely looked at small cap crappers last week. This is going.
My. Look, that $3 break was
371?
money. We're just taking off offers. This thing could definitely halt. One more push up, we're halting.
Absolutely, yeah. It'd be nice to know where the halt levels are. Yeah, WISA's pumping to the high side,
I
guys.
may want to buy some shorts on this one.
Okay, yeah. Well, let me know how much they are too, if you're able to find out there.
Let's figure this one out.
Yeah. So WISA up now, 86%, pumping to the high side. 3 was a nice break there. You had accumulation here at that 290, and then go to that top, just get blown right off. 371 the high. Now we're back below or flirting with the $0.50. We shall see what this one does, but the volume now is there, guys, on our friend WISA. Has done 1.6 million shares in the last 5 minutes, 5 million overall, so it's starting to come into itself here. Average volume on this one, guys, 402,000, so we're in high R-vol territory today and right now, so keep a watch on this one, Max. Max, now,
yes,
we got to know each other a little bit because we sat next to each other.
Yeah.
And, well, not next, but we were in the same vicinity.
You used to turn around and yell tickers at me, yeah.
Right? And those tickers mostly were small cap crappers, right? So Max is a fellow small cap crapper enthusiast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Love them.
Yeah, so there you go. He's got a different way of trading them, though, right? Like, he goes big boy, you know, I work my way in. Yeah, Max. Tell us a little bit about the small cap crapper journey. With the IBKR stories being the most probably funny that I sympathize with.
It's funny, I started trading in lockdown in the pandemic.
Right.
Because my brother was just trading small caps.
Okay.
And I was like, this guy is ridiculous.
Right.
Like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
You're thinking about your brother here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, day trading?
Yeah.
Everybody knows day trading's a scam.
Right.
What is this guy talking about?
Okay.
He's going to put all of his money into these tiny little companies. First day he makes 300, I'm like, all right, I'm in.
I love
Sign
it. It
me
took
up.
a lot of convincing.
Sign me up. It took 5 minutes
all right.
for this guy to make $300, and I'm like, all right.
Okay.
I'm not going to get left behind on this one. So I proceeded to I proceeded to blow up a few accounts.
Okay.
But you know, not too much money.
Is there anything that can be learned that you learned after the fact from those blowing ups that you could pass on to people?
Yeah, sadly, I used to be the guy who would get in as soon as I see profit, get out.
Okay, so you're
as soon as I see profit, and these things would go up 5,000%, whatever.
But could it be attributed to the fact that you had no experience? And
No
you don't know
experience.
what to
I was like,
expect?
I can't lose money, and if I see money, I'm going to take it.
Right.
Now,
You're
I'm
a
the
little
guy.
different now.
I hold everything.
Yeah, okay.
Just hold it. And
love it.
I mean, if I had that mentality back then in 2020 when they were going
It would be all over.
crazy.
You'd be retired.
Oh, man, I'd be retired by now. I'd be on a yacht.
I love it.
Sad.
I love it. Okay.
But it's okay. One day that'll come back, and, you know, we can get matching yachts.
Yeah, I love it. Dude, this guy is so enthusiastic. I love it. So tell us a little bit about, how you went about, like, okay, so, you know, we don't have the PDT rule in Canada, right? So once you fund an account, you're good to go.
Good to go. I put like $3,000 in an account.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
right? And
clicking buttons.
You're using IBKR.
IBKR,
like I
yeah.
did,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because it's really like the only one you can really use in Canada. That's
I've heard some
4 a.m.
people.
day trading, 4 a.m.
Somebody in the office was telling me that they were trying to trade on TD.
Yeah, well,
and it's
Ameritrade
like,
now is decent, but hold on.
You can't pay $10 to get in, $10 to get out.
It's not that. Thinkorswim now, Thinkorswim, you can use it in Canada, but I think you got to pay for it, or you have to have a certain amount of money in your account.
Oh, okay.
Someone was telling me that. I'm not exactly sure, but you really only had E-Trade, or you had. I'm not talking about futures. I'm talking about equities.
Yeah,
You really only had E-Trade and IBKR if you were really serious, and they kind of give you like all the tools. You had direct market access with IBKR. You didn't have direct market access with a lot of these other guys. You went through a couple of market makers. But.
I call IBKR kind of like semi-direct market access.
Yeah, it is semi-direct. Okay, can I tell you something about IBKR too?
Yeah.
That there was a test done, and they did 2 tests. You know how you can have like the free trades, right? If you set it up to
Yeah,
be not
yeah,
pro.
yeah, yeah.
But if you want the direct market access rates, typically like $1 or
So do the free trades have to go through their algo?
So they did an analysis to see how IBKR stemmed up to other brokerages in terms of execution speed and the execution price, and it almost got last in all of them. And they're the ones who were supposed to direct market access. It was like they were competing against Ameritrade that were sending you to a couple of market makers. So I don't know what they were using though, because there is, you know how there is an algo for maximum execution, maximum speed.
Yeah.
They have all these different algos, right, that you can use.
But so if you're routing for or if you're paying the free fee, are you able to choose your routing? Or is it you're just so it's just like
That's
any other broker?
Flow
Exactly.
They give you both options. Right?
Yeah.
Well, we talked about that 193.50 on our friend Stressla. That's come and gone, my friend. Yeah, someone was asking no trades, guys. I'm not. Look, I can punch short at these levels, but that's just not my trade. I'm waiting. I'm going to keep reiterating. I'm waiting for a 4,000 defend on the ES. Whether I take that on the futures or I take that on an equity here. I tried it on Tesla. It did not work. I was in 194.84 and I got out through the 50 break for a 30-penny loser. And I'm happy that I did. I just didn't turn short. That's not the setup I'm looking for. I'm looking for a bounce off that 4,000 level long. So
I'm looking to get long WYSA right here.
Okay, so Max goes go for it, man. This is what they want to see. They want to see how you get in and get out on these small cap graphics.
Well, we just bounced off VWAP, so if I can get kind of like a little higher low, maybe 305 here, I'm going to try to get in smaller size, and then we'll get out if this 290 breakout level, 295 breakout level
breaks.
breaks.
This is a VWAP hold. That's
what
we're looking for
basically
here?
just looking for VWAP to hold. We kind of flushed in, but are we done yet?
I don't know, man.
I don't know. There's
And
lots
like
of room
that
to go. Exactly.
Three
so
breakout is fantastic.
Exactly.
That should be a hold.
This is where we should have been involved, but we were busy talking about your car.
It wasn't me, man. It was Prad.
Yeah, blame it on Prad.
To know about the car. He's like, tell us about your car.
Prad, you owe me the money I would have made on that trade.
Prad's mad that I blamed him. He said it was a chat. He's blaming you guys.
The shorts on this are 3.5 cents a share, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So
that's interesting. Not too bad.
What I'm also looking at on this stock, if we break $4 and then instantly kind of dip back below it, I'd be looking at short.
Okay. I just want to get quick to these futures here because we just dipped right to that 4,000. It immediately got bought back up. We got back to 4,000 and a quarter on these futures. So here we are. We're at that very important level now. Let's see how we act. I don't know. There's no requirement for us to immediately bounce. We could just hold this level and do a dance around it and then bounce later. So we shall see what happens at this level. Sorry to interrupt you about that we said. So you got a dip trade set up there right in front of 3, eh?
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see if this comes in. I'm not going to chase it up to here. I'm not going to you can't chase 20 cents on a small cap.
No.
Actually, I've made money chasing 20 cents.
Yeah,
on a small
I know.
Cap,
So have I. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Is it repeatable? That's the
Yeah,
thing. I mean,
exactly.
Something that we can come in and do every day.
Exactly. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
But if you can't do it tomorrow, what are you doing? Why are you doing it today?
Right, there you go, right?
Yeah.
It's great. Position board is lies, someone said. Robert Smith. No, we're not in a position.
We're not in any positions.
Yeah,
we're trying. We're trying. The market's not getting them to us.
Position board is lies. They're down 100K. Someone's saying the shrinking 100K on Schwab. So I guess there's something on the book there, 100K on Schwab. Let's have a look. SCHW. I'll look on my other platform here to see if I can see some size. I don't see anything here at what? 100K on Schwab. I don't know
Oh yeah, $56. We got 815 lots.
You see that?
I did see it. I saw it for a second. We'll see if we come back up here. So.
Oh, here it is. There it is. It's at 55. It's at 50. 55.50.
55.50?
Yeah.
I saw it at 56. I don't know. We'll see if we get up there. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. How people are trolling you here in the chat. You have no idea how many Mr. Beast comments we're getting right now, bro. Did you get this before you cut your hair? You didn't. There's no way.
I cut my hair last week.
Exactly.
You guys should have seen my hair last week. You would not have called me Mr. Beast.
No,
you would have called me homeless.
It was like right down to here, man.
Yeah, that was.
No,
it was
I like
bad.
the hair.
It was bad.
The do looks good, bro. All right, here we're doing that dance here on the futures. Maybe we should take like some sort of futures position here. Let's have a look. No, I'm gonna wait for this one to materialize before I do anything. All right, we are moving down on all these big cap cappers. Meta 201.40 to make at lows. We're at lows on everything here. Even Tesla. Tesla was the only one holding up prior to that. We're on lows, all these big cappers, but we are not printing much lower yet on the ES. We're still holding 4,000. So let's see what the market decides to do at this point. It is an inflection point. You call
an
these
inflection point.
Do you call
Love
these
it.
inflection points?
Yeah, over under level, inflection point, whatever you want to call it. If you want to get technical, inflection point. I like that.
I like it. Okay. Yeah, we shall see what's going to go down here. Let's see what else is going on. What's WISA up to? Still doing that.
I missed my
dance,
bid. I should have bid 11s instead of 06s.
So just a quick miss.
Little miss. I was a little bit too greedy, I guess.
Well, you never know. It might come down. Yeah, VWAP is moving up. It is holding VWAP.
Yeah.
So far, so good
You know what?
on that. Let's see.
I think I'm going to cancel that bid, and I'm going to just watch it. And wherever this decides to go, that's where I'll decide to get in.
Okay.
So if I see something on the tape, if I see it, break VWAP and then come back up, I'll just punch right in.
Okay. All right. Yes, we got you, Scott. We've been talking about that. All right, Steve Land. Yes, I got you as well. Our rapid home repair coin puts are printing. Yes, sir. Coin obviously getting absolutely huadunked from that last week headline coming in with a Wells notice that's served by the SEC, and ever since then, we topped out at 86. It had been having a great time. Got a couple of really important upgrades from some big names, and then just like that, it all turned around for them, and now they're having to fight, just stay. Who knows? Do they stay in business? I mean, like, there's not many more that are out there, right? Like,
who are you going to trade crypto with?
I don't know.
I'm
like they're forcing Binance to be the winner in this whole thing here.
I read some headline that Binance is getting sued by somebody now.
Yeah.
Is it the SEC now? I don't even know.
I have no idea. Yeah, Binance has been having its
These
issues
exchanges
lately.
are dropping like flies.
They are, man. They are. All right, guys. Let's go up to Brendo, who's at the big desk, and he's got happening now.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go. Let's get you up to date on how things are shaping up right now. It was all going so well. And then tech, downside. 0.84 there for the NASDAQ 100 in the red now. 0.64 for the composite. Definitely the first to go red on the day and are definitely leading as far as weakness is concerned. Only 0.1 left up there for the S&P 500 holding on to. Positive territory as well, about 0.5% for the Dow, the Russell, all three of them. Not bad overall, considering. If you joined us early on this morning, we were dealing with FRC. Once again, all the regional banks holding on to decent gains after SVB, or the FDIC, comes up with a deal to sell some assets for SVB. SI, Tesla, both on watch as well. There's FRC. We open and have just done nothing but go straight down. 14 ends up being a bit of a support area here for FRC. Tesla, yeah, fading off as well. We're back to pre-market lows at this point. Still 1%, but wow. How we have shifted gears, guys. Back to the downside we go. Over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, the chat letting us know it's CFTC. That's who was suing them again. Yeah, that's talking about Binance, guys. So a lot of these crypto exchanges, they've been under a lot of pressure, and not many have survived. And you knew that there was going to be industry consolidation at some point, but you didn't think that all these players would get eliminated. But here we go. Here we are, and yeah, we'll see who survives, man.
I got the headline here from CFTC. Charges Binance and its founder CZ willful evasion of federal law and operating an illegal digital asset derivatives exchange, whatever that means.
There you go. So circumventing regulation.
Yeah, exactly.
Go. Yeah, we heard about like the Binance has a lot of its operations internationally, right? And they're where are they even chartered?
Singapore, I think.
Is it? I thought it was somewhere in the Cayman Islands or something. I thought it was like something in the Caribbean. Now I have no idea.
Yeah.
Fact check us, chat. You guys always
fact check.
Yeah. Trust me, that they come in with the facts hot. Like they come in real quick there. All right, we're looking for a bounce here, guys, on these futures still. Let's go ahead and let's take this long here as we continue to do that dance. Do we get a bounce here? That's what I'm looking for. So we shall see if we get a bounce. Right?
I like that trade.
Huh?
I like that trade.
We'll see. We'll hold on here, but you know it's going against the trend. But I'm looking for that 4,000 hold, so we shall see what happens. It doesn't cost me that much to find out, right? Based on where I'm getting and where I have to get out if I'm wrong, right? Where I get out if I'm wrong, that 40 area, that will be where I'm wrong, and I may be wrong pretty quickly here. As it's not cooperating at the moment.
Seems ES is going and Tesla is saying no, thank you.
I might have to just take the ES here. It might be like, you know, no point in forcing Tesla to do the trade that I want. No, and besides, to be honest with you, I keep getting in at the wrong levels. I really should be getting in using a dip trade. Oh, there we go. So I got to get out here for breaks 40, and that'll be another paper cut. But yeah, so that's a no. So that's 0-2, baby. 0-2, baby. Trying to get in at these levels, but we shall continue to try because that's what we're getting in with it. By the way, guys, these were all like quarter positions that I'm getting in. These are not full positions at the moment. So, you know, the paper cuts are there, but they're smaller.
WISA going without me.
It is.
Sadly.
It is, eh?
We might do a little false breakout here.
Yeah, you saw that?
Yeah, you know, do I like the short back through $3? Maybe. Maybe. Might just take this through $3, try to get back into the 270, 280 area, maybe this 50 period, 280. And like, you know, when these small caps give it up, they give it up.
Oh, yeah. It could retrace the entire move and then some.
Yeah, so let's see if we can get a trade here through $3.
So what's the move here?
We're going to take $3 breakdown.
I like it.
Back into the 50 period. Yeah, I paid for the shorts on this one. So let's see if that comes in. Got my stop in. We're going to take this. I think that, you know, realistically, you can get back down to 250. You always go in like these 50-cent increments, right?
Right.
With these things.
Holy cow.
So yeah, let's see if that comes in. Where's Meta at, by the way?
Meta, it's at day's lows essentially. 201.36 is back up to 63s. It's kind of. That was, I know you were looking for that 02.
That 02, it just kind of blew right through there. So
It just hung out there, right?
So 200 next level on Meta, I guess.
That's what I was thinking, right? Like that's what my original look was on Meta. I'm just having a look at the SPY here, but let's get to Meta over here.
When I look at Meta, I like to look at it more in terms of like zones. So like 202 to 200 is more of a zone versus like I want to get in at 202 and that's the level, and if that breaks, I'm out.
Okay, so here, let me give you, like, my trades on Meta have been all level based, and I took pictures of all of them last week, and these were all good trades. So let's bring them in here.
You were killing Meta last week.
Yeah, this was a good trade last week. So March 24th was Friday. This is the one. So this was basically this level that I had been getting in at. It was VWAP retracement. It just doesn't show on the chart here, but it was a VWAP retracement, and I added at VWAP, and it was just, sorry, this was not VWAP retracement. This was the close of the day prior, and it had been holding the prior day's close almost, you know, instinctively. Today, obviously, it hasn't. Today, it opened up below the close. So that was obviously not a play that I would have had, right? But it had been very strong. This was after the TikTok tailwind with the testimony of the TikTok CEO. And I said, look, on any market weakness, I'm taking this long off the level. And that's what we did. We kind of rode this one for almost like $5.
That is a beauty.
Yeah, this was a good one. But that didn't set up today, right? There was no setups for it today, so it's just like, okay, it's not.
We got a super chat from that Headspace.
Headspace.
He was joking about Twitter, guys.
Yeah, thanks guys for the stream. Really learning a lot about the trades. Cheers, PS. I was trolling on Twitter. Yeah, shout out to Headspace. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Yeah. We figured, you know, you're probably trolling a little bit there, given your username. Figured you had a little bit of sense of humor. So yeah, shout out to you for that. And I think you are a newer member. I mean, I don't remember seeing you in the chat prior to that, but yeah, shout out to you on that one. All right, Max, we're right back at that 4,000. Oh, baby. What's the look here, Max?
I don't know, man. Test it once, doesn't break. Test it twice.
We quadunk?
I don't know.
Just in case, I'm catching you up. Quadunk means like we pooped the bed.
I know.
Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. You can hear me from back there. I like it. My voice.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like usually taking a level too many times in a row. So like 2 times, maybe, you get the double bottom bounce. If it comes back down a 3rd time, goodbye.
Goodbye. All right, well, here we go. We're right back at that level. So let's see what we do here. I got it on the 5-minute.
We did bounce 3 handles off that, so.
I mean, did we get any negative catalyst this week to really kind of break us below 4,000? We were fighting tooth and nail to claim 4,000 to close on Friday, right? It really was fighting at the end. We ended up closing at 4,001. So, you know, I figured, you know, if we fought that hard to take it, it would definitely be a level of support. But, you know, we shall see.
Yeah, and like volumes today are pretty light. If you look at like, I got my trade, lost it. Trade ideas volume leaders here. Like usually you'll see 100 mil, 100 mil, 100 mil, 100 mil. We're not even there on anything yet.
No.
So like it kind of feels like this is just a light volume sell-off on the market.
Right.
No decisions are actually being made. It's just kind of floating around. It doesn't want to make a move because everybody's just waiting for somebody to pull the trigger.
Right. Yeah, it is what it is. All right, let's see. Sharice's professionalism is top tier. Oh, that's very nice. Thank you, 83. Yeah, I always like reading comments like that. I'll take that. Someone else, Ardu Note, Palantir. Oh, wow, we haven't looked at PLTR lately because we just haven't. All right, PLTR. Probably he's bullying me from back there. I can hear him. Classic. I don't know what he's saying, but he's bullying me. Just kidding. All right, Palantir. I know this one had earnings not that long ago. Here it is. This is probably the earnings level on the day there. We get that big move up, but it's been inside lately. Palantir, you guys see. Let's look at the daily. Yeah, it's been tough to trade. I know they got a couple of good contracts. They're government contracts, so make of that what you will. On any strength, though, it looks like we've been, you know, hesitant to take these bigger averages. You know, on times we've tried to take the 50, we've ended up tracing below it. Now it looks like we're using the 50 as support, and like there's that kind of condensing between the 200 and the 50. We're at a crossroads here. You get a rejection of the 200, you break above it, you retrace below, but you hold the 50 on the daily. So I don't know. This one, it's not for me. I know Sean and Neil and them, they really haven't been trading it all that much either lately because it really hasn't been presenting opportunities. I don't have a trade on this personally. I don't know how you feel about this Palantir. This is the daily on Palantir. It's a bit of a range here.
Yeah. No real news. Like the news today is that Stanley Lehman Group invests $3.98 million. Who cares?
In Palantir?
Yeah.
That's like, well, I don't mean to disrespect $3.98 million, but
I mean,
it's chump change.
This is a $16 billion company. Right? Like, what?
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know. No catalyst. I'm not trading Palantir.
No,
Straight up.
Neither would I. Yeah.
Unless it's doing exceptional volume, I don't think that there's edge there. Like, I think you're kind of dancing with the bots, as someone might have used to say.
Yeah, I know, right? It's digital warfare, guys. Yeah, I love them. Shout out. All right, where are we at here with WISA? Okay, we're still doing that dance at that $0.75. What's going on there?
I don't know.
What's going on? Look at this tight range. It looks like a bio, the way that it's trading between that 308. Yeah, I know all.
You know what we got?
What'd you get?
We got a great setup here for the long, in my opinion.
Because
I think I missed it, but you see how we're like consolidating.
Yeah.
Wicks down, gets people short probably gets people long out.
Yeah.
And then immediately like reclaims up. Now people are FOMOing back in long.
Right.
Now people are covering their short. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see this thing back up into the 350 range soon.
I like the VWAP hold, bro.
Yeah.
And you have a pretty much, this is kind of, obviously that's not what I'm trying to say, a risk-free trade. Of course, it's not a risk-free trade, but you have a pretty defined area of risk. I mean, you could give it to right below VWAP. Here it comes down again. I would say maybe give it to that right below 3, right? If it breaks 3, you know, you get out, maybe you get wicked out and get bamboozled and it pumps up, but you've got a defined area of risk. So it's been holding VWAP like a glove. At least it has been on my chart. I don't know how you're seeing it, but here's what I'm seing here, and I'm seeing retracements right into VWAP with no break, despite the fact that I'm seeing consecutively lower lows, lower highs, excuse me. The lower lows not really there, as we do have that kind of hold at that VWAP area. So interesting. Yeah, wow, man.
It's
you haven't traded these small cappers in a while. You kind of.
It's been a long time. I'm
right.
You know.
You're rusty.
I'm missing
them.
I'm rusty for sure. Like I don't even know what I like at this point. Do I like the breakdown? Do I like the move up?
It's presenting you with opportunities. Yeah.
I
don't
kind
know.
of figured that this would be just kind of blasting off right now based on, this little move right here. So now I'm not quite thinking long anymore.
I think you had the right idea, and if you miss the long, you miss the long. So what? If you wait for the short, I don't know. I'd say wait for that short, that flat bottom break through 3.
That's what I like. Even dollar level.
Yeah.
Even dollar levels on these are really important. Like, a $3 level on a WYSA is a 300 level on a Netflix.
No question.
And like you're gonna be looking really hard at 300 on Netflix.
Right.
So $3 on WYSA, like people are looking hard at this.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Looks like that 202 level on Meta might be in play, bro. Because, did technically go down to that 201.36, but it's retracing quite aggressively back to that 202. We're at 92s now, while a lot of these other big cappers are not really doing that retracement, Dan. So that might be an interesting area if the market really holds this 4,000 to take that 202. So I'm looking at that. Shout out to you, Max, for that. El Maestro, 599 euros. Thank you very much for that, my friend. What do you think of my medium-term portfolio? I'm short copper on COPX. I'm short gold on European he's short gold. He's short European banks. He's short BBVA for European banks. He's short the NASDAQ. He's short the SPX. He's short the DAX, and short HYLD, and long the DXY. So I see where you're going with that. Personally, here's my look, and I'm just going to tell you, I'm not taking wow. So let me get to that quick. That 202 level just really came in here on Meta and on the SPY. We're getting a nice little bounce. I personally don't want to take the NDX and the SPX short right now when we're talking about disinflationary pressures, possibly from the Fed. We're talking about a pause. One's being priced in next time around. Now we're talking about June cuts, right? The Fed cutting in June, obviously that usually has the effect of getting more money into these big tech names, right? That are very inflation dependent. So I'm not going to do that personally. So if you want to go down that route, go down that route. But hey, you may understand more than I do. So. All right, here it goes. Meta now retracing to the top here. What do you got?
Yeah, I tried to take a dip on Meta. That's probably not going to fill. That's too bad. But yeah, I really like that 202 level, and we kind of just, do that consolidation, dip below, call it the cup with no handle or whatever.
Yeah.
And now we're back up, and like we are holding 4,000 here. So if you are long Meta, excellent job. Just hold it.
It's a nice little
Just
bounce.
hold that. I think like. Where can we go on Meta today? I think 203.50, no problem. No problem. VWAP? Probably.
All right, let's have a look here at the Fed rate tool. Let's have a look at what June brings us. So May, we're at 57.8%. No hike, so we stay as we are. And then, so 1 second here, go back. So let's go back. There we go. So there is a 4.3% chance so far that we cut in June down to 4.5.
That's an interesting
And then
bet.
another 56% to basically stay the same. And then there's a 40% chance of another rate increase. People are going to wonder, like, where are you talking about June cuts? I mean, that's the articles that I've been reading. Some analysts coming on TV and writing articles saying that they're trying to anticipate June cuts. Obviously, what's going to happen is completely up in the air. But the point is, I'm not going short at a time where we have possible disinflationary pressures. You guys know that I'm long. I'm long one position. I've been long Meta. I've been holding it since 133.5. It's now at 202. I bought this for a different reason than the disinflationary pressures. I bought it for number one, what I call the TikTok tailwind. That was my play on it, and I'll be looking to take profits probably nearer 52-week highs, which I believe are at 230 something. So
huge trade.
Yeah, it's a good trade. So, but that wasn't the reason I got into it. Here we goes Meta again. Now it's retracing to the high side. Is it time to take Meta long here, or is this just another one of those areas where we make another lower high, Max? We're taking the 50 period. We haven't taken the 50 period here the entire morning. We just took it right now on the 1 minute.
Yeah, so maybe we wait for it to pull back, retest, try to catch a dip into the 30s instead of just trying to chase it through this high, because
you're looking for a dip.
Yeah, I mean, time of day too. We're not necessarily going to get those clean moves. You're going to get the more choppy moves.
Right.
So if you can get it back, if you like it here and you like the 50-period break, then maybe wait for a little consolidation, pull back into the 50 at like 202.30-ish versus just punching the high right now and hoping it keeps going.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I've been trying to do that. I did that with Tesla. Tesla's now relatively weak, whereas prior to that was relatively strong. So it shows you how quick things change on a dime. But yeah, we are getting a curl on Meta. I want to see if we can reclaim here these futures and start moving to the high side. If we can, maybe Meta's, wow, there it goes, baby. Wow. It's going, yeah. I should have got into that one about 20 seconds ago, but still, it hasn't created a newer high. VWAP on Meta. So for if you're looking for a possible VWAP retracement, that 203.80-ish, 203.90-ish in that area. So, you know, about $1.20 from where we're at now. So good possible retracement. So that is the look there. Not much else going on. Looks like WISA's really going there. Eh?
It's going.
So that VWAP hold ends up materializing.
Definitely going. We had the wrong idea, but that's okay because we can still get short if this fail breaks the high or fail breaks $4. Or if we go up into a halt, fake halt, you can punch short there. You get like 1 cent risk.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's you got to be super quick on the keys though for that. Yeah. I'll leave that to you, bro.
you leave that degen stuff to me.
Yeah, no, man, it's good. It's good times. I've been just trying to be a bit like less risky in my trading, if that's possible, lately, just so that you know you can kind of hold on to the profits type thing, right? Yeah, Bradley is saying no risk, no money, no risk, no Rari. He always said that, and you gotta agree, man. It's a very good point.
But for Prad, the Rari is so that he can crash it into the lake.
Oh, why does he have a history of crashing cars into the lake?
No, he hates Ferrari.
Ah, that's right.
So, you know, you get rich, you buy the Ferrari, you crash it.
Bradley, who do you
then you buy
support?
A Lambo.
McLaren, Mercedes, Porsche.
Bradley supports McLaren, Mercedes, and Porsche. No.
Yeah, man. Just get that vintage 911. You don't need to go fast. Why you need to go fast? Kill yourself? Come on. Just
right?
get the old car.
Hey, man, no, there's nothing wrong with going fast. But, yeah, on the right car. All right, where are we at here, guys? Midday. We're moving on WISA. We're moving. It might be interesting to take a baby long on this and experiment, but...
yeah, if you like it with like a 309 stop, I don't hate that. But like, how many shares are you taking with it? You know, how are you getting a 2-to-1 on this?
Yeah, you're not.
You're not. So, well,
that's a risky
I mean,
trade.
the room is to $14 we saw on the daily chart. So
what's the
maybe you
short
can
flow?
get it.
Maybe we'll look at the short
I
flow.
believe it was 5% I saw on
Did you
Trade
look on
Ideas.
Trade Ideas?
Yeah, about 6% on Trade Ideas.
Okay, so it's not that great.
I mean, the next level on the daily is this 375, and then we have 420. Of course, it's 420.
Yeah,
it's always 420. And then, like, we clear that, $5.20, $6, $10. Like, you never know. This thing starts halting. We know where these can go.
Okay, let's see, baby. All right, on these futures, still holding that level. I've got no trades on at the moment. Netflix still positive on the day. Tesla's positive on the day, but it is at lows. Meta is the one that's going now, guys. We're looking at that 203 retracement, 202.88. It's taken, the futures are carrying along with it. We're getting a curl on Microsoft as well as Google. Yeah, we're getting a curl on some of these big cappers, but you know, not really sure if this is the move. So we shall see here. So we got bamboozled a little bit at that 4,000 on Tesla. You know, everything curled up except Tesla. So I literally chose the wrong one, thinking that I had chose the one, right? Because it had been relatively strong on the name, but looks like that relative strength didn't carry through.
Tesla will do that to you, man.
It will, yeah.
Tesla will do that to you.
But the discipline was there, so got out at the levels. We're up right on the day, right?
Someone says big crappers.
Big cap crappers.
Big cap crappers.
Yeah,
that's
big
Tesla
crappers.
for you.
Instead of big cappers or big crappers.
Big crappers.
No, man, come on. These ones are a lot less dangerous than trading the small cap crappers. I personally, like, I've been feeling these big cappers lately. Maybe because there have been no small cap.
The small cap market is just dead. Like this WYSA is probably the most exciting one in 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, and like the thing is, look at this. So, where is what I'm going to show you here? Yeah, the NDX is almost back at February highs. In fact, on Friday, we closed above February. We wicked above February highs. Look at the Russell. So this is the late January, early February high, 2000. We're at 1755 on the Russ. Now look at that exact same area on the NDX, and now we are basically right back at those highs. So the small and the mid cap have not done so well. It's been more big cap names lately. Someone still no positions. That was a bounce play opportunity all over. Hey man, when you punch the buttons, you can take the positions. So long as I'm punching the buttons, I take the positions. So I'm kidding, of course, but no, that was my level on the ES. I didn't take it. I took it on Tesla, and I didn't get the one that bounced Meta, and literally every other one has been bouncing except Tesla. So we shall see if we get continuation here. We've got a lot of pointage to move up to the high side if we get going here on the futures. 40.34, that's the high of day, a bit of a double top in and around that area.
Meta, we got 100,000 shares on the offer of Meta at 203 here.
Ooh, so
and
we have a level here at
a little consolidation. So we got a level. It's just which way do we want to take this? Futures, we're bouncing off that 200 period on the futures.
Yeah.
Kind of going towards VWAP though. So like, do we get the follow through? Is this the time to take Meta long on a breakout through 203?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Do you think that that's big shareage for Meta?
Wow.
Yeah, look at that rejection.
But we get bought right back up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's normal. Is that big shareage relative for Meta? I mean, I feel like it's not.
I don't think that you would normally see 1,000 lots on Meta unless it's like a fresh level. So someone obviously, sold previously or saw this level break, and then now they're thinking, okay, I can get another 1,000 lots out at that 203 level. Yeah, I would say it's abnormal, especially for like time of day and it not being a fresh level.
Yeah, and we're not really like making much new high. We're still real at the lows. 40.12 was the most, no, where did we get up to? We got up to 40.14, I believe. 40.13 and a half on these futures. Now right back down to 14.10, 40.10, excuse me. Yeah, curling a little bit on these ones. I think, maybe an exploratory entry here into some of these big cappers probably looks like the right thing to do. Let's go ahead and punch here. So we're long 88s. The move here is to give this, I'm going to say, to twos. So I'm looking to defend into twos. I'll probably be adding, looking for, ideally you want to see a 50-period hold here, but we shall see. We shall see. This will be the third time a charm. Every time it's with small size. So paper cuts accumulating, but paper cuts nonetheless. Yeah.
So interesting, the difference in execution strategies here.
What do you
You're
got?
willing to take like the pullback off 203. I'm thinking I'm going to take the breakout if that size breaks on 203.
Right.
But both things accomplish the same goal. It's just
Right.
This is how I like to do it. This is how you like to do it. I like to be in, and I want to see if I'm right away. And then if I'm not, I get out.
I gotcha. Okay, so we're holding.
Also,
here.
we got WYSA just touched
What
the
did it
high
do?
again.
Again? So is that a short off highs?
Maybe should have been.
Here we go, back into that level again at 203 on Meta. There is large shareage at 203 now on Meta. I see double like the amount that I saw earlier. So looks like somebody's splitting their order across multiple gateways on Metsicles. There we get the rejection again, which is to be expected before we get the eventual break. But yeah, we're holding on these futures. So we're at that 200 period on the 5-minute chart. The intraday 200 period on the 5-minute chart, and we're knocking the 203 on Meta, but we haven't made a newer high. A newer high would be above that 203.50, and then a possible VWAP retracement, which would be at 203. I want to say 83. That's the level there for now. So we shall see whether we make these levels or not. But looking to possibly defend into that $half area. At VWAP, at the 50 period, excuse me, here on the 1-minute chart. But we need continuation from these futures to get going to the north side. So we shall see.
Yeah, let's see. Futures trying to take out like that level. at 40.14, which is the 200 period here, this purple line. So, we're kind of at a decision point. And Meta's obviously at this decision point where we have 1,000 lots that someone's trying to sell. So I like this breakout. I like the idea that we can get back to VWAP on the futures and on Meta, and this is about to come in now, so let's watch. My first out here is probably going to be about like the 60s, and then we'll see for the rest. I like this 204 kind of consolidation here to get out of more. Someone's saying that BlackRock bought a large position on WYSA, eh? Makes sense. Makes sense. I'm still waiting on that 3 break. Order's still in. If we break down below 3, then I'm in. Otherwise, we got to break the high and then see what happens. But this thing's a little crazy. We definitely have room to go. If you're long WYSA, just keep holding. Meta still doesn't want to break that size, though. So we're still waiting, still waiting. Market's breaking out. Still nothing on Meta. Maybe this size wants to hold. Maybe this is a short. A little bit of a wick on the futures. Someone sent a super chat to play Prad's beat 2.5 times on loop. Is that enough for you, Prad, at $1.99? That's enough? That's enough? All right. 7 cents a play. You get like 30 plays for that. Yeah, Meta still won't break this 203 level, so maybe the short is in, guys. I don't know. When you win trades, you just keep it or double it and give it to the next ticker? No. No. You got to take your trades based on the opportunity that's there for you. So, you have a certain amount of risk on a day, and it doesn't really matter how much you're up or down on the day. You base your share size based on the amount of risk that you're allotted for the day. So I'm not changing my size just because I crushed another trade and I'm trying to like double down. That's an easy way to lose all your profits. What else is moving? What's Tesla getting up to? All right, Tesla's flushing. Market's going down. I don't think I'm going to get my breakout on Meta. The short is in, guys. The short is in. Is there any possibility for SVB stockholders? I don't think so. I think, yeah, SVB, I believe the equity holders will receive nothing. So hopefully you're not invested, but yeah. SVB, I believe, is done.
I'm back.
Sharif is back with a Spro.
Here we go. Meta's, of course, gone against me, to be expected.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's fine. We're going to add into the $0.50 area as expected, but we shall see if this is going to be a 203 rejection. The futures broke out, but looks like a rejection candle as well. It took the 200 period there and then immediately retraced. Maybe we're just destined to be at that 4,000 level or flirt with it, maybe below VWAP until a more liquid time of the day. Got to take a little bit of a sip there, man. Yeah, right back down on our friend Meta. Let's see how we act around the $0.50 level. Wow. So we did get a bit of a double top on that WYSA, eh? Mm-hmm.
We did. But it's holding up here. Because, like, here's the thing on these stocks. If this is done, this would have flushed into $3 by now.
Right.
In my opinion, this is just this stock still trying to work itself out. If this was a true rejection, we're going to break this level, we're going to go down, and we're probably going to halt down. Like, I think there's still a chance for this one. We still have the 50 period. We still have VWAP here. I think this stock is still going up. I just can't find a way to structure a long into it.
Yeah, it's holding, and that's the thing. Let's see what it's going to hold now. Is it going to hold the $0.25, or what is it going to do? Let's have a look more at the micro of this one. Here we go. Yeah, so you have that just textbook VWAP hold earlier, really bound. Like, this is obviously machines buying it off these levels, right? Because it is textbook hold. You have a breakup. You get to that 70 level. I'm not sure if you were looking at the tape. Was there size of the 70?
I didn't get to see it.
Actually, it doesn't even go up to 69. It goes up to 68.99. So it doesn't quite break through that 69 level. But yeah,
Classic.
It's an interesting area. And then we have top, obviously, at 79. Let's go back into the daily and see. Obviously, it's, you know, a very ugly daily chart where you're coming off real high highs there. But, you know, lately, it looks like the level that we probably have to contend with is that 420. You said 420, didn't you?
420,
we talked
man.
about 420, yeah. There you
420,
go. So
it's
right.
always 420.
420.
420 is always a level.
Someone said 420? Proudly
Someone said 420, Brad.
Yes,
Time for a break.
420 there. So let's see what we get on WISA, whether we get continuation or not. Definitely looking strong, but yes, holding below VWAP. Maybe the idea here would be to take a VWAP dip.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I mean, like the top of this kind of consolidation, we got 320 here, 325, and then. Yeah, I think you could take 325, give it to whatever the low is here, 309, 302. Let's say, yeah, you give it to like 309, right? So that's 15 cents of risk approximately, 20 cents with slippage. Then you just got to get 40.
Right.
Doesn't seem to be too hard on this one, but it seems to be wanting to go without us again.
Yes, it is. And yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm not punching into this. I'm trying to build my position into meta. Got a nice little dip trade there, looking for that retracement back into 203. But if this one goes below 202, I will be out of this one completely. So it's got another 40 pennies. It has to, you know, hold up here. It's a bit of an inside day, like I was saying earlier, and it really has been because we've been kind of flirting between 4,000 and 4,015 since the entire morning. I mean, after that initial pump up and down to 434, then we retrace back down, the range has been super tight. So it's been a super tight inside day, and there are not trades to be had. I see people in the chat saying, you know, let's talk more action. Guys, it's just really not about punching into positions at random. You know better than that, obviously. Watchers of the show, you know that at certain times in the day, there just are no positions. We don't create the conditions. The conditions dictate how we go. So you guys know better than that.
Believe me, if there were trades, I would be punching into
Yeah. Ponzi, Sharif, what's up, bro? Yeah, shout out to Ponzi, a good friend of the shows and an avid viewer, so shout out to you. Yeah, not much going on at the moment. What'd you do on the weekend, bro?
On the weekend, I've been having some crazy weekends recently.
Okay.
So I decided to do nothing.
Yeah, okay, so you rested. Okay.
I rested.
Nothing wrong with
I
that.
cleaned the condo.
Cleaned the condo, okay.
You know, really just did nothing. I slept.
Just when we're in
it was
need
amazing.
of a story, you told
I
me
know.
you have a calm
I know.
weekend when you never have calm weekends.
I never have a
My
calm
ass is down.
weekend.
Like, what do you do for St. Patty's? We're going to a private party.
I couldn't sleep the last week, so I'm like, you know, I want to be able to sleep this week.
There you go. Yeah, okay, so yeah, my weekend, like I talked to you guys about, was just full of car shopping. So now the question really comes down to, I barely drive, guys. Okay, so Monday to Friday, I'm taking the subway down here. I live off the subway. This place is pretty much right off the subway. So my driving it's negligible. Kilometers I put on, the gas I expend, it's pretty negligible. So I'm like, yo, I don't need a 4-cylinder. Right? I'm not going to get an EV yet because my condo doesn't have an EV charging, and that's the whole thing I don't even want to get into. I'm like, why don't I get a bigger car? Right? So I'm thinking like a straight 6.
Our WISA is breaking out. We're at $4 now.
Go.
So let's see. If we reject this $4, we don't reject 4, we are flying.
Uh-oh.
WISA is flying without us again. We couldn't be more wrong on this stock, Sharif.
Well, dude, I mean, it held VWAP. We weren't wrong on this stock. We didn't know which way it was going to go. 4,009 got taken, but immediate rejection of 4,000. And that's typically what you see. Here we go. On that area, it's testing 4 again. Here we go to the pumping to the high side. But you take that one. I got to cover this meta trade that I'm in, which is a loser for me at the moment, but the future's still holding. So what do you see on WISA?
I'm looking to get short here. I think, you know, there's no explosiveness above $4, so I want to see this thing kind of break 390, and then I'm going to get short.
Okay, so you're holding off on that level. You're just waiting for that level to come in?
Just waiting, trying to see something on the tape to let me get short. Now we have a bid at 390, so we can get short if that bid breaks. Let's see. There's really like, the buying kind of stops here, and it seems like, you know, nobody's selling yet, but the selling may come in, and that'll give us the trigger to go short here.
Yeah, well, that's yeah, you're going for it there. I mean, obviously the 4,000 is a level rejecting off that level. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to dabble in this one. That's all you. I'm still working this meta trade, so looking for a hold of 202. If it doesn't hold 202, I'm going to let it go. So what else do we have moving here? So WISA is moving. Yeah, I'm not going to be covering that one. I'm not going to be taking that one. Netflix now back actually to negative. Netflix had really gotten off the schneid there and moved quite aggressively up almost into 337, 336.44. Now it's negative. It kind of held off a little bit at that break-even level, did a bit of a flat bottom break, and now it's continuing to the sell side. Pre-market, though, we had lower lows. Right off the bell, we had a 325.51 low before it started making its way up. So possible support in and around there. But this market, very inside, not for me, to be honest with you. Because it just my levels have been off on it, and there's no point replaying the same thing and then continuing to get chopped up. So my levels, they're in, but the market ain't doing what it needs to do, Max.
Well, I'm sure WISA here. I think I say it different every time I say the name of this.
WISA.
I'm short a little bit, chased it a little bit, but we're giving it to the high of day, and I'm going to add more as it goes up there if it does. If we break the high, I'm done.
Okay.
So
you're short 386. Okay, here we go. Right back up. We'll see what happens there.
So yeah, now I'm out of the trade.
You're out of that one, okay.
I think we're going, man. I think we're going.
This is it, eh?
We've had it wrong all day. Still
Here
wrong.
Here comes
we
the
are
squeeze.
going to the high side.
Oh, baby.
What would be the halt level on this? Oh, maybe that's like a false break there. It never actually broke this 380, 379. Maybe if we break down below that, that's where this thing is dead. So I think that's going to be my next option to get short this name.
Okay.
Because I don't like this false breakout here for the long, for sure.
Yeah, chasing at this level.
Right into our 420 level, too. Goes to 420, 425 is the high, and then comes back down. Let's see what I can do here.
It is 0 for 3 for me today, baby. 0 for 3. That's like the worst I've done in a long time. So poopy trades for me today. Poopy trades. But here we go. Let's see what else is moving. Coin moving to the downside, too. Now it is looking at 60, 68 in the face. That's the low of day today. So a lot of everything moving lower right now. Stress lot, all the big cappers, big boy moving. We're getting the bounces off 4,000, but we're not getting any sustained pumps to the high side. I mean, it holds, right? But then we don't get any moves. We get very, anemic moves back to the 50 period or to the 200 period on this occasion. So we shall see what continues to go on the rest of the day, Max.
I am short WISA again. This one seems to be working finally. First target 350, and then we'll see if we can get back down to VWAP 330, and then eventually $3. I might add on the 3 break because I think that's like really the level. But I'm liking what's happening right now.
All right, so you're going short. There you go. Now you get into that 365, 67s. That looks like a nice reversal. Good job for that as it moves down. So 158, Sean says, Apple at a very important level. Looks like it's bouncing right now. 158.04 is the low of day. 158.18 right now is where it's at. Interesting level. Let's have a look. The macro here on Apple.
Apple 158.
Yeah,
I do have that one.
So let's have a look. Yeah, it is an important level. Look how many times we came down into this 157.50 level. So I think the 157.50 is an important level too. Maybe 158, but yeah, definitely I would have to agree with that. Look at that. Look how many times we've come through this. Back on the 22nd, 23rd, 24th. It's always been kind of that bounce off that level. We'll see if Apple can get this market going here with a bounce off that level possibly. But gonna have to be careful with how many trades I take today because so far it's been 0 for 3 and no good for me today.
Yeah, we're still working this WISA, but it looks like it just doesn't want to sell the way that I want to see the selling come in. So I'm going to get out of this if we break back above 390. I think I think this trade's over if we kind of get back above this like consolidation range. I don't know. I really expected when we get this breakdown for it to kind of flush immediately. So if it's not going to do that, then I'm going to look to get short at a higher level.
Okay. All right. Well, where are you short? 79. So you're still in the money.
Yeah, I mean, I like it off this
high. You have
high.
a possible VWAP retracement back possibly into like that, say 35s, 37s. So it's good room there. Let's see what happens with this market. Yeah, the market, inside day kind of choppy. A couple of possible trades earlier, but nothing going on at the moment. Someone's saying Adam Blue Sharif bounce play off Microsoft at the moment. So not sure where you're looking, what level you're talking about currently. Microsoft kind of looks like everything else in the market, right? Possibly with Meta with a higher high, with a higher low here. So this might be interesting to go. So let's go into that. Let's see how that one does. Kind of hold at these levels. Possible bounce here. Be nice though, Adam, if we got through that 277. That would show a higher high there, and that would possibly be good because then we would have a possible trend change. Been looking for bounces off 4,000 all day, or at least show me on the futures a higher low, right? To kind of show me that the trend has changed, but it really has been very much consolidating and inside. And any kind of longs you took off breakouts really haven't worked. Probably one of those better days where I should have been on the MES and buying that 4,000 dip because, if you bought that a couple times, you printed like about 10, 15 points off those bounces where you may not have gotten that same move on some of these big cappers if you were anticipating to get that equivalent bounce on a big capper off the 4,000 level on the ES. It really hasn't been that way. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. So we shall see what happens. IRV saying oil futures. Sure, let's have a look at the oil futures, the CL contract. I use the continuous contract. It's up 3.5% on the day. Let's have a look intraday, what it's up to. What am I here? Okay. Here is the CL. This is the 5-minute. So yeah, you gap up. We closed at about 69.25 on Friday. We open up at about 70 and a quarter, and 71.81 is the high. So yeah, futures moving up. I'm not sure if this related anything to do with China because they were pretty much adamant yesterday that they were open back for business and then there would be a business-friendly environment. We know the oil futures have been really hard hit as a result of the lack of demand coming out of China and the fact that their economy is not firing on all cylinders. But here we go. Possible move through, I want to say recent highs. By recent, I mean back to March 15th. That 72 area. If we can break through there, then we're definitely looking at that 80-50 in the face. There seems to be a bit of a double top in and around that area. So we shall see what the oil futures bring today, Max.
Yeah, someone asked to check Microsoft. I don't recall the name, but look at this 275 level. This comes in so many times. Microsoft 275, good for a reversal every time. Let's try to get a look on the 30-minute. Where are we? There we are, 275.
I just have to restart.
So we get low, low, low. I don't know if these wicks are real, but we got it here as a high, here as a high. This 275 is key. I've missed it again. If you're long 275, great trade. I think, yeah, we'll see if the market can bounce. If the market can bounce, this is good for a move back up to 278 probably. Maybe view up. I mean, it's kind of the same look as Meta where you have this like consolidation near and above VWAP. That like this would be my eventual target if I was long this stock right now for a bounce. 279, I guess. And we still have WYSA. It still hasn't stopped me out. Still chilling. Just making lows at 65, I guess. Let's see if we can get the breakdown here. 65, we're gonna get collected at 50s, at 30s, and then hold the rest for the dream, I guess. Not much of a dream when you're short, though.
I'm just restarting.
All right. Oh, we're about to get stopped out here on Weiss, unless it's a false breakout. If this immediately comes below 65, I'm going to punch a little bit more size because I believe this to be a false breakout. If we get back over $4, then I'm out. I'm done. So let's see how this goes. There's buying coming in, but then instantly we see red on the tape. We see selling on the tape. Nobody like really wants to follow through these 90 levels. A little bit of size on $4, but really nothing to speak of. And now we're kind of getting down into the lows. Let's see. We can get some more size if this breaks 65. Come on.
I love it.
Come on.
There you go. What contract are we on? MES what?
M23.
M23. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, you should have been on those ES contracts today, eh?
It just made absolute no sense to trade these futures.
You called the level,
yeah,
and then you played
it didn't
Tesla.
cooperate whatsoever.
Yeah.
Michel Hebert, guys, that 23 break was that long was a good move to 24 on GME. Let's have a look at GME. Yeah, dude. Shout out to Michel, man. You called that. It's just we're not able to kind of trade everything, and it's been kind of a poopy day on Big Cap World. Let's have a look at GME. There we go. There is the break hold. It holds that 23-ish level. I want to say that 22.69 was low, but the better level was probably at 22 3/4. You get a nice big move back up through VWAP now. The close on Friday was almost at 24, 23.98. The high of day is 24.01, so you definitely feel like we do have a lot of resistance around that $24 level. That might be an interesting short, Michel. If it got back up into 24 there, would you be taking a short? Just want to know your opinion on that. So at me, tell me what you think about a 24 short, or do you think we'd have too much momentum at that level to kind of take anything short? So let's see what we do here. Let's go. We'll take that one long, and then we're looking for a VWAP retracement here on these futures, or we're looking for another 4,000 defend, even though we've been above that 4,005 level for a little bit of time now, and looking possibly to make a newer high. So maybe the big cappers are not cooperating, but maybe these futures will cooperate a little bit more. Let's see what futures bring. Thank you anyway, Michelle, $2.20 super chat, Canadian.
AI is cruising to the upside here.
Is it?
Yeah, and we got a big bid. We got 100 lots on multiple gateways on 2570 here, and then 74. Now we have 200 lots, and 26 for me is a big level on this stock. So if we look back to the other day, and we're gonna crash. But yeah, 26 is a level for me. If we break 26, I'm gonna go long AI. I think the Momo is there in this name, and I think it was 2 days ago.
Yeah.
It broke that 26 level and then continued up to like almost 27. I think like there's room in this name back to 31, 32. And if we get past there, the next stop is 40.
Okay. All right, come on, futures. Let's go, baby. A lot of curling here happen. I'm seeing some higher lows on some of these big cap crappers. So we're going to test the waters again. We're going to go long here, some of these big cap crappers. Let us see what happens. Let's stay with that higher low. Let's go. Yo, you are absolutely getting Mr. Beasted today. Everybody and their mother's cousin in the chat is saying Mr. Beast. I love that.
I'm going to need a wig or something, man.
Michel says, Michel Hebert says, Sharif, I'm long at 23. I think I'll swing this one. So Michel looking for a possible swing on GME. So in case you're following along with Michel's trade, he's thinking about holding this one overnight. Obviously, we don't have that option with our work. We have our own private stuff. I wanted to mention quickly, before I send it back to you, Max, somebody was saying earlier, and I didn't get a chance to get to it, but CRM apparently is moving big boy. It's not up a lot on the day. It's up 0.75 of a percentage point, now up 0.8%. But look at that up and to the right move. Is there a catalyst on this bad boy? When did the up and the right move start? It started around, I want to say 12:15. So let's look around there. I'm not seeing any catalyst here. Salesforce avoids proxy fight with Elliott after improved results. Yeah, but that's old news. That was after their earnings when Elliott kind of backed off. No, nothing really here unless someone's buying program is on, but it's been up and to the right. We kind of broke through Friday's close, which was about that 190 level. We reclaimed 190, and we've topped up $1.70 to the high side.
We do have a catalyst here.
We do?
We do, yeah. Apparently, more layoffs could be coming. That was reported at 11:52 a.m., so 11:52, it starts moving.
I like it.
It starts moving, and yeah, I mean, it's kind of squeezing down all day there. Like, kind of squeezes down all day.
Yeah.
And then you get this news here, break out, we break the high. Like, there's probably room to go on this thing. Salesforce, if it gets moving, it can move. So I like that trade if people are long, like VWAP area.
Yeah, especially if there's a buying program on.
Yeah,
a hedge funds buying program, because all of a sudden layoffs, and then that changes the fundamentals, the PE forecast changes, you know the drill. So that 191.70 is a top at the moment. Let's bring back in Salesforce here real quick and have a look at the daily to talk about a little bit about that. Oopsie. Let's go to this daily. All right. So it's been up. You look, these December bottoms for Salesforce kind of like are in the back, or in the like kind of the rear view mirror now. That 125 bottom. We've since much more recovered off that. We've reclaimed the 50 on the daily. We've reclaimed the 200, and now the 200 acting as an area of support. Look at that last big dip down to 170 near the 200 period. Let's look at the weekly and see what kind of levels we're holding. So we just took the 200 on the weekly. That's a big level. So that's an important level for me anyway, from like a TA perspective. That 200 on the weekly, this is an interesting swing. Yeah, you're late to the party obviously because you had that 125 bottom, but I could have been late to the party on Meta.
Yeah.
Meta bottomed 88. I got in 133s and it's still big boying. Right, so yeah, you could make the argument either way. I like CRM. I think that, you know, a lot was made about, you know, corporate cost-cutting measures and how they'd be trimming the edges on some of the things they spent on, and as a result, that would tighten the margins for some of these SaaS companies. But hey, it's been going. It's been going. The technicals are telling you that it's there. Where's the high? So here's what's funny about this. Wow. Oh, no, this is not funny. This makes absolute sense. So we got November highs. November highs here at 311. We're almost back to that 200. So
and we got a fresh catalyst. Like, there's room to go on this thing, right?
It's been consistently. They've been laying people off. I hate to say it, like, so quib, but
well, at what point is this?
Job.
At what point does that news stop being like this incredible catalyst for a move to the upside?
Yeah. No, that's a good point.
Just to update, I did get stopped out of WISA. It did make a higher low, so I should be punching more short. I'm just kind of like, I've been wrong about this name every single time, and do I want to keep punching positions on it when, like, clearly the read is wrong?
Yeah, well,
I think I want to see what happens at like $5. That's the next stop, right? So you could take the high break here of 425, which is, you know, I do like 25 breaks do tend to work on these, but like, I don't know.
It's just stair stepping up.
Stair stepping up.
Can I tell you, like, my play on this short is break below VWAP. Show me that you're bearish.
Yeah, you always like to short these below VWAP.
Yeah, that's kind of.
I always feel like
did that, right? Obviously, I'm not gonna say his name.
Yeah,
that was the play, right? And that's kind of where I got that from. It's not something I'm freestyling, right?
All right.
Yeah, so like that was the idea, and I always feel like shorting these ahead, like I'm kind of just guessing, and I suck. So.
I always just find like I feel like all of the. Profit potential is kind of gone by the time these things break VWAP, but like,
you're not wrong.
You know, if you're shorting above, it's obviously strong. It's obviously holding VWAP, and you know, you're just kind of guessing. You are right. So
yeah, the levels on these are super.
I mean, as long as this thing holds 350 now, 350 is kind of the inflection point for me on this one now.
You will hold 350, Wisa. Let's go.
Should I try to bid 351?
So what's you're not long or short right now, right?
No, I just got stopped out, wicked out, makes a lower high, and then we're back down.
All right.
But
it's holding every EMA, or sorry, every moving average you have on there.
Yeah, all the spaghetti as we call it.
What's the aqua one?
That's the 9, I think. I could probably get rid of that guy.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
I've been meaning to clean up these charts. I do usually chart on a different platform just because, you know, P-Pro doesn't save the lines.
No, it doesn't.
And I put my levels on there, then I come back like a week later and there's no lines left.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. You guys know that. WISA on the move. We see it, guys. We see WISA. Yeah, it's stair stepping up, right? You have, again, that $4.25 high. It's been showing you consistently higher lows. You've had, mostly higher highs here. You have a couple of wicks. Obviously, these are the rejection levels, but been immediately getting bought back up. There's been decent price action level, like, for example, this 380 area. You've had a lot of price action in and around there, so a lot of price action taken around that 380. I don't know. I'm not sure about this one. We see WISA. Jeffrey Cardoza. I see you, Jeffrey. Yeah, we see WISA. I'm still in this meta long. Yeah, we'll see.
You're still long meta, eh?
Yeah, seeing how that 202 does on this, I don't know, umpteenth attempt. It's irresponsible of you guys not to look at square. That's a bold statement there, Paolo.
Irresponsible.
Let's have a look at square.
It is going up. We are going to that 65 level. Let's take a look at square.
Oh, I've got it.
I am still waiting for AI to break the high. So SQ.
It's been making moves.
Square's on New York.
Square's on New York, yeah.
Yeah, I tried shorting Square on the day that Hindenburg came out with the news. That was a terrible idea.
No go, eh?
That was a terrible idea.
Ended up getting bought back up.
Yeah, totally.
I had everybody and their mother's cousin calling me like, should I buy the dip on Square? I'm like, I have no idea, man. I haven't even read the hit piece.
If the fraud is real, definitely not.
I have no idea. Did you read the hit piece? I didn't read it.
I didn't read it.
I haven't read the Hindenburg research paper, but yeah, you never know how these ones are.
I'm not an analyst. I'm just a trader, so the price action will tell me what that report means.
There you go. We're gonna drop the bang for that. We haven't been hitting too many of these animations because no one's been printing, but yeah, it's all good, baby. It's all good. Now we're in a couple of longs here. We're meta long. We're printing on meta. Finally, we're starting to move here. We're also in a futures position. We're 1.5 points out of the money on that, but I'm definitely looking for that 4,000 hold. Should or a VWAP retracement at least. Give me 40.17. Let's go, bro. Yeah, it's been slow going, but here is Square. So I hope we don't upset Paulo. They said LOL there, so yeah, we're not upsetting them. Here's Square. It's a beautiful chart on the day. What do you see?
65 for the breakout.
65
I mean, it's around even dollar level, but like
going to half an hour.
Anybody who's short on this name.
It's a bit of a gap there, eh? That's where the gap is going to get filled. Like
anybody who's short is 65.78. They're screwed.
65.7 to 78. Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's the high from the first day of this move.
Mm-hmm.
So like if the market is saying that this news is BS, it's going to take out that high and everybody's going to get squeezed. So I guess I like 66 for the breakout.
I like that
far,
because
though.
there is room for that gap to get filled up. Now this would be an interesting swing area
swing
as
long,
well,
I love
too,
that.
right?
Yeah.
Because
swing
you may
long.
not get that entire gap fill on one day.
Exactly.
Intraday, right? Yeah, it's interesting there. I do like it. Have they responded? Has Jack Dorsey come? I know he initially said it was absolutely.
They did reply. They said they were going to sue Hindenburg. Blah 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 blah.
But did they drop their own response to the allegations, or were they like, "Yo, we're going to take you guys"?
I honestly just was not that concerned about this short report.
I need to know
like
this kind of stuff.
I guess we should know.
Yeah,
but
well, it's kind of like my job now. But yeah, since I'm talking a lot, I should know this stuff. But can't keep up on everything. Max, what are we doing here, bro? Let's go.
I don't know.
These futures you're draining my energy. Let's go.
We're just consolidating in a 4-point range.
Come on, baby. Let's
Aaron's
go.
laughing back there.
I know. Aaron.
I know that he's trading the futures now.
Yeah, he's enjoying our suffering. That's what
Aaron
he is.
He's probably just scalping this range right now, like in 05s, out 10s. He just doesn't care about anything.
He doesn't care about anything. Neither do these. Neither does any of these stocks. They don't care about our feelings whatsoever.
No.
Let's take off FRC. And let's, CRM is up there too, man. I need to be putting CRM. I want to look at CRM or Square. CRM is New York, by the way, guys. Look at this flat top breakout that's absolutely brewing here. Woo! This was probably not the right time to get into this one, but CRM looks absolutely monstrous at this level. We're going to take a little exploratory long there. There we go. We get that fill long.
Breakout on CRM.
Yeah, let's see if we get that continuation there on our French CRM. Where did we get long there, Max? We got long at 74. So yeah, pretty spready. I'm going to be looking to defend this $half area. That's kind of the low end of the consolidation range. Let's go ahead and put another order there at the $half level. I'm going to sit there. I'm going to sit there at 52s. What's life without Wemsey? Let's sit at 53s. Pump it. There we go. Now we touch up 80s. Meta's moving to the high side. CRM moving to the high side. My futures moving to the high side. Everything's starting to print to the high side, baby. Let's take a little bit out there on CRM. Where is my meta trade? I got to get back to my meta trade here real quick. Nah, it's too early for me to take. Where are my long metas? I'm long at 18s. We're at 50s. I ain't taking any out. The futures now moving to the high side. I'm looking to add to this futures position. I'm long 11s. So yeah, it's not great. We go up to 14s, then we reject immediately. Like, what is this nonsense? It's bamboozlement. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what goes on here. But we're long a couple. We're long a couple of names on equities. We're also long these futures, and we're looking to print because we haven't been printing, and it's been one boring. You know what?
Oh,
there we go. CRM. You know where my long CRM 75. So let's go ahead and sit on CRM. I'm gonna sit in front of that 92. I'm gonna sit at 94s. Or take a baby out there. Again, I'm looking to add and defend at this $half level. Very spready, so watch out with CRM, guys. Meta still now, having that trouble with the $half recall that we had absolutely monstrous size at 03s. Sorry, yeah, 203s. I don't mean 03s. 203s, there was that huge size that Max identified, and we tried taking that long and we got rejected. So, wow, as quickly as we got up there on the futures, and I got excited, as quickly as we are right back down.
This is, the market wants to be at 4,008.
Yeah, boring.
Do we close at 4,008 today?
My goodness.
Like, that's just.
Yeah, it really is, like, just towards the lower end of that range. Nothing really moving here, guys. I get that dip trade on CRM at the bottom end of that range at 191, where I got filled at 50s. So let's see if this one pops back up, get a better cost basis. Obviously goes without saying. Now I'm long 63s on CRM as now we print into the 70s. So not a bad. Let this one run. And yeah, not much else going on. Someone says check out BABA. I won't be on ADRs today. I don't know if Max wants to look at BABA, but I've got to manage these ones that I'm in already.
BABA, I used to love trading BABA when we were going up, and then it stopped going up, and I stopped making money.
Oh, that was a good time.
It was a good time for a bit.
Uncle Warren is underwater at like mid 200s.
200s.
Mid 200s, man. The guy, it was up at 300 something. It was like in the mid 300s. The people were averaging down into the 200s, the 100, and it's been doing like.
So he doesn't feel like averaging down anymore.
I know. Come on, Uncle Warren.
All right, let's check it out on the 30-minute. I think we got a nice low here at like 85, 85.30, and my chart is gone.
Munger play. Wasn't Uncle Warren?
All right, we got the trade ideas chart here.
What? I think you're
this
right.
like 85.50 kind of level is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Support on BABA. So, and we got this consolidation here. So if you're looking at short and ADR and BABA breaks this 50, I mean, I think, you definitely have room into like 83, 80, 83.50, and then like below that, 82. If you're looking to swing, $80, I think, is that like low from, what is this? March 20. We were, that's not even very long ago that we were at that 80 level. So yeah, BABA definitely not going long, but I like it for the breakdown short maybe.
Yeah, no, BABA, and something came up about Jack Ma over the weekend. Did anybody hear that? What was that news headline that he was back in China after like 1 year of not being in China? Something like that. Guys, fact check me on that. Yeah, he was, something about him this morning. Yeah, GME's on the move. I see it. It's pumping up now to the 200 on the 5-minute chart. I see it, but I'm not going to be involved in that. I'm involved in Meta, I'm involved in CRM, and I'm involved in these futures on the MES. So that's it's enough to fill my plate. So I'll be looking at those ones. Sorry, can't trade everything, guys, but here we go. Meta moving to the high side now. Knock on the door of that 50-cent level. We're long at 18, so that'd be nice if we could go. The futures back up to 14s. Now VWAP is 16s-ish, 17s. So we're printing here on it. We're long 11s. That's not enough, though, to start taking profits, quite frankly. Don't call me greedy, call me what you will, but you know, you got to let the move materialize. We were taking paper cuts after paper cuts, so let this one run. Here we go. Now Meta back to the 50-cent area. I'll be looking to take some out, a lot out, in fact, of this Meta position in front of 203. Should we knock on the door at 203 again because of what happened last time? There was that big size. You know, eventually it gets taken out, I bet, but you know, maybe not today, and maybe not when I want it to get taken out. So I'll be cognizant of that. Skeeter Lucas says, "Ask the 8 Ball." Do you ever watch Seinfeld?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know Putty?
No.
No?
No.
Putty, the guy that goes out of the lane like towards like the end of the year.
I'm not that deep into it.
He's
I'm
like,
not that deep.
You got a question? You ask the 8 Ball. Right? Like, and they're pretty good too. Yeah, no. So that's shout out to Putty, one of the most hilarious characters I think on Seinfeld. Woo! CRM comes right back down into my air, so I need to be watching CRM here. It's doing that little dance. I thought it was gonna flat top break, but this one, you know, we need to be very careful at below 40s, holding up at that $0.50 now. Oops, what did I just do there to the timing sales? But or to the stock window. There we go. We'll get that back up. Have to be careful with this one. Meta as well, yeah, doing that dance. The futures again. You know, you get that move up, and then you get that move down. It gets you excited, and then you get the Huadunk right back down. What a brutal day to be trading on these futures. Might as well just not trade at all, but obviously we're not going to be able to do that because we are on a show, and that's kind of what we do on here. But there we go. After breaking that 40.14 on the futures, right back down into that 40.09. So annoying, so annoying. D-Loaf, Putty, I'm not the one going to hell. Yeah, because he was telling her, like, she took his Jesus fish off his car, and she changed all his Christian rock radio channels to, like, other channels. She felt misled by the fact that he was religious. She's like, you know, I can't really understand anybody religious. Anyway, Seinfeld heads, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about there, but people don't know Seinfeld. They're like, what are you guys talking about? Talk about trading. Not interested in this. But yeah, here we go on CRM. What do we do at this juncture on our friend CRM? Because we are moving to the downside. It looks like we are rejecting that level. Be careful here below 40s as this one, yeah, this one's not good for me. I'm out of this one after taking a little bit of a piece out there, an average in. This one's going to be another loser. So 0 for 4 so far today. Meta keeping me afloat, and these futures keeping me afloat, but has not been a good trading day for me.
That AI sadly didn't get to my level, so I did cancel the order to go long there. Just came right off of the low of this consolidation here at 25.90, and now we're just kind of plummeting to the downside. So I guess 26 was the short, not the breakout level. Maybe later in the day, if we can kind of stop and reclaim this 50 period, go back towards 26, then we can take that that long. But like, what a breakdown here off 25.75, the low of this little box of consolidation. And then GME, someone was talking about. We were talking about this earlier. Like, if this can reclaim VWAP, then maybe we can get the move back up. So we do, but like, it just doesn't want to follow through today. The volume's just not quite there on GME, but the short interest is still there. The ape interest is still there. So, you know, I am not counting this one out yet. WYSA still consolidating as well in the same range that I was short previously. NQ. So when I look back at this WYSA trade, there we go. You know, I think the way to execute this better next time is just having the patience for this wick, and then you can get in somewhere around here and you can risk the high of the wick. I think the problem with where I got in on this trade is that, you know, you just can't give it that like 40, 50 cents of risk, and that's where I failed in executing on this one. So next time we're gonna wait for this wick to the upside, and then, you know, you just get in short, risking the wick instead of, you know, playing this breakdown when we're still above VWAP. What else we got here?
CRM do after I got out of it. Yeah, it's tanking to the downside, so I'm just going to hold off on that. Yeah, good out there as it really retraces back down. Yeah, same thing with these futures, man. They're doing
also that Apple level that Sean came over and yelled at us.
It's still in play.
Great level.
Yeah, absolutely.
That Apple 158 is, that's money. We're still sitting there. If we can break this and instantly reclaim it, I think I'm going to take a long on this.
Yeah, let's see what the Suiza does too. Here we go. We're going to test $4 again.
We're testing for again.
There we go. So let's take a little bit out there. There's a little bit of it out there. Do we get continuation through 4? We got to get continuation. Otherwise, you know, just be like a breakout or bailout, as someone likes to say. So there we go. Test through 4 again. Let's take a little bit out of it again there. Heavy size. So if this one goes south, got to get out. As we do that, dance, yeah, it's kind of spready though, eh? For like a $4
It is.
stock.
You know, it's not doing like. It's doing a decent amount of volume, but it's just not doing it in that kind of like tighter spread kind of range that you'd expect it to be doing.
Yeah, and like you do get cut up.
Yeah, you can get cut up pretty quick on this one.
Yeah, you need to wait for the bid to move up really because, well, if you try to get it on the ask.
Good luck.
Here comes that 4,001. There we go. There we go. Let's pump to the high side. So a lot of surge on this one. Take this one. There we go. Get 10s out there. That's nice. Right back down to 4. So breakout or bail it, and I'm out. Right there. So nice trade there. Got out super quick through that break to the top. But and there's the flush. That's why I'm saying breakout or bail it. This might be your in. But see, here's the thing, Max. Before I say that, the 50 period has been holding like absolute money on the 1 minute, so I think a break of the 50 period really would signal an interesting area here. I want to say that $3.70 area. If that one breaks, I think, you know, that looks like a really good area to get in. We are getting nearer and nearer to the 50 period than we have, I would say, the majority of the morning. So here we get another rejection off 4. We're going right back into the 50 period, holding it, not breaking below it. So whatever is happening with the stock, it's respecting the 50 period.
It is respecting the 50 for sure. I am looking to get short on a 60 break because we have the low here, 62. We break 60, I'm going to get short. I'm looking for 30s, and then I'm looking for $3. And, you know, maybe we get that, like, rug pull halt down scenario.
Oh,
which,
yeah,
you know,
absolutely. I would wait. I'm going to see, my thing is here, I'm waiting for that. See, I don't even want to get into this because it's, number one, it's above VWAP. Right, so at above 350 for me is dangerous. It's got to be below 350. But because of how much it's really respecting that 50 period, you got to wonder if it breaks it, is there the short, or is the obvious play here a dip trade off the 50 period?
A dip trade. I mean, I don't like this false breakout kind of candle.
Neither do I.
The fact that we're like, we get up, we get above here, we get above 4, we get above everything. The only thing that's kind of keeping this long trade intact is that we didn't just like take out that 425 high and then rug pull.
Yeah.
So maybe they, you know, buy this up again and push it past 425, and, you know, if we fail break that, that's just a money short for me.
Yeah. Well, there you go. All right. Oh, I'm still holding this position on Meta. I probably shouldn't be doing that, but yeah, that's probably not a good idea here.
The market's still trying to crack. It doesn't know which way it wants to go. Like, we've been sitting in this range since since 9:30. The market opened. The high is 40.17. The low is 4,000.
Really at the lows.
Like,
really
this is crazy.
Lows, right?
This is crazy.
Yeah, this Meta. That's going to be like my 4th loser on Meta there. So that's Meta out. Not good day. Not good.
That's all right.
All right. Trade the trend WISA. So the trend is to the high side. So yeah, get in on those dips if that's what you're going to do on WISA. Yeah, that's the move there, I guess.
What happened with that Apple at 150 as well?
It's still holding. Technically, 157.87 is the low, but that's not really like the decisive break you're looking for, right?
Yeah, that's. I think if this reclaims 158, I'm going to try to get long as the futures aren't breaking down. Try to get a long above 158 and try to just get this back into like that 60s kind of range. Yeah. And I mean, if the market wants to bounce again, then Apple's probably going to VWAP.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, though. We haven't been getting that bounce, sadly, though. We've been at lows all day, and we haven't even retraced to VWAP, though, on any occasion. None of the ascents have even broken through they've barely broken through the 50 and the 200. The 50 and the 200 on my 5-minute are basically at the same level. So I just took this dip trade here on WISA. I'm looking to hold in front of above 370. If it doesn't hold 370, I think this gives me a good amount of risk-reward ratio. I'll get out, but I'll be looking to hold for that 370 hold and to pop back up into 40. So what I'll do is I'll have some resting orders around that mid-90s level. Let's go around here, and we'll sit around there. If it pops up, we'll scalp some out, but looking to defend that 70 level. So if I'm looking to defend it, I've got to have orders dipping in and around that level. So let's go ahead and add. Let's go ahead. I'm going to sit at 75s, right? That's where the 50 period is. So I'll go ahead and sit there for that dip trade. Let's see if we get continuation. This one can get going. We shall see if it does or not. And as soon as I get out of meta, of course, now it retraces back up. But I had a better position here. I got this dip trade in on the futures. So now moving back to the high side here, I do like the levels a little bit better on the futures than I do on these big cappers. There we go. Get that piece out on WISA as it moves up through that mid-90s. Now we're going to look at test of the $4 area, so that I'm going to sit at 99s and see if I can get filled at 99s, and I'll have a bigger order to get filled at 03s. Should it break that $4 level, let's go ahead and put that there.
Let's go, Sharif.
Yeah,
Crushing
finally.
this one,
I mean,
finally we get a trade on this one.
Absolute paper cuts, one after the other. And you know what? To be honest with you, it's not really going that well.
Yeah.
I mean, here we go, moving
we'll
up
see if
here.
we can get through the high on this one. If we get through the high, like,
That'd be nice.
the next target's $5, right?
That'd be nice.
I'm long Apple here,
Okay.
smaller size because, it didn't happen exactly the way that I want 158 to hold, but it did, in my opinion, hold. So let's see if we can get this to hold and then run it back up to 40s, 50s, then we want 60s, and then we'll see how far we can go on this. If futures decide to bounce, Apple's the one that's going to go, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm looking 159, 159.50 as the ultimate target on this one.
There we go. We get some more out there at 4. We're still waiting at 404s on WISA. We're long at 86s. This is like pure scalp city, guys. As you know, we're doing that dance with that whole dollar level, and we have been for a while. It's been breaking, rejecting. There we get the fill again. There we go. Let's take another piece out there. We're pumping to the high side on this one, guys. Let's take another piece out there. We're holding heavy shareage here, so excuse all these outs. Again, we'll take another piece out top wick there. Let's get some continuation, baby. Through this one, let's get into 20s. Let's take another piece out there, partial fill. 20s out the door. There we go. There goes a $0.25 top wick, baby.
Wow.
Let's spin the money on this one.
Let's go,
Finally,
Sharif.
something good, bro. Something. Finally. Okay, so let's.
Are we getting the breakdown now?
Yeah, we're getting. There you go. Right back into 4. Looks like we got some out there in the high 20s, but now it's getting super volatile and super spready. Now more dangerous than ever. Where's my long? My long's 86s, so we got a bit of protection. This one could absolutely huadunk right back down. It's not. Don't put that past it, baby. This one is all sorts of crazy. We talked about this being a what? What did we say, Max? $1.7 million float.
Yeah.
It's something super small there. So with that kind of shareage on the float, this could go super high or super low real quick. Let's take another piece out there. We're still holding a full position. We were much larger than a full position initially on this one. I'm seeing, there we go, 20s. There we go again, back up, pump it to the high side.
Let's go, Sharif.
Come on, dude. There we go. We get another top out there. 30's the level. There we go, baby.
Right.
Pump it to the high side. This one's going. Finally, we get that partial out there at the top. We get a VWAP retracement on these futures. I'm absolutely printing on my futures position here now, apparently. Very, very nice. Finally, let's take a little bit out there. We go. Finally, a nice little, look at that bottom wick print at 06 as we get 15.
Wow,
so that's,
look at that.
That's a nice 9-penny
at that.
print. We got partially filled on that 430 up here, but we're still waiting for that one to come in. That hasn't fully filled. We get a rejection, Max, off this 4016 here on the futures as we get a VWAP retracement we complained about all morning. There was not one VWAP retracement. Finally, we're getting one.
We finally get it, and then it decides to bounce off, eh?
Of course, when I sold Meta, too.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
So I am long Apple still at 158. I'm still looking for that move into the 50s, but let's see what happens with the futures here. I don't want to be long Apple if the futures decide to reject VWAP. So Let's see if the futures can keep going to the high side. Apple's looking quite good right now. I know 158 was my level, so I'm pretty happy to be long 158 on this right side of the V, as Obi likes to talk about back there.
I like it.
The right side of the V. You always want to be on the right side. You don't want to be on the left side.
Christmas trees?
Christmas trees?
Yeah, because like one side is absolutely red, one side's absolutely green, so it's a Christmas tree. Like it's a V-shaped going. It was more funny around Christmas time, but that's what Randy coined it as, and like it kind of stuck.
The Christmas tree. You don't want to be on the wrong side of the Christmas tree.
No, you don't, bro.
At the moment, we're on the right side.
Yeah, man, it's one of those old Christmas trees that can light your house on fire, baby. It's not fire protected. All right, I'm not really sure what I'm talking about. I'm just excited to print on WISA. It's been a kind of it's been a tough morning. The futures pump into the high side though. We've got what do we got? We got 4,006 longs here on the MES, and now we're at 413. So if we can continue here past our friend VWAP, our friend VWAP is at 40.16.5 or so. So we're looking for our friend VWAP here to cooperate. Look at this out on. This is absolute nonsense on Meta.
Oh,
this
bottom
frustrates
wick.
me.
Yeah.
I literally got the bottom wick out, man. That is frustrating. And then it absolutely pops to the high side.
Should we consider doing like a low of day stop on that instead of like the 50 stop?
I should have. No, you're absolutely right.
I mean,
it's just been cut up way too many times on it.
Hindsight is 20/20
Of
as well.
course, yeah, it's frustrating. It is what it is, though, dude. All right, WISA, I gotta be careful. Here comes 4,000 is holding for now. I'm long 86s. I'm still holding a half position. I'm not 50% the original position. 4,000 holds, Max, for now. How long can that last? Does the bid step up here, or does it break down? Let's go ahead and de-risk a little baby out there as we continue to flirt with that $4. There it goes, and there I'm out of that one. So we'll take, and it flushes back down. So I'm happy I got out of that one on time. Keep our eye on that one, but it was a good trade. It's brought me back to break-evensville.
Nice.
Break-evensville, baby.
That's where we want to be.
Not Greensville, not Redsville, but break-evensville. The futures, though, still holding that, Max. And
Still
looking
holding.
for continuation here on these futures. 4,006 long on the MES. Looking for continuation possibly into 4017. We're holding 4013s. I'm seeing consecutively higher lows on these futures. And now we're knocking on the door of that VWAP. Hopefully our friend VWAP can respond and open the door.
Yeah, let's see VWAP break on this one. I still don't want to get out of this Apple trade yet because I know the potential on this one. Like,
That 158 is absolutely
this 158 is such a money level. Like, I don't think that taking like a 30-cent winner on this is, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Let's let it get to 60s, and then let's see if we can test this 158.83 high, whatever that is. And I think, if futures want to break VWAP, Apple might want to break VWAP.
Absolutely. Oh, no. Well, yeah. Well, we're a lot closer to VWAP on the MES than we are on Apple. And on all the big cap names. Like, look at all these big cappers. I'll bring it on for the screen. This is Meta, Microsoft, Google, Tesla, Apple, and Amazon. Look, they're all decidedly below VWAP. And then we bring in these futures, and then we are at VWAP. So this tells you the leaders today are not these mega cap names.
Yeah.
It must be something else.
Well, you can see that NQ is kind of the same thing on here. Like, NQ, same thing, kind of same pattern as Apple. You put them side by side.
Right.
The NASDAQ names are lagging today.
No question.
We do have a nice consolidation here on NQ, though. It's kind of the same as this Apple chart. If we break out of this consolidation, this is what, a 1-point range? So you expect, like, pretty much a 1-point breakout?
Yeah, well, exactly.
I don't know.
Here's where we are green, guys. So energy, decidedly green today. Very, very green. All my energy stocks are green. Let's move back down here. Consumer defensive. The majority are green except for Procter & Gamble. Walmart's having a good day, likewise with Costco. Some of these other names, energy ETFs, we talked about that. Airlines are also green-ish. Some of them gave up a little bit after the bell. Cruise lines, not so good with CCL huadunking to the downside. Wow, CCL has been absolute Big boy move, down 7% after the bell. Uranium having a good day. Banking, decent day. We talked about that this morning. Some of these infrastructure names, I'm surprised because Caterpillar absolutely pooped the bed. But they, they weren't pooping the bed. They got a downgrade today. Caterpillar, that is. But after the bell, it's been green now. Almost 1.5% to the upside after the bell, despite that downgrade. So it's been a lot of these value names that that have been kind of lifting the market today. Not so much these big tech speculative names, but nonetheless, we do have a trade on for these futures, and we are taking advantage of the VWAP retracement that we're currently at. Hopefully, it's not a VWAP rejection, and that we move up a little bit, and I can print more. That'd be great. Someone asking here, hey, how did you set up your IBKR like that? So if you want to message me on Instagram, Tamek416, are you from Toronto? Because you have a 416 name there, okay. Everybody, shout out to the 416, baby. If you want to message me on Instagram, I can send you the layout. It's like XML file or whatever, I think. And I can just send that to you directly, and you can kind of just load it up by going to layout settings and loading it up like that. Likewise, if you want to sign up for Trade Ideas also allows you to download my layout. I haven't used it today because Max logged in. I couldn't log into my own. I'll get that later. I don't have my login info for that, so I'll be on the Trade Ideas tomorrow. But yeah, message me on Instagram, and I can send you the XML file for my IBKR layout. Cat is printing to the high side here, bro.
Caterpillar,
and it got downgraded today. Look at this absolute big boy move.
You know what? I've been noticing things get upgraded and then they sell off. They get downgraded, they get bought up. Do you downgrade a stock just so you can buy it?
It's like these analysts or like these traders are absolutely contrarian.
Yeah, I think they're like, I got 1 million shares to buy today. I got to downgrade this thing so I can buy them.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So
someone was asking about Netflix.
Netflix, yeah, it's been.
Is there any pump left? I mean,
I don't know,
it's definitely a weekday today.
You know what's not weak, though, Max? This future position, we are now 10 points in the money on this future position. Now pumped up to 40.16.5. We're long 40.06s on the T. Now we're at 40.17. Here come the futures, baby. Ooh, ooh.
Come on.
There we go, yeah.
Let's get Apple to join the party here.
Yeah, there
about to get filled first out on Apple at 49s. Just need a couple more cents here. Come on, Apple, you can do this.
Man, I should have taken the ES, bro.
Should have taken the full ES.
Yeah. Absolute losses. There you go. I'm out 10 points. That's what I'm taking on that one. 10 good points. We got a couple outs there, guys. We got 2 contracts, and we got out here. The first one at 15, second one at 17. So we're out of that, and that's all she wrote. But we are seeing a curl here on some of these big capper names. So you see Max there, he's got Apple. He had that 158 level. Our friend Mr. Katina was pounding the desk about that 158 level earlier, and it's holding up for now. We're at 38, and we could be possibly holding, what? Okay. We could be possibly moving up here as we do get a futures retracement, but we've done a lot today, Max. Every time we touch that VWAP, we've been, you know what, slapped in the face.
And Apple just bounces right off my offer there. Still sitting, 49s, trying to get filled. Might have to punch out of some of this size if it's not just going to fill me here. But yeah, Apple kind of, lagging the move. There's no explosiveness in this name today.
Wake up, Apple. It needs
Wake
a spro,
up.
bro.
Let's go. It needs a spro.
It needs a spro.
Somebody get Apple a spro. I need to print today.
Apple a spro.
Come on. I sit here all day doing no trades. Give me something on Apple. Come on. Somebody pump this thing. Let's go.
Pump it, baby.
Pump it.
Yeah, the chat yelling out there. Shout out to Shinobi. Pump it. Yeah, we hear you, bro. We hear you. Neil Roberts. Sarah Thompson says thank you at Neil. D-Loaf laughing his you-know-what off. Yeah, and Sharif, what is your Insta? Yeah, it's right there. See, it's right there. Consigliere25, baby. Yeah, that's my name, Consigliere25 on Instagram. Right, it should be right there below where Bears versus Bulls wrote ! Sharif. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, YouTube's top moderator, baby. Always killing it on the ones and twos there. Shout out to everybody in the back as well. All right, where are we on here on WISA?
This is just chilling,
dance,
man.
Eh?
It's
We're still doing
chilling.
the 50 period dance though.
You know, I have my stop there to get short where I wanted to get short before at that like 360, because I feel like that's kind of the last stop on this consolidation here. It's like that 362, whatever. So again, and now 360 is kind of VWAP.
Yeah.
Now it fits all the conditions to get short. So we just need the breakdown, and I think we can get to like $3 by the end of the day, no problem.
Fantastic.
Maybe like
225.
270.
Yeah. Yeah, we are. We're curling a little bit here, guys. The 50 period getting tested over. Bradley, come to my chart. Look at this. 50 period test, 50 period test, 50 period, another one, another one. Here you don't get, exactly the touches, but here you're getting the touches. And if you're scalping like 10, 15 pennies at a time here. You're getting 86 dip. There goes to $4 again. So you can be rinse and repeat type thing off that 50 period here on the 1 minute chart. It's been absolute money. But you got to wonder, Max, how many times that 50 period is going to hold up? It's going to quadruple very soon.
It's not even power hour yet.
It's not even power hour.
It's like not even power hour.
From 2 o'clock, an hour and a half from power hour ish.
Yeah. So like power hour rally, power hour dump, yet to see, but like it does love that 50.
It's holding that 50 like an absolute glove. Man.
And it used to love VWAP, so maybe it comes back into VWAP.
Did you get printed on Apple? You should be printed
I did.
on Apple
I got the fill on Apple. Let's go.
Hit that cash register, baby.
159 next stop. Probably end up punching out of some up in this region, but we got the offer there at 159 in case it hits. And we're still going up. Let's go.
Pump it.
Anybody who's long 158 is killing it.
COMS. People are pounding the chat here saying COMS, and they have the right to do so, as this one just got up big boy.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
Yes, it did. 306 rejection. What are you looking at?
The COMS.
COMS, okay, yeah, COMS. We're not done with this one, though. Look at that, bought right back up in front of that 280. That's an ugly topping tail candle there. I typically don't want to see that where the body is closer to the low than it is to the high, but, it doesn't always have to be a work of art, as long as it works. So here we go. We're still holding that level. I'm not sure what the catalyst on this one is. Let's have a look real quick here, COMS. Not seeing anything coming into my thing. I'll have a look at the different platform. It's not a multi-day runner, so this is probably a catalyst. Here we go. We have basically very muted trading since that split back February 9th, and now we're moving. So we got to be moving for a reason, and my platform lately has not been giving me the goodies in a timely manner, and I'm displeased with that, IBKR. So we need to see here whether we're going to continue to the high side. I don't know what this is all about, Max, but
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's hard to just jump in something like this without the news. But like, you get that 3 break again, there, and it breaks, and it is still moving. Does this thing have a short interest to speak of? It's only 3% short according to Trade Ideas, but it's a 2 million float.
Okay, let's ask Brendo. Is Brendo at the desk? Yeah, he is.
There we get the false breakout. If this thing breaks 275, I think that would be a short. Sadly, I don't have the shorts on this one, so we will see what happens here.
But we are asking
sadly,
Lucky Cheese.
I cannot get involved.
Sadly, I cannot get involved. It is just too wild for me to risque.
If it was small cap season,
yeah,
maybe we'd be punching along into this thing, but we just haven't seen them go recently.
No, we haven't.
Even like NYSE, which is like the name of the day, there's no follow through on this thing. It's just wick high, wick high, wick high. Like, give us something fun.
2.6 million float. Brendo saying not seeing news on our friend COMS. So trade carefully here, guys. I'm not seeing news on my platform either. It's not a multi-day runner. It wasn't running yesterday or prior to that. Again, we talked about that February 9th split on COMS.
Someone's telling you not to chicken out, Sharif.
It's not about chickening out. It's about being reasonable. Let's go, bro. GME, no volume. I see you, Michelle Hubert. Molly K, COMS is just moving. Microfloat pump sympathy, okay. COMS 2.6. Thank you for that, John. We got that from Brendo as well. Bump it. Imaginary. Yeah, we don't say bump it. It's pump it, bro. There we go. Danker smashed. Okay, I hope you smashed the long on COMS there at I hope $2 because now you're big boy in the money.
Hopefully someone smashed this Apple long.
This Apple long is getting a spin the money.
Going. Just got to break that 60 area. Then we're flying. We are
Good job,
flying.
bro.
Let's see what happens here. You know, patience pays.
Yeah, man.
I sat here all day looking for a trade. I did not get into, you know, too many FOMO trades there.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit bad execution on WYSA, but like, you know, patience pays. My level comes in on Apple, it breaks, reclaims, and I'm in with like basically no risk.
I love it. Yeah, the 58 hold was absolute money. Someone asking, what's Sean doing with Apple? He's holding it. He's printing because he's probably like 50 pennies in the money minute.
And he probably has like 50 million shares.
I know, right? He takes big shares. The Juice, Sharif, don't be scared. Scared of what, man? I mean, it's not the level. Look what it's doing. Why would I punch in here, right? Like, no.
Sharif, they want you to punch in, man.
Yeah, man. You know what? Maybe I'll just punch in some nice shares. It's like a 9-penny spread on a $2 stock. I ain't doing this, guys. I'm sober, right? I'm punching into this. Oh, no, I'm kidding, guys.
Somebody send this man a beer.
Yeah, I know. Is it Friday yet? Like Friday after 5? No, I mean, in this case, it's just not for me at this point. Yeah. I haven't been taking these ones long that often lately. But what I'm looking at, though, is this dance we're doing at VWAP on the ES June contract. We've retraced to it. Now we're holding it from below. Do we get continuation? Now we're coming to the more liquid time of the day, that 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock time slot. We haven't, like I was telling Max, we haven't had a VWAP retracement until now. Is it a rejected VWAP retracement, or do we reclaim these levels and start knocking on the door of some of these highs here on the future? We got a bit of a double top at 40.34. If you took that, shout out to you. I'll have to give you a bang preemptively for that because you printed.
That's a beauty.
You printed 34 points to the downside. That's probably absolute money.
And that's kind of right around those overnight highs too, like the 40-30 area. So that's a good trade.
It was money. It was a money trade. Whoever had it, yeah. Here we go, back again to 40.17 on these futures. Are we poised to go to the high side?
Apple is pumping, guys.
Pump it to the high side, baby.
Let's go,
There
Apple.
we go.
Let's go.
What? We have Amazon pumping to the high side. We've got Apple. We've got even Tesla that fell asleep. Google, Meta,
our boy
Microsoft.
Tesla is going, eh?
Yeah, man. 189.94 Tesla. Now we're knocking on the door of 192. So there's a nice little move, a $2 move off lows there. But yeah, COMS flushing back down. So thankfully I didn't give in to FOMO and listen to the chat and punch into this one. I shouldn't even use the chat as a plural. Listen to that individual who was telling me to punch in there. But here we go again with these futures, 40.16, 40.17.
We just need to crack that 40.20, man.
Yeah,
man. Let's go. Power hour rally.
Let's go, baby.
Come on. Monday, we got some money to spend, right?
Look at this out on Meta,
Buy some
man.
Stocks.
Oh, this is just pathetic.
That's way she goes. I think you crushed that futures long, though.
That future long was good. It was good. It's still top out at the moment, but Arun would be like, "Why'd you get out there?" Right? Like, why'd you get out?
Arun's just the voice in your head.
Yeah,
yeah.
And then I'll have to like scramble to come up with an explanation, right? Like, you know, I saw. No, I'm kidding, of course. No, but he would probably be right because it looks like we are destined, at least for the moment, to take this VWAP as we are curling on all these big capper names. Now we have created a newer high on Amazon, but I haven't seen one on Meta. I haven't seen one on Microsoft. I'm very close to seeing one on Google, but not quite yet. Definitely not one on Apple. And believe it or not, despite the fact that on Tesla, and despite the fact that Apple has been holding that 158, we still haven't broken through that peak here, which is at 158.86. Let's just say 159. It hasn't happened yet. Michelle Berg, $2 Canadian Super Chat. Now long GME, May 19th, $25 calls. Like the setup.
I
saw
like
you,
setup.
baby. You know these options plays a lot better than I do. Obviously, I don't dabble in options. Did you dabble in options?
I have traded options once. I had no idea what I was doing, and I never touched them again.
Well, there you go. Okay.
No. I don't know. I've never been that bullish on a stock to just buy the out of the money calls. But you know, GME, That's the one to do it on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, baby, I like that.
What's the profit target there, Michelle?
Oh, I have no idea.
$500.
I know. I'll have a look at the options plays here. I got my options win. But guys, you guys see that number right in between my head and Max's head there? That's the sub count. We're like
almost 400K.
Yeah, but we're almost at 390. We just need a few more subs. We literally need 16 more
subscribe,
subs.
and share the show that takes into the heart of the market every day.
Proudly, just like clap me in the face and truck right there. Guys, we're 16 more subs there. Oh no, we just lost a sub. Oh, someone just like set us up so perfectly. They're like, yo, I'm unsubscribing right now while they're live. To kind of like, and watch, it's gonna spiral. Take that off. We're gonna get ourselves in trouble on that. We got one back. Woo! Let's hit the bang for that, guys. Let's go. We're almost at that 390,000 sub count. Obviously, 10,000 away from that 400,000. We've been waiting to get to that, and then it's just another step to 500. Are we gonna do anything for that 400? Is there gonna be a champagne bottle? We're gonna do something big boy for that. So get ready for that. What'd you say, Bradley? We're gonna do some stuff for that 400,000. So hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that share. Look at this. Are we gonna smoke weed in the office? What's going on? It's legal in this country. He just hit
inside
the. I know. I'm not gonna smoke inside, but I'm just saying. Like, yeah, there was Sean hit that thing, the animation of him smoking. So I was like, is that what we're planning on doing?
We got that WISA breaking down. It finally gave up VWAP. So I'm still sitting here with my order to get short. Now below VWAP. Sorry, it didn't give up VWAP. It gave up the 50 period that it's been hugging all day. So let's see where this goes. I think
we're moving, baby.
The trade could be on below that 360.
Moving. This is it. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna go ahead back here, and we're gonna get into this trade here because now we are showing our intentions here. Now here's a trick. Is this a VWAP retake or is this a bull trap? Where we reclaim VWAP only to be bamboozled and take us back down to lows. Technically, we're up on the day, Max. On the ES,
we are up on the ES. We're still down on NQ, obviously.
We are, eh?
But
okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we take out that like 40.13 bottom, 40.10, I guess maybe.
Yep.
Then that's our indicator that we should get out. And Apple like still lagging on me. Like, where's the juice in Apple today?
It has not had juice today.
This is like the strongest name in the market.
I know, it's been tough.
And I can't even get a $1 bounce out of it. Like, let's go.
Like, technically, Tesla's up 1%. All the other big cappers are actually negative on the day. Amazon, the very closest to being not negative. Very close to break even on the day on Amazon, 98.15, I want to say. We're at basically 98, so we're at 97.97. So that was coming close to, I want to say that the best curl I see here on some of these futures, on these big cappers, is this Amazon curl. A bit of a double bottom and a really aggressive retracement possibly into Friday's close here. Let's put that trend line, again, that 98.15-ish or so. It reclaims the 50 period here on the 5-minute chart. So some good stuff moving that way. The futures now stair-stepping up, 40.18. So that 4,000 holds. The right thing I should have done was just hold that 4,000. I had no business getting into these big cappers. They underperformed the market today. We're red on all the big cappers, save and except for Tesla. And we're green on the ES by almost half a point, 0.43%. So it was a mistake on my part, I think, to try to take these big cappers in anticipation of a 4,000 hold. I should have just taken the futures directly, but hey, you live and learn. And, maybe it works today, maybe it doesn't work tomorrow. We're moving up on the futures now. We're looking for that 40-20 level that you were talking about earlier.
40-20.
We're pretty close to that. So let's see what we do here on these futures. I'm seeing a nice curl as well on our friend Netflix. That was relatively strong earlier on. Then it absolutely pooped the bed. And here is the retracement now, kind of double bottoming a little bit off that 930 low, a little bit below it, to be fair. It holds up at that 324.41. So for all intents and purposes, about the 325 area.
That's a 325 hold in my book.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
It's a 325 hold. And now it's moving back to the high side. So that might be interesting. Friday's close, 328 and a quarter-ish. So here comes the futures, baby. Let's go on these futures. 40.34. That's the high day. That's about 14 points from where we're at now. That's ample amount of money. Even if you take these MES contracts to the high side, there we go. We'll see what happens here with this VWAP break that we just took here on the futures on the ES June contract. So
what's going on with Apple here? You know, like are we just gearing up in this little consolidation range to blast off to 159?
Like you said, dude, you said the ES is disproportionately weak today. I mean, the big cappers are disproportionately weak to the ES.
I think that they're just kind of gearing up to go. I think, you know, the afternoon play is like Apple back to VWAP. Let's see that explosion.
Let's go, man. Wake up.
ES is trying to take that 40-20. I mean, this is looking like a good uptrend on ES.
It is.
Me.
It is. I mean, I just don't want it to be kind of one of those momentary breaks of VWAP, and then it's a bull trap, and then we break right down below again, and then start testing some of these lows again, because the bamboozlement, you know, we'll see. We shall definitely see on that.
Also, we have our WYSA that came in to...
What happened to that?
It wicked down right to 365-ish. 360. So I think 365 is the number. We break this, then I'm short. So I've changed my my order. Instead of 59, it's 64, and then we're just gonna take this breakdown. I think like now that we've kind of shown we're done here, in my opinion. Now I think we can get back down to just $3.
Okay. GME, Michelle Bear saying GME is moving. It's curling back up. 23.57 is still down 1.7% on the day. The break even for it is about $24. So expect probably some resistance around 24 should it make its way up there, but it's reclaimed VWAP. It looks decent. This is the GME chart here. So shout out to Michelle for that. Kind of a bit of a double bottom. He was talking about that 23 level, kind of got down to 22.69, but you know, these levels are not going to be exact. If you held at least for 50 pennies, you're printing now, you're about 60 pennies in the money. But, you know, if I was to take profit, I'm not saying GME is going to stop at 24, but if I was to take profit, I'd be looking for that 24. Now, you were talking about WYSA.
Yeah.
WYSA. Look at this. Now, it's done a little bit of a VWAP retracement here. What's the move? We talked about that 50 period. That 50 period's gone.
50 period's gone. So it's like, I think we break that like last little wick low at 65, and then we're gone. That's my analysis. If we wick that and then we touch VWAP and then go back up, then this thing's going to $5. That's my analysis on it. So, you know, I'll be out of this very, very, very quickly if this just wicks VWAP and then starts to go back up. I am not trying to hang on to this thing for another 4 tests. I'm not hanging on for high of day. That would be insane. I really just want this to be like 10 cents in the money right away, and then I can manage it from there.
All right, Sean, short, AMD, 197, taking, I guess, that 197 short there. And yeah, it's doing a little dance with VWAP. So let's see what we do here on AMD. It's been kind of relatively weak on the day, I want to say. We kind of opened up, and it's been down and to the right the majority of the day. And there's a retracement back into VWAP. And Sean's looking for a VWAP rejection here off AMD. And he's got plenty of room down, as that would be about $1.50 to the low side there. So, Sean, short AMD. Let's see what else is happening here. Okay, so we will see what we do here on these futures. We're still holding VWAP here on the futures, and we're about 2 points out of the money. We got in at 20s, now we're back at 18s. So let's see what happens here. Do we hold this VWAP area, or is it a bull trap where we break through?
I'm bullish above VWAP.
You're bullish above VWAP. You're not looking for a bull trap here.
Not yet.
That's what I want to hear, bro.
Let's go.
GME.
It's Monday morning. People have money to spend on Monday morning.
I like it. I like it. That's funny. And and to be honest with you, we talk about this a lot. A lot of these hedge funds and sovereign wealth funds and whatever pension funds, they can't hoard capital. They can't hoard
they
cash.
have to spend
They either have to be long or short, right? Some of them are chartered that way, right? Yeah. And so, sometimes even when they don't want to be in a position, they're forced to be in a position, right? And so that's where we come in. We try to find out what these guys are doing and ride the wave with them.
Exactly.
Easier said than done.
This WYSA is still playing.
It is.
With 365.
It's holding VWAP. It's still the same dance around VWAP still.
It's amazing like how this stock has done everything and nothing all at once. Like it just sits here and it won't it just won't pick that direction. It won't say I'm going up. It won't say I'm going down. But like at this point, I'm really liking this breakdown, and we are about to get filled. Let's see.
Oh baby.
Let's see what happens here.
I think that it's a money play. I mean, we probably get at least a look. If it ends up breaking down, it probably won't break down on the first attempt. They'll have another view up retracement, and then maybe eventually, this one gives up the ghost, as Neil likes to say. But right now, I think the dip play.
The dip play is still in until we break that view
agree.
up. Let's see what happens.
I agree. That view up still in play. Where are you? Where are you sitting? What's the price? You're at 60s or 59?
I'm sitting 64s right now.
64s.
Just break this little low, and then honestly, like 75, I'm done. I'm not gonna hold this thing at all.
Okay.
And also, I'm still chilling in this Apple. I think if we break 158, kind of 10 area. Oh, now we're filled on WISA. Let's see what happens here.
Oh baby.
Nothing's happening.
Well.
No volume in the tape yet. Let's see if we can get some volume to the downside. There's a bid there that's just popping up. You know what?
Go.
I think I got it wrong.
I don't know, bro.
I think they're sending it up,
Don't
man.
make
Here
any
we go.
judgments yet. There's a break of view up. It's a
my
break
stop
of view
is
up,
in.
and then
My
you move.
stop
Yeah.
is in.
Interesting question here by Uber Home Office Income. What are your VWAP settings? So it's a very good question because I talked about this on a previous show, but it's worth repeating. Your VWAP is anchored to whatever time of the day. So VWAP is a measure of intraday action, right? It depends on what time your VWAP is anchored. So for my IBKR charts, IBKR starts their data at 4 a.m., right? Whereas some of the P-Pro 8 charts here start, I believe, 6:30 or 7 a.m. I forget, one of the two, 6 a.m. possibly. Oh, we are moving down here on these futures. That was a real rejection. So that was the bull trap I was talking about here on these futures. Do we get continuation here to the downside? Or is this kind of a buy the dip event where we buy at that 40-12 level where we kind of consolidated the majority of the morning before we broke through to the high side? So we shall see what happens in this scenario. But like I was talking about, the VWAP is depending on where you're anchoring it. So if it's from 4 a.m. or 6 a.m., sometimes it'll be a little bit different depending on where it starts from. So basically, the intraday VWAP is where the average price, where the majority of the trading took place at what price, right? And that varies on an intraday basis. So hope that helps. Yeah, it depends on where your VWAP is anchored from, and oftentimes it can be a little bit different.
So WISA once again, short is wrong.
Short is wrong.
The short is wrong again.
So you printed on that? You took that short?
I took it short.
No,
and,
but we're talking about a VWAP bounce. I thought you were taking it long.
No. I wanted it short on this consolidation breakdown.
I see.
Sadly, my stop didn't trigger on 80s, so I had to punch out manually, which kind of cost me a little bit there, but whatever. I think the long is in, guys. I think the long is in. If you can catch a dip towards VWAP again, maybe this is the power hour rally to the high. Does this start small cap season? If this is the start of small cap season,
man. They come in waves.
I'm here for it.
They come in waves.
I am here for it.
Biotech was hot. AI was hot.
Yeah, let's.
Reverse splits were hot. Investigations were hot too. Remember the reverse splits?
Oh, I remember the reverse splits.
And the last year, so those were hot, and they come in waves. So we shall see if this one is a new wave or not. But about a few minutes left here on the midday show. Then we're going to send you over to the big kahunas. Neil, Sean, and Brendan, they'll be taking you through that closing show through 2 to 4. And there'll probably be some movement around that time. Michel Hebert is not pumped about WISA. He's like, not financial advice, but do not trade WISA. 3 million market cap. One big buyer can kill you. That really, it's not just about the market cap, it's about the float too, which usually are correlated. But yeah, the float on that one is super small. Obviously, it goes without saying you got to be playing with a stop loss there, if not an actual hard stop, then a mental stop. But yeah, don't hold this one overnight, guys. These small cap crappers, they're not these big cappers, Yeah. If you want to swing some of these bigger names that are profitable and have decent balance sheets, but yeah, unless you're swinging it on technical levels and you've got a plan, being out of the money is not a reason to hold these. Okay,
Yeah.
it's not.
Also,
right?
you need to have the tools to be able to get out of the trade if it goes against you. Some people don't have the ability to get in and out pre-market. And if you're trying to swing a small cap and you can't get out pre-market or after hours, I think you're going to cost yourself, you could cost yourself everything.
Absolutely.
You have to be able to have stops that can trigger during the after hours. If some news comes out, your stop triggers, flattens you, you're good to go.
Absolutely. And by the way, for people using stops after hours, you cannot use market orders after hours. So on my platform, the default stop loss that was attached to orders was a market order. It was just a stop. It was a buy stop.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to buy limit stop. So
Exactly.
only limit orders are going to work after hours. So make sure that if you are swinging and you do want to have a stop for any after hours declines or take profits, make sure those are limit orders. Otherwise, you're not going to get the fill. Sean, pumped about his AMC short there. AMD, I said AMC, you made me do that. AMD short, AF 97s, 96.64. Here we go, the animation. It's back down. The futures are also moving back down as well. We get that 40-20 pop, but we said, nuh-uh-uh. And we're right back down to that 40-12 level that we were kind of doing that dance with no pants with all morning. 40-12 has been the top since I want to say about that 11 o'clock time slot. But we retook it. So let's see if this former resistance acts as an area of support, or we have given up the goods on the futures for the moment. And it was a bull trap. That was my concern when I looked at Max. I'm like, okay, there's VWAP break, right? What is this? It's a bull trap. So far, looking like it, but not confirmed yet. We still are holding those previous support levels from earlier on. We've got 10 seconds left on the show.
10 seconds, wow.
It has been it started off a little bit slower.
It definitely did.
Yeah, definitely a lot of those trades were a lot of paper cuts, but then we got kind of going here as we did bounce eventually off that 4,000 level on the ES, and that brought some good trading opportunities. But it is all over for us, baby. We will be back. Same bat time and same bat channel. But thanks for coming on, man. There you go.
Thanks for having me.
Was that the first time you did the full show? Did you do the half show last time?
Yeah, I did 45 minutes with Arun last time.
Go.
Did a little job interview there.
I know, right? Yeah. Did he ask you a lot of questions?
Yeah, Arun loves to educate, and that was definitely educational.
All right, guys. We are all done for today. Brendo's at the big desk. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, welcome back. 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon. That's turning into a bit of a red afternoon if you are looking at tech specifically. It was very obvious very early on this morning that it was relatively weak, the NASDAQ specifically, but the NASDAQ 100 and big tech mostly to the downside.